Chapter 247. Admit defeat? Too late. He, Wu Gang, the number one genius, actually wanted to retreat at this moment. That sword was too cold, and the flame on the sword was too hot. The combination of cold and heat could burn everything. Of course, it wasn't just him. Everyone else could feel that Lin Ling's aura was even stronger than Wu Gang's. The fusion of two flames was not as simple as 1 + 1. Moreover, this was the accumulation of flames from the concept of fire. Its power was difficult to estimate. Enough. At this moment, a cold shout sounded out. It seemed that someone didn't want Wu Gang to die under Lin Ling's sword, so they shouted to save him. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. The inner city is a place of order. You can't behave so atrociously. On the shore, a large number of people appeared. Their leader wore black armor and coldly looked at Lin Ling. This person was the Imperial Guard, Du Nan. At this moment, the situation seemed to become more and more chaotic. Lin Ling looked into the distance. When he saw the middle-aged man in armor, a mocking smile appeared on his face. The inner city is a place of order. But when I was being chased, there was no order at all. Sigh. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Du Nan, was responsible for maintaining order in the inner city. Therefore, Lin Ling believed that Du Nan must have known when he was being hunted down. However, Du Nan did not fulfill his responsibility as the commander of the Imperial Guards. He even deliberately ignored it. But now, Lin Ling wanted to kill the martial scholar Wu Gang, and this Imperial Guard commander saw that the situation was not good and stepped in to stop him. Did Du Nan think that Lin Ling was someone he could bully? Nonsense. Lin Ling, immediately put down your sword and obediently surrender. I will put in a few good words for you and sentence you to a misdemeanor. Sigh. In the distance, the Imperial Guard commander Du Nan's face turned ugly as he shouted again. Do you think that I, Lin Ling, am a child? You would believe such a low excuse. Du Nan, if you want to kill me, just say it. Why bother with such a shameless reason? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. His gaze became even colder. Besides, I fought with the martial champion first, so no matter who it is, they can't stop me. The Imperial Guard's commander Du Nan's face turned ferocious. Lin Ling didn't put him, the Imperial Guard's commander, in his eyes at all. This made him lose all face. Just as he was about to say something, he immediately saw Lin Ling's sword slash down. Perhaps it was better to do more than talk. A single slash would be the answer. This strike was Lin Ling's strongest strike. The blue and white sword light was dazzling, but it also carried the power of burning the heavens. Boom! Just as the sword slashed out, the entire surface of the lake exploded, and the lake water instantly evaporated. A large amount of flames appeared, and the lake turned into a sea of fire. What a terrifying flame power! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of that sword was beyond their imagination. As for Wu Gang, his eyes widened. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. At this moment, he shouted anxiously, Lin Ling, wait a minute, I admit defeat. Surrender. That sword was too sharp and too intense. If he continued to be stubborn, he might be burned to death. Admit defeat? It's too late. Surrender. Lin Ling shook his head firmly. If he lost this battle, would Wu Gang let him go? Boom! With a slash of his sword, flames soared into the sky, illuminating the entire inner city. The originally tranquil lake was now like a sea of fire. As for Wu Gang, he was howling in pain from being burned. It was a pity that the merciless flames ignored his immortal body and continued to burn him. Those flames didn't seem to come from the mortal world but from the heavens. Wu Gang's eyes gradually turned blank. Jiang Wu was in trouble, and he stood out without hesitation. He didn't even bother to ask for the reason and only wanted to gain the favor of the beauty. He even wanted to kill Lin Ling in front of everyone in exchange for the story of how he was enraged for the sake of his beauty. Who would have known that the youth he wanted to step on to become famous wasn't weak at all? Wu Gang even killed him in 3 moves. At this moment, the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the martial champion, Wu Gang, was dead. The surrounding people stayed far away. Looking at the volcano-like scene, their faces were extremely solemn. As for Do Nan, his eyes widened. He didn't expect Lin Ling to become so strong. Lin Ling's strength was almost on par with his. As for Fragrance House, it was affected by the flames and a large part of it collapsed. However, Jiang Wu was still standing in front of the window. Her beautiful eyes looked at the sea of fire in front of her in disbelief. She didn't expect that Wu Gang would lose to Lin Ling. No wonder Lin Ling didn't kill her before. It turned out that he wanted to erase her pride in front of her. He wanted to let Jiang Wu know how ridiculous it was to provoke Lin Ling again and again. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Jiang Wu. This person stood on the windowsill and looked down at Jiang Wu arrogantly. He stretched out a sword and said, "I said, no one can save you." A cold voice came from that person. Jiang Wu didn't need to raise her head to know who it was. She even had a sudden thought that she didn't dare to raise her head. She quickly put on a charming expression and said, "Lin Ling, there isn't a big misunderstanding between us. Why don't you spare me this time? I'm still young and sometimes I'm often bewitched by others. I'm innocent." She was begging for mercy. Lin Ling looked down at the beautiful woman below him, but his eyes were cold. This woman was really cheap. Even now, she still wanted to put on a charming expression. He snorted and said, "I don't care if you're innocent or not. A mistake is a mistake. You can make a mistake once in life, but you can't make a mistake twice." Lin Ling had already let Jiang Wu go once, but Jiang Wu held a grudge and ordered people to kill him. This was the second mistake, so Lin Ling couldn't let her go again. Jiang Wu's charming face was absent-minded. She wanted to kill Lin Ling because she wanted to see Lin Ling's regretful expression. But who knew that the one who was regretting now was herself? In the distance, many gazes were looking at Lin Ling. At the same time, they also looked at Jiang Wu who was on the windowsill. They naturally knew what had happened. Lin Ling must have rejected Jiang Wu, causing Jiang Wu to fly into a rage out of humiliation. She ordered people to kill Lin Ling, but she didn't expect that Lin Ling was so strong. Not only was he not afraid of being killed, he even turned around and attacked Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu must be regretting it now. She had provoked Lin Ling. This was equivalent to provoking a fiend. "You can't touch her." At this moment, an old voice sounded. Among the crowd, an old man was supported by several people and walked over step by step. "It's old Master Jiang." Looking at that person, some people who were familiar with the inner city spoke. That was the old master of the ancient Jiang family, and Jiang Wu was a member of the Jiang family. Why? Lin Ling looked at the old man indifferently. "Because she's a member of my Jiang family," the old man said as if it was a matter of course. It seemed that no matter what kind of trouble Jiang Wu caused, as long as she was a member of the Jiang family, no one was allowed to kill her. The ancient Jiang family also had a kind of illustrious reputation in the inner city. Otherwise, Jiang Wu wouldn't be able to mix with the various major forces. Just because she's a member of the Jiang family, I can't kill her? What a strange logic. But I'm sorry, I don't care where you came from. Today, I'm still going to kill her. Lin Ling sneered, then continued. Chapter 248. Kill. Get out. Lin Ling was too lazy to say more. Earlier, he gave him some face because he was an old man. However, this old man was blind and overbearing. There was no need to say more. Don't be too arrogant. The old man was enraged. Lin Ling didn't give him any face in front of everyone and humiliated him. Even the Jiang clan didn't seem to have any weight. What if it was me? At this moment, another voice sounded. Today, Jiang Wu seemed to have caused a commotion in the inner city. Many people from the major forces came out for her. For example, the leader of the Imperial Guards. He also wanted to find Lin Ling for revenge. However, he didn't even have the right to speak. From another perspective, this also showed how much face Lin Ling had. The crowd was separated, and a young man in white clothes walked forward. He had one hand behind his back, and his face was like jade. However, at this moment, his slender eyebrows were slightly furrowed, as if he was extremely unhappy with the scene in front of him. His calm face carried anger like a volcano that was about to erupt. Third Prince. Looking at the arrogant young man, everyone gasped. Then, they all knelt down on one knee. They didn't expect the third prince to make a move as well. Lin Ling's face was even bigger than they imagined. What if I ask you to let her go? The third prince, Yun Yifan, spoke softly as he stared at Lin Ling. Today's events were also out of his expectations. He didn't think Lin Ling would be so powerful. Not only did he not fall under Jiang Wu's control, he even kidnapped her. Even the martial scholar died in Lin Ling's hands. Lin Ling's growth speed was far too terrifying. Right now, he originally didn't want to come. However, he was still attached to Jiang Wu's body. Therefore, he had no choice but to come out personally. Third Prince? Lin Ling looked at Yun Yifan indifferently and sneered in his heart. Everything was caused by Yun Yifan. Yun Yifan wanted to subdue Lin Ling, but Lin Ling rejected him. Therefore, he asked Jiang Wu to kill Lin Ling. Now, this person had the nerve to come out? Kill her. Lin Ling's countenance turned ice cold. He lightly waved the sword in his hand, and a sword wound appeared on Jiang Wu's jade-white neck. After which, fresh blood flowed out. Jiang Wu's beautiful eyes widened. She clearly didn't expect that Lin Ling would really dare to kill her. She desperately wanted to speak, but this caused even more blood to flow out from the wound on her neck. She was a fickle woman. She had used her enchanting body to make countless men in the inner city grovel at her feet. She kept the useful ones and killed the useless ones. Who would have thought that today, when he wanted to control Lin Ling, he would die in exchange? He really did. The crowd was shocked and in disbelief. Lin Ling was very decisive. Lin Ling, you. Even the third prince's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his own eyes. He had personally stepped forward, but Lin Ling still didn't give him any face and continued to kill him. Moreover, he killed him in front of everyone. How dare this Lin Ling? An oppressive wind quietly spread out, and the people around suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were locked on by a powerful killing intent. When they looked carefully, they found that the strong killing intent was coming from His Majesty the Third Prince. And the killing intent was targeted at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had angered the Emperor today. Tell me, how do you want to die? The Third Prince's voice was extremely low. His killing intent was surging, and it intimidated the entire city. Numerous gazes fell upon the Third Prince, and their hearts trembled with fear. Although Jiang Wu was a social butterfly in Cloud Sea City and had slept with many people, some forces in the dark knew that Jiang Wu was also the Third Prince's plaything. But now, Lin Ling had personally killed the Third Prince's plaything in front of everyone. This was equivalent to slapping the Third Prince in the face in front of everyone in the city. The Third Prince looked refined on the surface, but he was actually a ruthless person. Everyone in the city knew that. How could he swallow this insult? Lin Ling is dead for sure. Everyone was certain in their hearts. At this moment, Lin Ling was looking down at the third prince. His face was cold, and his eyes were icy cold. His gaze collided with the third prince's in mid-air, and invisible sparks bloomed. But soon, the corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up slightly. He felt that he had never offended the third prince, but the third prince treated him like a soft persimmon and acted arrogantly in front of him time and time again. First, the Fire Ancient clan was almost destroyed. Then, he used Jiang Wu to control his fate. Once he refused, he immediately asked Jiang Wu to kill him. Did the third prince think that Lin Ling was an ant? Lin Ling spoke indifferently, "Your Majesty, third prince Yun Yifan, a figure who can cover the sky with one hand. How domineering. Unfortunately, as an ant, I still haven't thought about how I will die." This Lin Ling is really bold. He clearly intends to go against the third prince. The crowd gasped when they heard Lin Ling's words. At the very least, if they were in Lin Ling's place, they would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. They wouldn't dare to go against the third prince at all. The third prince's face became even more unsightly. At this point, not only did Lin Ling not fear him, he even dared to go against him. How bold! Lin Ling, you violated the laws of the city. No one can save you today. At this moment, a voice resounded. It was Commander Du Nan. Du Nan could be considered to have won the third prince's favor. It was time for him to make a move. Firstly, he could kill his enemy, Lin Ling. Secondly, he could gain the third prince's favor. Thirdly, others would think that he was a righteous person who didn't fear Lin Ling and stood out to uphold the law. This was a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The third prince nodded coldly. He was still high and mighty. He disdained to make a move against Lin Ling. Of course, the most important thing was that Commander Du Nan stood out for him. You're just a dog. Other than wagging your tail, what else can you do? Lin Ling smiled arrogantly. The sword in his hand slashed out. The sword radiance of 7 heavenly flames pierced through everything in its path and slashed towards Du Nan. Shock. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. They didn't expect Lin Ling to make the first move. This young man was so arrogant that he didn't put the third prince's imperial prestige in his eyes. Lin Ling, you're courting death. Du Nan's eyes widened. He was also very surprised. He blocked the attack with the broadsword in his hand. With a crack, his dantian shook violently. Although he had blocked the attack, he was still surprised by Lin Ling's strength. Unknowingly, Lin Ling's strength was getting closer and closer to his. Lin Ling. Compared to Du Nan's shock, the third prince was furious. Lin Ling's attack seemed to be aimed at Du Nan, but it was actually aimed at him. This meant that Lin Ling dared to make a move against him. Humph, what are you pretending to be high and mighty for? If you want to touch me, then do it yourself. What's the use of sending a dog to do it? Lin Ling said calmly. Fine, this prince wants to see what right you have to be so arrogant. The third prince finally decided to make a move. Even if he had to put down his pride, he would still kill Lin Ling with his own hands. He raised his right hand and a mysterious book appeared. The book gently flipped open and an ancient aura spread out. When the people around felt the aura, they all felt like prostrating themselves in worship. Could this be the third prince's innate spiritual body? Chapter 249. But he didn't give up. Third brother, she's just a femme fatale. Why make such a big fuss over her? Right at this moment, a smiling voice resounded. The second prince and King Duan were walking over side by side from afar. Second brother, no matter who Lin Ling is to you, he dared to challenge my dignity today. So, I'll kill him no matter who it is. The third prince gazed indifferently into the distance, and his expression was still indifferent. He was determined to kill Lin Ling. Everyone could clearly sense that strong killing intent, and then they sighed in their hearts. Even the second prince had stepped forward, yet the third prince still refused to give face. Looks like Lin Ling is dead for sure. Is that so? You dare to kill my disciple? Yun Yifan, you better think it through. Right at this moment, another voice resounded, and that voice carried a strand of rage. An old man had suddenly appeared in the sky, and he gazed coldly at the third prince with an indifferent expression. Senior He Yen Shan. The third prince's eyes narrowed when he saw that person. That person was one of the three pillars of Ocean of Cloud City, and he was a person of virtue and prestige. He wasn't someone he could offend at all. Senior He Yen Shan, Lin Ling killed one of my men. But how could Yun Yifan be willing to accept that? It was He Yen Shan who'd appeared in the sky. The incident here had caused a stir in Ocean of Cloud City, so he'd naturally received news of it. Moreover, he was instantly furious when he found out that Yun Yifan intended to kill his disciple, Lin Ling. Ocean of Cloud City was changing, and he wasn't interested in who the new king would be. However, he refused to allow his disciple to be implicated in the fight for the throne. So what? He Yen Shan spoke coldly. Yun Yifan was stunned, and then his expression became even more savage. He discerned that He Yen Shan seemed to have made it clear that He Yen Shan was supporting Lin Ling. Even if he was the third prince, He Yen Shan still wouldn't give him face. He's my disciple. No one is allowed to touch him unless it's King Yunhai. However, you don't seem to be King Yunhai right now. He Yen Shan spoke once more. Yun Yifan breathed incessantly, and he could only remain silent in the end. Now that he was going against He Yen Shan, one of the three pillars, it was obviously extremely disadvantageous for him, so he could only endure. Third brother, I've already said that there's no need to make everyone so tense over a woman. That woman's dead is dead, what's so great about it? Second Prince Yun Yixuan said slowly. That sentence made Yun Yifan even more furious. This was his second brother provoking him. Ever since his second brother received Lin Ling's assistance, his power had grown stronger and stronger. Now, even Senior He Yen Shan seemed to be standing on his side. Lin Ling, you're amazing. I hope that someone will come to help you next time. Let's go. Yun Yifan said coldly. He didn't want to stay any longer and wanted to leave with everyone. Wait. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out, causing many people to look at him. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he said, the Imperial Guard Commander, Du Nan, is in charge of the Order of the Inner City. I would like to ask the commander, how do you manage this order? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, you might as well resign from your position as the commander. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Du Nan was furious. He didn't expect that Lin Ling didn't plan to let him go. The surrounding people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling had killed the third prince's people, but before the third prince could do anything, Lin Ling had already made the first move and attacked the third prince's people again. As the commander, do you do everything according to your heart's desire? Lin Ling said coldly. Lin Ling, you killed Jiang Wu and Wu Gang in front of everyone. As the commander of the Imperial Guard, I haven't even punished you, yet you dare to accuse me. Du Nan said in a low voice. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. What a commander of the Imperial Guard. Then let me ask you, when I was being hunted down, did you know? He stared at Du Nan, causing Du Nan to snort coldly, of course I knew. Then let me ask you again, those people were called by Jiang Wu, did you know? Lin Ling asked again. Of course I knew. Du Nan replied disdainfully. Good, then let me ask you one last time. Wu Gang, I have no enmity with him, but he wanted to kill me, did you know? Lin Ling's face turned cold. Dunan was even more disdainful. This is something that everyone knows, how can I not know? It's good that you know. As the commander of the Imperial Guard, you didn't think of a way to stop the chaos, instead you just stood by and watched. As the commander, can you do that? Now that they've all died in my hands, you're using the banner of justice to interrogate me. Moreover, you don't know what's right or wrong, but you're accusing me of wrongdoing first. Is your brain full of shit? Lin Ling's aura was domineering, and his voice became sharper and sharper. Dunan's face turned pale, and he couldn't speak for a while. Indeed, when Lin Ling killed the martial scholar and the others, it was a passive resistance. However, those people were the ones who started the trouble. The Imperial Guard commander should have caught the people who started the trouble before it happened, instead of catching Lin Ling after it was over. Dunan, you should resign from your position as the commander of the Imperial Guard. You're a disgrace. At this moment, the second Prince Yunixuan's voice sounded, causing Dunan's face to turn even paler. He looked at the third prince for help. The third prince's face was as cold as ice. Now that Lin Ling had exposed this matter in front of everyone, if he forcefully stood up for Dunan, he would be labeled as someone who didn't distinguish between public and private matters. Moreover, there was still Senior He Yenshan on Lin Ling's side, who would uphold justice for Lin Ling, trash. After weighing the pros and cons, the third prince could only cut off one of his arms. Then, he strode away. But even so, he was still angry because Dunan was one of his people. Now that he was stripped of his position as the commander of the Imperial Guard, it meant that his power was weakened by a little. Third Prince, save me! Dunan anxiously shouted. Without the title of commander of the Imperial Guard, Dunan was just an ordinary martial artist. He didn't think that he would be stripped of his position because of Lin Ling. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have been in the limelight today. You only have yourself to blame. Lin Ling coldly looked at Dunan, not bothering to pay attention to him. Instead, he bowed to Senior He Yenshan in the sky. He Yenshan faintly smiled. He could see that Lin Ling was innocent. Everything was caused by the third prince. Today, the third prince had left in disgrace. It could only be said that he brought shame upon himself. Lin Ling, good job. Yunixuan's smile deepened. He never thought that because of Lin Ling, his third brother would not only lose face today, but his power would also be suppressed. At the very least, he couldn't do this. Let's go back. Lin Ling didn't plan to say anything more. After smiling, he left with Senior He Yenshan. Chapter 250. The grace of dripping water. Lin Ling, your strength has improved tremendously. You actually defeated the martial champion in such a short period of time. In Yunixuan's residence, everyone looked at Lin Ling with astonishment. Lin Ling was only at the early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, but he was able to defeat a late-stage Earth Spirit Realm expert. His talent was truly shocking. Kiki, I was just lucky. There are still plenty of people in the Cloud Sea City who are stronger than me. Lin Ling smiled and didn't reveal any arrogance. After all, his goal was to surpass the Crown Prince. Currently, this goal was still a little far away. Yunixuan and Duke Duan smiled helplessly. This youth had tyrannical strength, but he was never arrogant and complacent. It made one wonder if this youth's heart was that of a century-old monster. Otherwise, why would he be so calm? After a few more exchanges, Duke Duan suddenly spoke to Yunixuan, Your Majesty, the Snake Swamp Kingdom used the chaos in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to invade the Southern Sea region multiple times. Now that they are getting restless, I'm afraid the Sky Resonance Ancient City won't be able to hold them off. Once this statement was out, Yunixuan's expression turned grave. He Yenshan frowned slightly and said, An external enemy is invading, but our own people are fighting amongst themselves. How disappointing. Right now, All the vassals and princes were competing for the Cloud Sea King's position, but they ignored the Snake Swamp Kingdom's provocations. This made He Yenshan extremely dissatisfied. "I'll send out the troops." Yunixuan pondered for a moment and decided to send his forces to help the Sky Resonance Ancient City. The Sky Resonance Ancient City was the last border of the Southern Sea. If the ancient city was destroyed, the Snake Swamp Kingdom would be able to enter the Heaven Mystics Kingdom at will and plunge the people into misery and suffering. In fact, it wasn't a suitable time for Yunixuan to send out his forces to help the Sky Resonance Ancient City. After all, it would allow other factions to take advantage of the situation. However, he was different from the other princes and couldn't bear to implicate the commoners. "But if your majesty sends out the troops, the crown prince's side will probably get restless." Duke Duan might not be willing to see the Sky Resonance Ancient City being plundered, but he was still worried about Yunixuan. "I'll go," Lin Ling said with a smile when he saw the two of them hesitating. "Commander Lin, you'll go?" Duke Duan's eyes. "Why? Not qualified enough?" Lin Ling raised his eyebrows. Duke Duan suddenly burst into laughter. "Of course you have the qualifications, but I didn't expect Commander Lin to be so sincere and willing to go." Originally, he had planned to lead the troops himself, but Lin Ling had volunteered, so he could stay and help the second prince. "Lin Ling, Brother Yun thanks you." Yunixuan was stunned for a moment before he bowed gratefully. "We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best to help." Lin Ling shook his head and said. In fact, his cultivation was currently stuck at a bottleneck, and he wanted to go out and gain experience. "Alright, I'll get someone to assist you in a few days." Duke Duan nodded excitedly. "Lin Ling, since you want to go to the ancient Sky Fragrant City, then follow me to refine pills for the next few days." Hearing their words, He Yenshan said indifferently. Finally, he added, "Of course, draw some calligraphy and paintings for me while you're at it." Lin Ling smiled helplessly. It seemed that drawing calligraphy was the most important thing. Yunixuan and Duke Duan covered their mouths. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. A master like He Yenshan wanted Lin Ling's calligraphy, but he was too embarrassed to ask, so he found the excuse of learning alchemy. It was very strange. He Yenshan was a little embarrassed and his face darkened. However, when he thought of Lin Ling's magical calligraphy, he was filled with interest. He also wanted to show his personal collection to Lin Ling. He wondered what Lin Ling would say about it. The next day, Lin Ling went to the Danding Prefecture. He was still at the early stage of the earthly spirit realm. However, after killing some earthly spirit realm experts, his realm had increased a lot. He was only one step away from the middle stage of the earthly spirit realm. Martial champion Wu Gang's spiritual chi seed had the greatest effect on him. If he wanted to reach the next level, he would have to keep fighting and snatch his enemy's spiritual chi seeds. After passing through several streets, a beautiful figure in snow-white clothes was waiting for him. She stood there quietly, like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. When she saw Lin Ling approaching, she couldn't help but smile. She was in Yuer. The smile was very faint, but it made one feel relaxed. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Senior sister, I'm sorry for being late." When he went to the Danding Prefecture to learn alchemy, he planned to bring an Yuer along. After all, an Yuer was more addicted to alchemy than he was. She just lacked some opportunities. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't want an Yuer to bury her talent. That was why he brought her along. "It's okay, I just arrived." "However, Lin Ling, can I go with you?" An Yuer quickly waved her hand, indicating that she wasn't afraid of waiting for a long time. In fact, she was more grateful. The Pill Cauldron Grandmaster He Yenshan was one of the most prominent figures in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's Pill Dao. It was an honor for any ordinary alchemist to even meet him. But now, he could actually learn alchemy from the Pill Cauldron Grandmaster He Yenshan. Of course, she knew that this opportunity was given to her by this young man. She couldn't help but feel absent-minded. When she was in the ancient Yen sect, she chose to help this young man because she saw that he wasn't afraid of authority and had an arrogance and perseverance that surpassed his peers. And that little bit of help was exchanged for a 100-fold return of the favor. This was the gratitude of a drop of water, repaid with a gushing spring. Therefore, she was extremely grateful to this young man. Even when she was grateful, she felt an inexplicable sense of gratitude. It was as if she wanted to see this young man and cherish every minute and second by his side. The young man and the young woman walked along the street. Their occasional laughter attracted the attention of passers-by, who then sighed. In their eyes, the two figures were a match made in heaven. Smelling the faint fragrance on Yuer's body, Lin Ling also liked this feeling very much. He was grateful to Yuer because she was one of the few people who helped him when he first came to this world. Now that he was talking about the past with Yuer, he seemed to have abandoned everything and was joking with her like an ordinary young man. After a long time, the two of them arrived at Danding Prefecture. He Yenshan had been waiting for a long time, but he didn't have any objections to Yuer's arrival. This little girl is also learning alchemy. That's not a problem. I'll give you some prescriptions and refining methods later, then you can study them. 10 prescriptions. Once you've refined them, this lesson will be over. If you want to end the lesson, then it will depend on your talent and perseverance. He Yenshan smiled. He also felt that he was much younger when he was with the two little guys Lin Ling. However, when he looked at Lin Ling, he said, "Lin Ling, you don't have to refine 10 prescriptions. 3 will do. After you're done, come with me to look at calligraphy and painting." Lin Ling and Yuer looked at each other. Yuer wanted to learn 10 prescriptions, but Lin Ling only learned 3. This was just to let Lin Ling finish refining pills quickly and then go look at calligraphy and painting. It seemed that He Yenshan's real purpose was to let Lin Ling learn calligraphy and painting. However, this was so unfair. Was this how a teacher should act? Chapter 251. Chapter 251 Astonishment, Master, I'll also refine 10 types like Senior Sister, and don't worry, it won't take up too much of your time. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Sigh, I hope you can learn it soon. He Yenshan was stunned for a moment. He could only smile bitterly and nod his head. Then, he took out the pill recipes. He personally refined each pill once. Then, he let Lin Ling and Yuer learn from him. His pill recipes were not ordinary. They were extremely rare and difficult to concoct. Therefore, it was impossible for him to successfully concoct all 10 types of pills at once. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Lin Ling to concoct only 3 types of pills. Lin Ling closed his eyes and recalled for a moment. Then, he looked at the pill formula and began to refine. Underworld bone grass, fire leaf flower. Yuer furrowed her brows tightly. He Yenshan's pill formula was beyond her knowledge. He Yenshan, on the other hand, was smiling slightly at the side. He wasn't surprised by Yuer's conflicted expression because his pill formula was indeed not easy to obtain. However, when he looked at Lin Ling, his eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was calm, and his movements were as smooth as flowing water. The 10 rare pill formulas in his hands didn't seem difficult at all, and it was as if he had already refined them. This fellow is really a genius. He Yenshan's face was solemn as he continued to watch Lin Ling refine pills. Yuer had already failed and was dejected. But as she watched Lin Ling refine pills, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up. This time, she once again witnessed the wonders of Lin Ling. Everyone had the same pill formula, but Lin Ling learned it faster than her. The young man's focused gaze, handsome face, and tightly pursed lips were like the most exquisite painting. And Yuer couldn't take her eyes off him. Then, her delicate little face blushed. She had to admit that a focused young man was extremely attractive to her. TSK, amazing. You can actually refine two at the same time. He Yenshan's expression changed slightly. In his eyes, the youth had actually mixed two types of medicinal materials together because he wanted to save time. Although this wasn't impossible, it was extremely testing of one's skill in the Tao of alchemy. But that young man had done it. Could it be that this little guy had been practicing alchemy since he was born? At this moment, Lin Ling's forehead was covered with sweat, but his eyes were still focused. Several types of pills were constantly forming in his hands. These pills were actually very difficult for him to concoct, but during his competition with Danxiangzi, he had seen a large number of alchemists concocting pills with his own eyes, including these types of pills. The more he saw, the more he knew the steps. Coupled with his powerful soul force, he was able to successfully refine it in one go. After a long time, he wiped the sweat off his forehead, looked at the work on the table, and nodded with satisfaction. When he turned around to look at He Yenshan and Su Yu, he was stunned. At this moment, He Yenshan and Yuer's mouths were so wide open that a duck egg could be stuffed inside. The expressions on their faces were simply indescribable. 10 types of pill formulas, and Lin Ling had actually succeeded in all of them. What's with your expressions? Lin Ling looked at them quietly for a moment and couldn't help but feel speechless. He Yenshan and Yuer looked at each other, then shook their heads helplessly. He Yenshan said, "If it weren't for your young age, would have thought that you were an alchemist who had immersed himself in the Tao of alchemy for many years. Lin Ling, you're so amazing." And Yuer said with admiration. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He really wasn't a powerful alchemist. He had just seen a lot of things. After leaving He Yenshan's mansion, Lin Ling went to the Fire Ancient clan. The pills he had concocted earlier were all extremely valuable, especially in terms of medicinal materials. Therefore, these pills shouldn't be wasted. It was best to give them to the Fire Ancient clan. After returning to the Fire Ancient clan, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were naturally very happy. Although the Fire Ancient clan was in the outer city and didn't know about the inner city, Duke Duan had personally visited the Fire Ancient clan not long ago and told them about Lin Ling's proud deeds in the inner city. This made the entire Fire Ancient clan extremely proud. At the very least, the members of the Fire Ancient clan weren't unknown in the inner city. Instead, they were like dazzling stars. Right now, Lin Ling's achievements had already surpassed his father, Lin Chen. Lin Ling, Duke Duan said that you were going to the ancient sky fragrant city the last time he came. Go, a real man should roam the world. You don't have to worry about the ancient clan. Your grandfather is still here. He definitely won't let anyone invade the ancient clan. Ancestor Extreme Flame said to Lin Ling. Then, he smiled and said, "Moreover, you're currently the favorite of the second prince. Duke Duan won't let anything happen to the Fire Ancient clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer to you." That's good. Lin Ling's heart relaxed. He was going to be out training for a long time, so he was a bit worried about the ancient clan. But with his grandfather's words, he could go out and roam the world without worry. A real man's ambition was to roam the world. This world was vast and boundless. He also wanted to go out and see the experts of other places. He handed the pills to Ancestor Extreme Flame, who was immediately shocked. One had to know that the Fire Ancient clan also refined pills, so he knew the value of these pills. Without a doubt, with these pills, the Fire Ancient clan would be able to cultivate a few Earth Spirit Realm experts. The medicinal ingredients for these pills are priceless. Only Danding Prefecture can take them out. Ancestor Extreme Flame sighed. I'll bring more pills the next time I come back. Only when the ancient clan is strong will we be able to gain a firm foothold in this world. Lin Ling smiled. Lin Ling, you have to leave some pills for me next time. That's right. We grew up together. Lin Xiaofan and the others shouted. They missed the days when they fought side by side with Lin Ling. All right. Lin Ling nodded boldly, then strode out of the Fire Ancient Clan. Looking at Lin Ling's back, the entire Ancient Clan was excited. That young man was holding up half the sky of the Ancient Clan. Lin Ling went to find Duke Duan along the way. Previously, Duke Duan said that Lin Ling would be leading 50,000 people to the Heavenly Fragrance Ancient City. Lin Ling was the chief commander. This was also Lin Ling's first time leading an army. Lin Ling was looking forward to leading an army. In the previous world, he had read some books about leading an army. He was curious, but at that time, it was impossible for him to lead an army. He could only think about it in his heart. But now, he had 50,000 soldiers. Just thinking about it made him excited. Moreover, Duke Duan said that these 50,000 people would belong to Lin Ling from now on. They would belong to Lin Ling's forces. Of course, these people weren't old soldiers, but new recruits. After all, old soldiers wouldn't simply follow others. Because they had fought side by side, they had developed feelings for each other. They wouldn't be separated and reorganized. These 50,000 people belonged to the people who had been implicated after the change of era. Some of them had lost their families. Some of them joined the second prince's camp in order to protect their families. Generally speaking, they weren't a real army. Chapter 252. A little famous? Lin Ling, you're here. Knowing that Lin Ling was coming, Duke Duan was already waiting at the entrance of the mansion. Greetings, Your Highness. Lin Ling bowed slightly. He had some respect for this middle-aged man. After all, Duke Duan was his benefactor. It was all thanks to Duke Duan that the Fire Ancient Clan could remain safe and sound. Duan Wangye smiled and nodded, his gaze sizing up Lin Ling. The young man in front of him had a slender body, well-proportioned limbs, and a handsome appearance. His facial features were distinct, making him look like a divine jade. Most importantly, his eyes would occasionally emit a light, a depth that did not match his age. It had to be said that such a genius was indeed very attractive. Come with me. Duan Wangye smiled and led Lin Ling forward. The two of them walked all the way through the barracks and finally arrived at the foot of a small hill. There were people surging around, and from time to time, there were shouts of people practicing martial arts. At a glance, those people were all dressed in the same color, and their ages were only between 20 and 30 years old. These people are all new recruits. They will belong to you in the future. Duan Wangye pointed at the people in the distance and said. These are my subordinates? Lin Ling nodded. From the looks of it, these youths were all good seedlings. However, they lacked the iron-blooded aura of a soldier. They lacked the imposing manner of cutting off all means of retreat. Of course, this was normal as those people came from all over the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Had it not been for the change of era, they might still be ordinary martial artists. There are 50,000 people here, and I have arranged an assistant for you. In the past, the assistant was in charge of them. Come with me. Duan Wangye brought Lin Ling forward and said as he walked, That's right, that assistant is a beauty, it's just that she's a bit spicy. Xiao Man, come out. Prince Duan shouted as soon as he arrived at the barracks. Everyone bowed when they saw Duan Wangye, and some of them looked at him with gratitude. If it weren't for Duan Wangye, they or their families would have already disappeared from this world. This subordinate greets Duke Duan. A woman walked out with large strides. She was tall and slender, and her skin was the color of wheat. Although her figure was lean forward and backward, she was filled with explosive power, just like a female leopard. This woman was Lin Ling's assistant, Tian Xiaoman. At that moment, Tian Xiaoman was looking at Prince Duan respectfully. If it weren't for Prince Duan, she would have died already. She would have died because of humiliation. Therefore, to her, Prince Duan was like her second parent. Then, her gaze fell upon Lin Ling and she frowned. Not long ago, she had heard that Duke Duan would be bringing along a commander. Looks like it was that young man. It was just that he was a little too young, even younger than her. Although he was handsome, this was a military camp. Being handsome did not mean that he could fight. Tian Xiaoman thought so in her heart, but she did not reveal it. She quietly waited for Duke Duan to speak. Duke Duan looked around and saw the puzzled looks on everyone's faces. He immediately knew that many people were wondering who the new commander was. Then, he introduced Lin Ling to everyone. No way, it's really him. I guessed it was him from the start, but he's too young. It's really annoying to be our commander at such a young age. Shut up. Even if you're unwilling, you have to obey the military order. Discussions broke out all around, and it seemed that many people were unwilling to accept it. I'm Lin Ling, and I'll be your commander next. Lin Ling said nonchalantly, as if he did not hear the voices around him. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent, and no one replied. When Tian Xiaoman saw this, she slowly said, "Greetings, Commander Lin." She seemed to have a good reputation among the 50,000 people. After she spoke, everyone saluted and shouted, "Greetings, Commander Lin." Duke Duan smiled faintly and said to Lin Ling, "In the military camp, strength is respected. Although you have a status, they only obey you on the surface, but they are not convinced in their hearts. If the hearts of an army are scattered, it will be difficult to lead the team. Lin Ling, I believe that you can complete this challenge perfectly. After you complete it, you will have an army of tigers and wolves." After Duke Duan finished speaking, he turned and left. Lin Ling smiled. An army of tigers and wolves? He was a little interested. He said nonchalantly, "Is the deputy here? Let's set off for Tianxiang City. What do you think?" Tian Xiaoman narrowed her eyes slightly. Earlier, Duan Wangyi was there, so she didn't dare to be careless. But after Duan Wangyi left, she relaxed. She wanted to tell this young man that he could be his commander, and they would go about their business as usual, minding their own business and living in harmony. However, before she could say that, this young man had already put on airs as a commander. "Is the deputy here?" The way he addressed her was so smooth, as if she had become this young man's subordinate. "Commander Lin, set off for Tianxiang City. You can leave whenever you want. A month, a year, it doesn't matter to us." Tian Xiaoman said nonchalantly. "Huh?" Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. However, when he saw the arrogant smile on the woman's face, he smiled. He knew that if he did not win over this woman, these 50,000 people would not listen to him. "What do you mean?" "Huh? This journey to Tianxiang City is long and bumpy. Commander Lin is a precious person. If you don't rest well, you might not be able to make it to Tianxiang City. Since that is the case, why don't we wait for Commander Lin to rest well before leaving? A month, a year, it doesn't matter to us." Tian Xiaoman spread out her hands and smiled. "That's right. If we leave immediately and Commander Lin can't take the long journey, then wouldn't we have to go back halfway? So, Commander Lin should rest well first." The people around agreed. Obviously, they saw that Lin Ling was young and tender, so they guessed that Lin Ling would not be able to take the long journey. Moreover, if he did not have a strong martial power to back him up, he would not be able to take the long journey. Lin Ling was so young, so how strong could he be? To be able to become a commander, his family must have given him a lot of money. Lin Ling listened quietly and could not help but smile. Since that is the case, then let's leave tomorrow. Tian Xiaoman was stunned. Commander, you don't plan to rest well before leaving? I'm afraid you won't be able to go far with your body. If I can't go far, then I'm afraid you won't be able to go far either. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. When these words came out, many people were not convinced. They had been practicing martial arts since they were young and were very strong. They did not believe that Lin Ling was stronger than them. One of them said, Commander, whether you can go far or not is not based on words, but on strength. Everyone, am I right? Yes. Everyone yelled out in unison. If that's the case, then let 10 of you come out. I will see who can go further. Lin Ling was still smiling. If he wanted to subdue this group of people, it was obvious that strength was indispensable. What? The yelling instantly stopped as everyone stared with wide eyes. It seemed like this new commander was going to challenge them and establish his prowess with his martial prowess. Furthermore, he wasn't going to challenge one of them, but 10 of them. Commander, let me remind you. Before they entered the second prince's camp, they were all rather reputable in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Tian Xiaoman frowned and said. Chapter 253. Effortless Suppression. A little reputation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling was the #1 prodigy in the Cloud Sea City and had an illustrious reputation. How could these youths compare to him? What? You want to challenge 10 people, and I am included. Tian Xiaoman was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes widened in disbelief. After all, this Commander Lin was only 17 or 18 years old. Everyone here was older than him, and stronger than him. He actually dared to challenge 10 people at once. Did he think he was one of those prodigies in the inner city? Deputy Tian, what should we do? Are we really going to teach him a lesson? But he is the commander. What if he is injured and blames us? The others all spoke out. Tian Xiaoman snorted, since the commander has spoken, then we shall accept the challenge. Finishing her statement, she looked at Lin Ling and said, Lord Commander, let me say this first. If I accidentally injure you, you are not allowed to complain to Duke Duan. Lin Ling smiled calmly and said, if you are able to injure me, not only will I not blame you, but I will also reward you with 1,000 spirit crystals. Ah! Tian Xiaoman's mouth widened as she felt that this youth was overly ignorant. Could he be a hedonistic young master who only knew how to cultivate and didn't know the ways of the world? Wasn't this boasting a little too much? 1,000 spirit crystals. I will not miss out on such a good deal. Lord Commander, please excuse me. I am a descendant of the Xuanji clan of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's North Ice. I am here to seek some guidance. It can't be, right? Old Xian, you are one of the top 10 individuals among the 50,000 of us. Are you here to join in the fun? Figures walked out one after another, and all of them were brimming with confidence as they chatted while walking. They were even discussing what cultivation items they would buy after obtaining the 1,000 spirit crystals. Lin Ling let out a slight smile and still had a calm expression. He then looked at Tian Xiaoman and said, Deputy, come on out. You are really courting death. Tian Xiaoman clenched her silver teeth and walked out as well. Since Lin Ling was boasting without any preparation, she would let him suffer a little. In the future, he wouldn't dare to put on airs in front of her and the others. Gradually, 10 people gathered, and all of them looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling shrugged and walked into the group of 10. Commander Lin, I'll suppress half of my strength. Take this. A tall and sturdy man shouted loudly, his fist smashing towards Lin Ling. That kind of power made the surrounding soldiers cheer again and again. Even if you unleash 120% of your strength, you're still no match for me. Lin Ling shook his head and took a step forward. He didn't seem to make any mystical movements. He just lightly struck out with his palm. Bang! The fist and the palm collided, and an intense gust of wind blew in all directions. The man's body flew backward and fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. The cheers in the surroundings instantly disappeared, and everyone's expressions turned interesting. "Commander, you have some skills. Take my Northern Ice Mystic Palm." Another man shouted loudly. An icy aura emanated from his body, forming layers of fog. Frost also appeared on the ground. "Weak, with such weak strength, you dare to call yourself the Northern Ice Mystic Palm?" Lin Ling shook his head and took a step forward. He didn't even try to block, and directly took the man's palm. With a cracking sound, the cold ice froze Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, the crowd stared. This Commander Lin really overestimated his strength. He actually took the attack head-on. Crack! At this moment, cracks appeared on the ice sculpture that was shining with white light. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the ice sculpture exploded, and a figure walked out. A calm voice was heard, "Among the 10 people, you're the weakest." He had the fire attribute spiritual body, and he was the least afraid of ice attribute attacks. Naturally, he would say that. However, the people who heard that all opened their mouths wide. Taking the palm head-on and breaking out of the ice, this person's strength was too strong, and that person was the weakest among the 10 people? One must know that that person was a disciple from the Xuanji family, and he was ranked in the top 10 among the 50,000 people. "I thought you guys would be very strong, but unfortunately, you've disappointed me. It's over." Lin Ling shook his head, took a step forward, and lightly punched out with his right hand. With a bang, a man was sent flying, and with a sweep of his right leg, another man was sent flying with a bang. None of the 10 people could stop him. With his current strength, even if 100 people surrounded him, he wouldn't be afraid with his eyes closed. Whoosh! 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 One by one, the figures were sent flying and fell to the ground, looking at Lin Ling in fear. Soon, only Tian Xiaoman was left. "Deputy, it's your turn. I rarely hit women, so do you want to admit defeat yourself, or do you want me to do it?" Lin Ling looked at Tian Xiaoman with a faint smile. Tian Xiaoman's mouth was wide open, as if she still couldn't believe what had happened. In the blink of an eye, the strongest people were defeated. Could this young man really be a genius from the inner city? Tian Xiaoman was straightforward, but she couldn't say that she admitted defeat. "We depart the day after tomorrow." Lin Ling shrugged at her, ignoring whether she admitted it or not, and then strode forward. Now, no one had any objections. At first, everyone thought that Lin Ling's young master wasn't strong enough, so he couldn't withstand the long journey. But now, Lin Ling had proven that he was stronger than 50,000 people. If Lin Ling couldn't withstand the long journey, then no one could. "He's so strong, facing my ice palm, he was unharmed. I'm afraid his strength has reached the peak of the martial spirit realm. This young man is definitely from the inner city. I guess he's one of the top 100 geniuses in the inner city. That can't be, one of the top 100, that's very strong." Discussions broke out all around. Tian Xiaoman's beautiful eyes looked into the distance, flickering from time to time. Who is this young man? Although the first show of strength didn't intimidate the 50,000 new recruits, they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. The next morning, Lin Ling woke up early and went to the training ground of the military camp. At this moment, everyone was already awake and fighting with each other. When they saw Lin Ling, they worked even harder. It was as if they were not convinced after losing to Lin Ling yesterday. They did not want to be looked down upon by Lin Ling. Ha! A large number of young men were fighting, and their sweat and shouts were like thunder. "Commander, good morning." Tian Xiaoman bowed slightly when she saw Lin Ling walking over. Lin Ling smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything. He walked slowly along the training ground, as if he was checking on his subordinates. Seeing this, the 50,000 people worked even harder, which made Tian Xiaoman secretly satisfied. She smiled and said, "Commander, what do you think of this training?" Maybe Lin Ling was too young, but after losing to him yesterday, she wanted to get back at him today, so she wanted to hear the commander's satisfied voice. Chapter 254. Setting out on a campaign, how is it? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and blurted out, "Just fancy moves." Fancy moves? Tian Xiaoman's pupils constricted as she recalled Lin Ling's words. She then said with some dissatisfaction, "Commander, are you saying that the training of these middle-stage martial spirit realm warriors is just for show? Milord, aren't you being too arrogant? If it's not a showy move, then what is it? Was that training? I don't see any power in it." Lin Ling faintly said, "At best, they are only practicing martial arts in the early morning, so I can't see what's so great about them. What makes me laugh is that these people are actually my subordinates. Hee, in the future, I will lead this group of soldiers to their deaths, and they want to create a lion of tigers and wolves for me. I feel very uncertain. Lord Commander seems to look down on them." Tian Xiaoman couldn't take it anymore. Lin Ling's evaluation of these people was too low. He was just short of calling them trash. She wasn't willing to accept it. "Commander, you may be born with a noble background and don't know what a soldier is. They may not have any military achievements, but they have a hot-blooded heart and hope to create a world that belongs to them. Commander, you actually mocked them. This is an insult to them. I hope that you won't say such words again," Lin Ling said. She was clearly furious. The surrounding soldiers who were training also stopped their movements and looked at Lin Ling with dissatisfaction. They were also angry. This new commander was looking down on them. Numerous gazes fell on Lin Ling, but Lin Ling remained indifferent. Instead, he laughed disdainfully. What can a hot-blooded heart represent? Who didn't have a hot-blooded heart in this world? Who didn't want to make contributions? But was it useful? Once a war breaks out, a hot-blooded heart will not be of any help. Only by being able to complete the mission can one be considered a qualified soldier. I do not mean to insult them, but they are indeed not an army of tigers and wolves, nor are they an army. At best, they are a group of martial artists." After saying that, he pointed at the two people who were training in front of him and said, "What are they doing? You punch and I kick. Are they playing house? Please, this is a military camp, not a place to play house." He then pointed at a few other people in the distance. "Those people are lifting stone weights. They seem to be cultivating very hard. Their bodies are covered in sweat, but what's the use? At best, they are just exercising their physical strength. Look at them. Although they are a little tired, their expressions are relaxed. It's really rare for them to be able to train so easily. They seem to have turned the barracks into a training ground. All of them are like flowers in a greenhouse." Hearing Lin Ling's words, Tian Xiaoman was originally very dissatisfied, but she gradually fell silent, constantly thinking about those words. "Then what does Lord Commander mean?" Tian Xiaoman's voice lowered, as if she was asking for advice. "Fight to the death." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said word by word. Tian Xiaoman's face changed, and the vague feeling in her heart seemed to have become clearer. She asked again, "My lord, please speak clearly. This kind of training is to train martial artists, not soldiers. If you want to become an army of tigers and wolves, you must have the soul of an army and your own killing intent. Since it's training, then fight to the death. It doesn't matter if the opponent is family or friends. Once the training order is issued, then treat the opponent as an enemy. Like the enemy who killed your father, you must kill them." Lin Ling said calmly. Hearing that, Tian Xiaoman sucked in a cold breath. But it's easy to get injured, and even die. Die? You are soldiers. Can soldiers be afraid of death? Moreover, getting injured in training is better than losing your life on the battlefield. Only by experiencing life and death will you have your own killing intent and soul. Alright, that's all I have to say. Remember, we set off tomorrow. At the end, Lin Ling looked at the people around him, then slowly turned and left. Looking at that slender back, the training ground was silent. Many people suddenly had mixed feelings. Although they were not convinced by that young man, they could not deny that his words made sense. So that's how it is. No wonder Duke Duan always said that we are new soldiers and cannot compare to those tigers and wolves under Duke Duan. So that's how it is. Tian Xiaoman suddenly understood. Looking at Lin Ling's back, her eyes shone, and her heart filled with admiration. On the third day, when Lin Ling arrived at the training ground, everyone had been waiting for a long time. At this moment, they no longer looked at Lin Ling with disdain, but with deep admiration. Although this new commander was young, he was stronger than all of them. They had no choice but to admit defeat. Most importantly, the new commander was not someone who was all brawn and no brains. He had a deep understanding of the art of war, and was both brave and smart. What else could they say? Lord Commander, everyone is ready. Tian Xiaoman came in front of Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. In terms of obedience to Lin Ling, she was the first. In the past, these 50,000 people were trained by her. Although the training was not bad, she always felt that something was missing. Now, she finally knew what it was, so she approved of Lin Ling standing above her. Looking at the spirited soldiers, Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Let's go. 50,000 people rode on horses and left the outer city. In the distance, Duke Duan looked at the imposing army and nodded secretly. I hope Commander Lin can lead his own tiger and wolf army on this trip. Beside him, an elegant middle-aged man smiled and said, Duke Duan can rest assured. Commander Lin is a genius today. He will definitely complete the mission perfectly. Duke Duan nodded. I don't know why, but I am not very worried about that little guy Lin Ling. He is a person who can never be seen through. The army moved forward, heading toward Sky Fragrant City. Dozens of days later, they arrived at the South Sea territory. My lord, if we follow Mountain Breeze Valley, we will reach Sky Fragrant City in less than 10 days. Mountain Breeze Valley is the easiest path to take. In the camp, Tian Xiaoman wore a cape and armor, giving off a valiant feeling. However, she did not wear much armor. Only her chest and buttocks were protected by armor. The rest of her body was exposed. Her wheat-like skin was filled with explosive power. Lin Ling was also wearing white armor. He smiled and looked at Tian Xiaoman. He pointed at the map and said, Mountain Breeze Valley is too easy. Why don't we take the Devil Cloud Mountain path? That path is filled with miasma. It is completely uninhabited. Tian Xiaoman was very surprised. Armies naturally chose the easiest path and the fastest path. However, Lin Ling chose the most difficult path. This was completely against the norm. You think that with 50,000 people, you can save Sky Fragrant City? I think it is far from enough. So, if we go quickly, we will just be sending ourselves to death. It is better to take the difficult path to increase our strength and momentum. Chapter 255. The Devil's Training. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said, Tell them not to be afraid of difficulties. If they want to improve their strength, they will have to endure hardships. Of course, if they feel that they can't take it, they can choose to withdraw now. Otherwise, once they enter the Devil Cloud Mountain, there will be no turning back. Moreover, I don't like deserters. Yes. Xiaofan nodded and went out to inform the army. Lin Ling was still looking at the map. The miasma in the Devil Cloud Mountain is very thick. However, I have refined many elixirs that can prevent the miasma. The most important thing is that the Devil Cloud Mountain is an illusion formed by the miasma. These illusions can increase a martial artist's soul force. It is also suitable for me. A few days later, the army arrived at the foot of the demonic Cloud Mountain. As far as the eye could see, the vast ancient mountains were stacked on top of each other, and one couldn't see the end of them. Only dense forests could be seen, and the entire endless mountain range was silent, as if it was a corner that had been abandoned by the world. Lin Ling stood on a peak and looked into the distance. Then, his eyes focused and the lost time reappeared in his eyes. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. "Deputy, pass down my order. Advance to the southeast." "Yes." Xiaofan immediately obeyed the order and left. Lin Ling smiled and looked towards the southeast. Previously, through the lost time, he saw that the illusion was the strongest. However, other than the illusion, there didn't seem to be any powerful demonic beasts. Therefore, that path was the most suitable. Although he wanted to train his army, he also knew that he had to act according to his ability. A path that was too strong was not suitable for the army to advance. Otherwise, the entire army would be wiped out. Therefore, the southeast was the best choice. The army advanced along the southeast. Gradually, the miasma spread and many martial artists were poisoned. For a moment, some people were panicking. Many people actually wanted to leave this place and escape. Lin Ling was indifferent from the beginning to the end. He gave the order and the army continued to advance. For a moment, out of the 50,000 people, 2,000 people left the army and turned around to escape. As they ran, they cursed Lin Ling, saying that Lin Ling had led them to a dead end. This caused the army to panic for a moment. Fortunately, the remaining people did not choose to leave and continued to advance resolutely. On this day, Lin Ling ordered the army to stop. "I know that a lot of people are dissatisfied with me. A lot of people think that I'm leading the wrong way, which makes a simple marching mission complicated." On the mountain peak, Lin Ling was dressed in white armor as he looked down at the crowd below. His aura was steady, and his words carried a boundless aura, causing the army below the mountain peak to fall silent. "Your family is under the protection of His Majesty the Second Prince, so you don't have to worry about being bullied by other forces. Every month, you receive a large number of spirit crystals. This is His Majesty the Second Prince's contribution to your family. However, there must be a return for a contribution. Otherwise, why would His Majesty the Second Prince protect you? What right do you have to ask the Second Prince to save you when times are changing? Therefore, if there is a return, there must be a return." Lin Ling's calm voice slowly spread out, "There's no free lunch in this world. Since you've chosen to become soldiers, then it's your duty to obey orders. Regardless of whether it's a path of death or a path of survival, since you've been given an order, then you can only continue forward." He led the army through the most difficult path. In fact, he was also eliminating those who had the potential to rebel. Lin Ling did not want these people. Fortunately, there were not many such people, so Lin Ling was quite satisfied. "I know that some of you are nervous, but you've all passed my test. Next, each of you will receive an elixir and prepare to enter the Miasma Mountain. At that time, the devilish training will begin." Lin Ling said again, and then he sneered, "Perhaps you'll be glad that those rebels don't have to receive the devilish training. However, I can tell you that from this afternoon onwards, the entire Demon Cloud Mountain will be surrounded by miasma. Without the antidote elixir, death is certain. Since they've chosen to betray us, they have no right to enjoy the protection of the elixir." As soon as these words came out, a large number of whispers came from below. Not long ago, they were still envious of those who had escaped, thinking that they had escaped from the sea of suffering. Who knew that turning around and running away would lead to a dead end? This made them rejoice that they had persevered. "Sir, what's the devilish training?" "As long as Sir dares to say it, we will accept it." Someone yelled out from below. Many of them were looking forward to it. They dared to choose to stay because they had their own ambitions. They wanted to become a powerful soldier and become famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Cuckoo. Lin Ling let out a faint smile. This training is to test your mental fortitude. I can tell you that once you pass the devilish training, your future potential will be limitless. If you fail, you will become a cripple forever. Set off. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ling led the majestic army towards the southeast direction. The army traveled for a day and was safe and sound. There weren't any powerful demonic beasts blocking the way. It was the same for the second day, but from the third day onwards, many of them went crazy. Illusions appeared when they were sleeping, when they were eating, and even when they were marching. In the illusions, their loved ones were killed by the enemy, and their clans were massacred. Some of them had their loved ones humiliated to death by the enemy. Some of them had their parents dismembered by the enemy. Some of them had encountered the greatest torment in their lives, with broken limbs and unbearable pain. These were the illusions brought by the miasma. Lin Ling might have given elixirs to prevent the soldiers from being affected by the miasma, but it didn't prevent them from being affected by the illusions. From the third day onwards, the army camp was in complete chaos. "Commander, it's not good. Something is wrong with everyone." Tian Xiaofan anxiously ran into Lin Ling's living quarters and spoke with concern. "I know, and I know that it is about time for you to enter the illusions. These illusions start from the weak and start to the strong. The strongest person will face the illusions the last, but it will become increasingly terrifying." Lin Ling sat on the chair and let out a faint smile. "Ah." Tian Xiaofan opened her mouth wide in disbelief. It seemed like the commander already knew about it. "Pass down my orders. Stay true to your hearts. After this ordeal, you will all be reborn." Lin Ling shouted. Tian Xiaofan's eyes narrowed. She vaguely understood what was going on. The commander wanted to use the illusions to train the soldiers' hearts, turning them into a firm army of tigers and wolves. "Yes." Tian Xiaofan walked out of the living quarters. After that, the army did not set off. Instead, they set up camp and slowly enjoyed the invasion of the illusions. However, after Lin Ling's words spread, many people's hearts became clear. They knew the purpose of this trip, so they were all resisting with all their might. Chapter 256. Back at the ancient land, Xiaoman, you are a jinx. After you were born, you caused the death of your grandmother, grandfather, and parents. Now, the whole village is under your control. Leave the village immediately, or the villagers will beat you to death. Xiaoman, you're a jinx. My parents are dead because of you. From now on, we're no longer friends. Huh, little beauty, I like your wild taste the most. Tonight, I will serve you well. Behind me, there are 3,000 people waiting. The nightmare began. Tian Xiaoman had no family in her life, no friends. She was alone since she was young. Everyone thought of her as a jinx. At that time, she wanted to have her own friends. She wanted to be like an ordinary child, to have a mother and father who loved her. Unfortunately, it was all wishful thinking. When she grew up, she was caught by a powerful enemy. 3,000 people were waiting in line to humiliate her. Such a painful life, she did not want to live anymore. She wanted to leave this dark world as soon as possible. Tian Xiaoman, remember, stay true to your heart. Only after you cross this big obstacle can you be reborn. However, when Tian Xiaoman was about to give up, a majestic voice sounded in her heart. It made Tian Xiaoman realize that she was in an illusion. "Commander, thank you. I, Tian Xiaoman, will definitely be reborn." Not only her, when the entire camp was on the verge of collapse, the majestic voice would ring out, giving them the most crucial support. That voice was only one sentence, but it was also like a drop of sweet dew, but it was of great importance. "I will definitely be able to survive. Come. Come, I will not run away from the things I do not want to see the most in my heart. I will change everything." In the camp, the atmosphere gradually changed. Invisible killing intent emerged from everyone's head and began to spread. It formed an invisible aura that was fighting against the illusion. Lin Ling's soul force was strong. After sensing the endless killing intent, he smiled faintly. However, he soon entered the illusion, and the illusion he encountered was stronger than the others. Time slowly passed. The atmosphere in the barracks changed even more. Many soldiers woke up and were no longer afraid of encountering illusions. Moreover, they knew in their hearts that the stronger they were, the more terrifying the illusions would be. If they were like this, then the illusions that the Lord Commander encountered were simply unimaginable. Most importantly, when the commander was facing his own illusion, he was still able to divert his attention to warn them. He was indeed worthy of being their leader. Illusory realm, interesting. Speaking of which, today's illusory realm didn't change at all. I'm about to doze off. You are indeed worthy of being called old dog. Amazing. You woke up in 3 days. I took 5 days. But you are right. If I don't encounter illusions for a day, I can't sleep. It's just that those illusions are a bit weak. That's because your killing intent has become stronger, the illusion can't affect you. However, I'm not that powerful either. If it weren't for the commander's timely strike, I might have collapsed as well. In the military camp, more and more people were no longer affected. On this day, Lin Ling walked out of the barracks. Upon seeing Lin Ling, many of the Nirvanic reborn people bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Excellency." That uniform shout shook the heavens. Now, they were truly convinced by Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling told them to go to hell, they would furrow their brows. "Hee, everyone made it through. Your strength has increased quite a bit." Lin Ling smiled faintly. His soul force was strong and he was the first to walk out of the illusion. Although his strength didn't increase, his soul force had undergone another transformation and was even stronger. "Reporting to the Lord Commander, your subordinate has reached the peak of the martial spirit realm. I'm about to break through to the earth spirit realm." Many of the soldiers shouted excitedly. "Good, then tonight I'll reward everyone. Cook all the meat and drink all the good wine." Lin Ling laughed loudly. "Good, long live the Lord Commander." Everyone cheered and became even more excited. "Greetings to the Lord Commander." "Xiaoman thanks the Lord." Tian Xiaoman came in front of Lin Ling and bowed. Her full breasts were exposed a little, revealing her alluring cleavage. However, she was grateful because at the most critical moment, Lin Ling reached out to help her. "That's the result of your hard work. Do your best." Lin Ling smiled faintly. Tian Xiaoman stood up straight and the grateful smile on her face became even stronger. She looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes, no longer with the usual respect, but with a hint of worship. She suddenly smiled and said, "Since the Lord has taken out all the food, then eating and drinking will become a problem." Lin Ling shrugged and said calmly, "No matter, I'll find a way. Moreover, everyone has hands and feet, so they can solve the problem of eating and drinking by themselves." "Oh right, accompany me on a trip tomorrow." "Yes. Yes, Lord. Yes." Tian Xiaoman nodded. The army still didn't move forward and stayed in the mountain range. After all, there were still some people with weak willpower who hadn't walked out of the illusion, so the others were waiting for them. The next day, Lin Ling looked at the map and then left with Tian Xiaoman. In this demon cloud mountain, the miasma and illusions have the greatest influence, but nothing else is affected. In fact, that's all there is to it. Right now, I want to go out of the demon cloud mountain to have a look, and I have to return to the barracks within 3 days, so you have to keep up with my speed. Rest assured, Lord, Xiaoman will definitely follow you. The two increased their speed and passed through the mountain like agile leopards. This was the southern sea region. After passing through the Devil Cloud Mountain, they arrived at a small town. This is Mountain View Town of the 100,000 Mountains, a small town. There are several small sects nearby, namely Flying Snow Palace, Mad Blade Sect, and Ancient Face Sect. The one in charge of this area is Supreme City's City Lord. This person is Wang Hai Wang's faction. Tian Xiaoman stopped at the top of a mountain and looked down at the small town. Long time no see, Mountain View Town, Ancient Face Sect. Lin Ling sighed. This was the place where he grew up. He sighed and said, let's go take a look at the small town. If there's a way to get some soldiers' pay, that would be even better. All right. Tian Xiaoman nodded. Both of them leaped down from the top of the mountain and entered the small town like ordinary cultivators. This place was just like Lin Ling had seen in the past. It hadn't changed much, and the streets were filled with cultivators. It seemed like the changes in the times hadn't affected this place. Of course, that was normal. The strength of this place was too weak, so it was naturally unable to arouse the interest of the various powers of Ocean of Cloud City. Moreover, this place was quite isolated from the rest of the world, so the strife between the powers of Ocean of Cloud City hadn't really affected this place. However, the strong were still respected here. Oh, you're quite beautiful. Your skin is like wheat, and you're sexy like a leopard. Why don't you accompany me for a night? Chapter 257. Guyan Sect's people, Brother Lu, this girl's legs are very strong. If she clamps my waist, tsk, that kind of taste is not bad. The other youths were also lecherous. They were obviously attracted by Tian Xiaoman's unique aura. Of course, it was not only them, but many people on the street were also attracted. It was just that they seemed to be afraid of those youths, so they did not dare to join in. Get out of the way. Yes. Tian Xiaoman's face was indifferent. She did not show anger like other girls, but only disdain. After all, she was not an ordinary girl. Being able to command 50,000 soldiers, her temperament was naturally calm. What's more, with her strength, she did not put these people in her eyes. If it was in the past, she would have already killed them. But now, Lin Ling was by her side, and Lin Ling did not say anything, so she did not care too much. She was Lin Ling's subordinate, and her duty was to obey orders. Lin Ling looked at the youths with interest. Your clothes are very familiar, are you Guyan Sect's disciples? Yes. Little brat, you have good eyesight. That girl is your servant, right? Hand her over to me, I'm in a good mood, so I'll spare your life. The young man with a face full of pimples looked at Lin Ling and sneered. When did Guyan Sect become so overbearing, daring to snatch a girl in broad daylight? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. Back then, he was the one who decided the situation of the 100,000 mountain range. He was also the one who decided who should be the sect leader of the Ancient Face Sect. He did not expect that today, the Ancient Face Sect did not seem to have changed. Instead, it seemed to be more overbearing than before. Humph, you came from the countryside, don't you know? Humph, the young man with a face full of pimples laughed disdainfully. In 100,000 mountain range, Guyan Sect is the father of the heavens, snatching a girl? If you make me unhappy, killing your whole family is not a problem. Humph, what great courage. I want to ask your sect leader, what did he promise me? Lin Ling's face also turned cold. When Mo Jingtian abdicated and a new sect leader took over, they agreed to make Gu Yan's sect more humane. Who knew that the new sect leader would deceive him? Junior brothers, did I hear wrong? He said that the sect leader had agreed to his request. Did he think of himself as a green onion? What a joke. The sect master of Gu Yan's sect is like the sky in the 100,000 great mountains. He has this opportunity to know the sect master. You really don't know how to brag. The young men were taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. The surrounding onlookers also burst into laughter. The current sect leader of the ancient Yen sect was equivalent to an emperor. Not to mention that young man, even the strongest cultivator of Mountain View Town would not dare to slight the sect leader of the ancient Yen sect. But now, this young man actually used a tone of condemnation to question the sect leader of the ancient Yen sect. This was simply overestimating his own capabilities. Kill him. Lin Ling sighed softly and waved his hand. He was too lazy to speak with these clowns. He was interested in meeting the sect leader. Kill me? You must be dreaming. The young man with a face full of pimples laughed mockingly. However, just as he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed over. With a plop, his head fell to the ground. You killed Elder Shang Yun's son. You're in big trouble. The young men at the side were stunned and immediately cried out in fear. They completely did not know that in the blink of an eye, the young man with a face full of pimples had died in front of them. You should take care of yourself first. Lin Ling said indifferently and then strode forward. Tian Xiaoman behind him naturally knew what to do. With a wave of her right hand, a tyrannical spirit energy erupted and dealt with those young men in a few breaths of time. With her strength, perhaps she could not be ranked in Cloud Sea City, but she did not care about a rural place like Mountain View Town. The street was silent. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They felt that something big was about to happen. The son of Elder Shang Yun of the ancient Yen sect was killed in Mountain View Town. This was simply going to incur the wrath of the ancient Yen sect. That young man and woman were dead for sure. In just a few breaths of time, the people on the street had distanced themselves from Lin Ling and Tian Xiaoman, deeply afraid of being implicated. However, Lin Ling was indifferent and continued to walk forward calmly. As for Tian Xiaoman, she kept following Lin Ling and revealed a disdainful smile towards the whispers in the surroundings. Ancient Yen sect? Was it very powerful? Not to mention Lord's army of tigers and wolves, even she could deal with it alone. These frogs at the bottom of a well. Lin Ling brought Tian Xiaoman along as he strolled, searching for memories of the past in Mountain View Town. The two of them were carefree, but huge waves surged in Mountain View Town. What? The son of Elder Shang Yun of the ancient Yen sect was killed? Heavens! Who is so bold? They're dead for sure, they're dead for sure. I'm afraid we'll be implicated as well. That person who dared to provoke the ancient Yen sect must have fled. You don't have to worry about that. That murderer did not leave, so the ancient Yen sect will not vent their anger on us. The murderer is currently strolling through the streets. The streets and alleys were filled with discussions, and the entire Mountain View Town was in an uproar. What made them speechless was that after the young man killed someone, he still had the mood to stroll through the streets. Young master, you'd better leave quickly. The ancient Yen sect is not something you can provoke. Lin Ling was eating in a restaurant, and the restaurant owner advised him softly. Lin Ling poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, then smiled faintly and said, "Ancient Yen sect? Back then, I decided who their sect master would belong to. Now, I can also decide their existence. Young master, you." The restaurant owner was completely speechless. Was this little guy sick? Even at this time, he was still bragging. Sigh, forget it. I've already advised him. Let him pay the price of bragging. Beside Lin Ling, Tian Xiaoman looked at the restaurant owner as if she was looking at an idiot. Then, she was too lazy to pay attention to him and continued eating. Who killed my son? Get out here. At this time, a loud shout rang out in the sky above Mountain View Town, shocking everyone to the point that their ears hurt. Everyone in Mountain View Town was terrified. They're here, the ancient Yen sect is here. A large group of people wearing the ancient Yen sect's long robes, led by an old man, walked towards Lin Ling. Moreover, when they heard that the person who killed the son of the ancient Yen sect's elder did not run away, they were even eating and drinking in Mountain View Town. This made them even angrier. Since a few years ago, when the young man from the Fire Ancient clan decided the strongest sect in the 100,000 Mountains, the ancient Yen sect was the undisputed #1 sect in the 100,000 Mountains. If they told people to go east, no one would dare to go west. If they told people to kneel, no one would dare to stand. They had supreme authority. Young master, you're on your own now. In the restaurant owner smiled bitterly and then fled. Everyone else also fled, leaving only Lin Ling and Tian Xiaoman in the restaurant. Everyone was watching from afar. When they saw the two of them still eating and drinking casually, they were speechless. Were the two of them scared out of their wits? Surround this place. After a large number of people from the ancient Yen sect arrived, they surrounded the restaurant. An old man looked coldly at the restaurant and shouted, "Who killed my son? Get out here." Chapter 258. Old friends meet, you can't even have a quiet meal. You're really courting death. A calm voice resounded from the restaurant, causing everyone to stare at him. That young master is still thinking about eating at a time like this? Everyone was speechless. Fine. You think there's no one left in my ancient face sect? No matter what your background is or where you're from, you're going to die here today. Attack. The old man was furious and waved his hand. That young man had killed his son, and that wasn't a big deal. Now that he'd personally come to capture the culprit, the young man was still acting so fearlessly. That was simply a slap to the ancient face sect's face. Xiaoman, I'll give you 15 minutes to deal with them. Right at that moment, a calm voice resounded from the restaurant. Swish. A silhouette shot out. It was a girl with wheat-colored skin. She had an exquisite figure and was brimming with wildness and charm. It made people secretly drool. Some were envious of that young man. However, many people rejoiced in his misfortune. Could it be that this girl alone wanted to stop Gu Yen sect? Kill. The old man spoke coldly, and a large number of ancient face sect disciples charged towards Tian Xiaoman. Who was Tian Xiaoman? She was a soldier, so it was naturally easy for her to kill decisively. Her slender legs stomped on the ground, and her figure transformed into a shapeless figure that shot into the midst of those disciples. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds resounded as those disciples were all killed. With their strength, how could they possibly resist the experts from Cloud Ocean City? So strong. The crowd was shocked. A woman who's only a little over 20 has actually attained the peak of the martial spirit realm. How formidable. The elder from Ancient Face sect was shocked as well. That woman's strength was actually on par with his, and her natural talent seemed to be even greater than his. A single woman had swept away all the members of Ancient Face sect. It was difficult to imagine how strong that young man who was still in the restaurant was. At that moment, the elder from Ancient Face sect felt like he'd bitten off more than he could chew. After that, his expression changed drastically as he watched the woman charge towards him. Wait. I'm an elder of Ancient Face sect. I know. Tian Xiaoman spoke coldly. You can't touch me, or you'll suffer the wrath of the entire Ancient Face sect. The elder shouted again. Is the Ancient Face sect that great? Tian Xiaoman smiled disdainfully. She did not put him in her eyes at all. With a wave of her right hand, a powerful spiritual chi burst out and severed the elder's lower limbs. Whether we live or die depends on you, Commander. After she was done, Tian Xiaoman stretched lazily and walked back to the restaurant like a lazy kitten. Her posture was very seductive, but no one dared to think too much about it. That was a rose with thorns. Very slow. Looks like you have to train more. However, at this moment, the dissatisfied voice of the young man came from the restaurant, causing everyone to stare. One person defeated dozens of people, including an elder from the Guyan sect, and this was still considered slow? For a moment, the entire Mountain View town fell silent. After a long time, Lin Ling walked out of the restaurant and walked step by step toward the elder from the Guyan sect. He then looked at the elder condescendingly and said, "The Guyan sect has disappointed me. What do you want? The Guyan sect is not something you can mess with. Let me tell you, the Guyan sect is backed by a young master from the Fire Ancient clan. If you dare to touch me, the Fire Ancient clan will not let you go." The elder from the Guyan sect said coldly. He seemed to have found something to rely on. Lin Ling listened quietly and could not help but shake his head and smile helplessly. A young master from the Fire Ancient clan? He did not expect that after a few years, the Guyan sect still regarded him as their protector. At the same time, they used his name to show off in the 100,000 mountains. Back then, when he handed over the position of sect master to Zhuo Lin, he had already reminded him that he did not want to see the Guyan sect follow the law of the jungle. At that time, Zhuo Lin agreed very quickly. However, who knew that it was just a verbal promise? Now, not only did the sect not change its style, but it became even worse. Your Excellency, you are very bold. You dare to touch the people of the Guyan sect in the 100,000 mountains. At this moment, a cold shout was heard, and a large number of people came over aggressively. The sect master of the Guyan sect is here. This time, the trouble is getting bigger and bigger. The crowd looked at the people coming from afar and were all shocked. Boy, if you beg for mercy now, you might still be able to leave alive. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. On the ground, the elder from the Guyan sect laughed coldly. His laughter carried a strong sense of threat. Bang! Lin Ling stepped on the elder's face and said, "Shut up." Then, his eyes revealed a look of curiosity as he quietly waited for the arrival of the people in the distance. How dare you? You know that he is an elder of the Guyan sect and you dare to be rude. A young man shouted first. Behind him was a scholarly middle-aged man who was looking coldly at Lin Ling. This person was Zhuo Lin. Back then, Lin Ling had passed the position of sect master to him and asked Mo Jingtian to withdraw from the Guyan sect. Who do you think you are to be qualified to talk to my commander? Tian Xiaoman suddenly shouted angrily. The young man's eyes flashed slightly. He was the youngest elder of the Guyan sect and had an illustrious reputation in the 100,000 mountains. However, after hearing Tian Xiaoman's words, he was not angry. Instead, he looked at Tian Xiaoman with a burning gaze. Your aptitude is not bad. You can be my disciple. The young man said indifferently. He had taken a liking to Tian Xiaoman. This woman was wild and charming, extremely attractive. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. He was more and more disappointed in the Guyan sect. At this time, the young man was still thinking about beauty. You are not qualified to touch my people. You are not even allowed to think about it. Lin Ling waved his right hand and a flame shot out towards the young man. No one expected that the young man would still dare to make a move when the sect master of the Gu Yen sect was here. It was outrageous. Insignificant skill. After I kill you, your people will also become my disciple. The young man smiled disdainfully. He did not put Lin Ling's attack in his eyes. Qian Lin, be careful. Zhuo Lin was the same. However, when the flame came closer, he felt a terrifying force enveloping him. His face suddenly changed. Unfortunately, it was too late. That was the 9 underworlds' heavenly flame of the grand concept of fire. Once it touched the young man, he was instantly burned into nothing. How terrifying. This young man is stronger than that woman. The crowd gasped. A dignified elder of the Gu Yen sect could not withstand a single move. Who the hell are you? Zhuo Lin's face turned ugly as he stared coldly at Lin Ling. He did not know why, but Lin Ling gave him a sense of familiarity. However, he had been in contact with too many people in the past few years, so he could not remember who he was. The people behind him seemed to know that Lin Ling was not ordinary. One of them said indifferently, "The Gu Yen sect is backed by the powerful Fire Ancient clan. Your Excellency should consider whether to oppose the Gu Yen sect." Lin Ling was indifferent. He looked at Zhuo Lin with his cold eyes. Zhuo Lin was still staring at Lin Ling, but his face gradually changed. He seemed to recognize Lin Ling. "Are you the young master of the Lin family?" Chapter 259. It's so quiet here. All those years ago, the young master of the Lin clan, Lin Ling, was the ancient Face sect's backer, and the Fire Ancient clan from Ocean of Cloud City stood behind him. Was this young man the young master of the Lin family? They used the young master of the Lin family as their backer to flaunt their prowess. However, this kind of tyrannical behavior was used on the young master of the Lin family today. This made people extremely speechless. Great people often forget things. It took you so long to recognize me. Lin Ling shook his head. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Now, that young man had admitted it himself. "Greetings, young master." Zhuo Lin's expression changed drastically, and then he bowed respectfully. If it weren't for Lin Ling, he wouldn't have been qualified to be the sect master of the Ancient Face sect. Moreover, he knew that everyone from the Fire Ancient clan was extremely powerful. No need for pleasantries. I just want to ask you, do you remember the promise you made back then? Lin Ling said coldly. Zhuo Lin suddenly smiled bitterly. Ever since Lin Ling left, he could still keep his promise and treat everyone equally. However, as Gu Yen's sect grew stronger and stronger, he gradually forgot about his promise and enjoyed the feeling of being above others. This led to the current Gu Yen sect being arrogant and domineering. It seems that you still remember that year, I said that I didn't want Gu Yen's sect to become a foul atmosphere, didn't want to be too tyrannical, didn't want to be fickle and warm, but you didn't do any of that. Now, your hand has reached out to Mountain View Town, even worse than Mo Jingtian in the past. Lin Ling's face was extremely cold. Wait, young Master Lin, let me explain. Zhuo Lin said anxiously. His attitude was completely different from his arrogant attitude at the beginning, which shocked the people around him. At the same time, they also felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Zhuo Lin, who used to be tyrannical, finally had a day like this. There's no need to explain. I've said it before. Those who break their promises, die. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing Zhuo Lin's eyes to widen, feeling extremely unwilling in his heart. No matter what you do, as long as you make a mistake and violate the rules, then you should be punished. This is a principle that cannot be changed by heaven and earth. Do you want me to make a move, or do you want to end your own life? Let me give you a piece of advice. If I take action, Gu Yen's sect will cease to exist. Lin Ling's entire body was covered in flames. That shocking aura caused the surrounding people's faces to change drastically. Only now did they realize that this young man's strength was really strong. He was even more terrifying than the girl from before. Earth Spirit Realm. Zhuo Lin's expression also changed as he carefully sensed that Lin Ling's flames were even more terrifying than he'd imagined. It was likely that there would be few in the Earth Spirit Realm who would be his match. He couldn't help but sigh. Back then, Lin Ling was backed by the Fire Ancient Clan. In reality, he only valued the Fire Ancient Clan and didn't think much of Lin Ling. However, who would have known that a genius was a genius? That world wasn't something he could understand. In just a few short years, Lin Ling's strength had already surpassed his. I'll deal with it myself. Gu Yan's sect still has my friends, I don't want to implicate them. Zhuo Lin seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. In front of powerful strength, he had no ability to resist at all. Lin Ling nodded, but he didn't sympathize because he knew that because of Zhuo Lin's tyrannical behavior, countless people had died in his hands. He said faintly, "Do you regret it?" Zhuo Lin smiled bitterly, "If I had a choice, would have stuck to my original promise. Unfortunately, my temperament isn't firm enough." As soon as he finished speaking, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and he slowly fell down. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently, then left with Tian Xiaoman. Zhuo Lin's death was his own fault. Now that he was dead, he could be considered to have given the 100,000 mountains an explanation so that more cultivators wouldn't be bullied. Watching Lin Ling and Tian Xiaoman leave, Mountain View Town was silent. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the 100,000 mountains would undergo such a drastic change because of that young man. However, they were still very grateful to that young man. At least he had returned peace to the 100,000 mountains. After Lin Ling and Tian Xiaoman left, they continued on their way. Their destination this time was Supreme City. Young Master, the City Lord of Supreme City is an Earth Spirit Realm expert and also a subordinate of King Wang Hai. How do we get the army's pay? Tian Xiaoman asked as they walked. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Of course we borrow." "Of course." "Borrow?" "Of course." Tian Xiaoman blinked. Was it so easy to borrow? They probably wouldn't be willing to lend. However, she had always believed in Lin Ling's words, so she knew that the commander would definitely have a way. "Oh, the army's training is probably over. Let them come to Supreme City. It's time for them to rest for a few days," Lin Ling said while stroking his chin. The two walked in the mountains and soon appeared on a yellow road. This place could be considered prosperous. There were people walking on the yellow road from time to time. Some were driving carriages, some were driving water buffaloes. It had an ancient feel, different from the prosperity of Cloud Sea City. On the other hand, Lin Ling's aura had disappeared. He was like an ordinary youth, chatting and laughing with the passers-by, and occasionally helping some old people drive carriages. Through these people, Lin Ling also knew that the City Lord of Supreme City, Huang Tian, wasn't a good person. He bullied others and was simply a local tyrant. As expected, many people were secretly making a fortune with the changes of the times. Lin Ling laughed coldly in his heart and continued forward. Before long, dust filled the air behind the yellow road as a large group of carriages approached from afar. "Fuck off, the City Lord is returning to the city. Those who block the road will die." Roar! A loud shout sounded, causing the passers-by on the yellow road to be shocked, and then they all made way. Lin Ling looked at the group of carriages behind him, his eyes shining brightly. He said indifferently, "Stop him." "Yes." Tian Xiaoman nodded and moved, appearing in the middle of the yellow road. A powerful aura erupted. "Who dares to block the City Lord's carriage?" Roar! Tian Xiaoman said indifferently, Duke Duan's subordinate, Commander Lin is here. Roar. Wait. Calm. A calm voice sounded from the group of carriages, causing the carriages to stop. Then, a middle-aged man who was as fat as a ball walked down from the luxurious carriage. His brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was looking for something. City Lord Huang, you're looking for me, right? Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling's smiling voice sounded as he looked indifferently at the city lord. Huang Tian was also quietly looking at Lin Ling. The other party was Duke Duan's subordinate, Commander Lin. Who was Commander Lin? He didn't seem to have heard of this name. Moreover, this was a remote area. What was Commander Lin doing here? Because he didn't know the other party's background and purpose, Huang Tian was extremely polite. Most importantly, he sensed that the young man's cultivation realm wasn't low. He seemed to have reached the Earth Spirit realm. Although he was also at the Earth Spirit realm, his strength had long fallen after living like a prince for so many years. I'm Huang Tian. What business does Commander Lin have here? Huang Tian cupped his hands politely. No, I have nothing to do, so I'm just strolling around. All right. Lin Ling smiled indifferently, causing Huang Tian to relax a little. Some powerful cultivators would sometimes wander around to relax, so this was very normal. Chapter 260. Borrowing rations, all right. All right. The two of them mounted their horses and galloped toward Supreme City. Along the way, Lin Ling constantly conversed with Huang Tian, which gave Huang Tian a good impression of him. Lin Ling also roughly understood the situation in Supreme City from Huang Tian's mouth. That city was truly a city of tyrants. This Huang Tian had plundered countless people's wealth over the years. If he didn't rob this kind of person, he would be letting down the second prince. When the carriage arrived at Supreme City, Huang Tian began to receive Lin Ling politely. Lin Ling didn't say a word about his purpose until the next day. He then invited Huang Tian to a restaurant for a meal. After the meal, he smiled and said, City Lord Huang, I am flattered by your hospitality. However, there is something in my heart that I don't know if I should say it or not. All right. After a day of interaction, Lin Ling gave Huang Tian the impression that he was amiable and occasionally hedonistic. This made Huang Tian think that Lin Ling was a descendant of some great clan that was out on a trip. We are all working for the Cloud Sea Empire and are worried about the country and the people. Commander Lin, please speak your mind. Huang Tian said extremely politely. Worried about the country and the people? Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. He had already seen the city lord residence was overflowing with wealth, and many people in the city couldn't even afford to eat. This Huang Tian actually had the nerve to say that he was worried about the country and the people? Furthermore, the Sky Fragrant City was currently lacking in soldiers and rations. If he was really worried about the country and the people, why didn't he support them? He even ignored Huang Tian's superior, the Wang Hai King. In the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, only the second prince would send troops to support the Sky Fragrant City. It's nothing much. I just want to borrow some rations from you. Lin Ling smiled and said. Once this statement was out, Huang Tian's heart turned cold. So this was Commander Lin's idea. Unfortunately, he found the wrong person. He smiled and said, Commander Lin is the one leading the troops. This one will naturally support you with all my strength. Unfortunately, Supreme City isn't a land of riches. This city lord's sleeves are like the wind, and it is hard for me to take out any rations. How about this? This one will privately take out 100 stones of rations to support Commander. Yes. His words were filled with righteousness, as though he was bleeding in order to support Lin Ling. 100 dawn of grain and fodder. It was only enough for 10 people for 5 days. This Huang Tian was really stingy. City Lord Huang is righteous. We don't need that much, nor can we take that much. Why don't we take it ourselves? Lin Ling said with a faint smile. When Huang Tian heard that, he was delighted. It would be even better if he could take it. There were only 2 of them, how much could they take? He immediately nodded and said, Commander Lin is really considerate. Actually, even for the Supreme City, 100 dan of grain is extremely difficult. For Commander Lin to be considerate, this is the blessing of the people of the Supreme City. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. That's right, that's right. After saying that, he nodded to Tian Xiaoman behind him. Tian Xiaoman understood him and walked out in large strides. Take it yourself. That wasn't a mere 100 dan of grain and provisions. The 2 of them continued to eat and drink. Not long after, an adjutant anxiously ran in and said, Not good, my lord. I don't know when, but several thousand people have arrived in the city. They are now robbing the manor of its provisions. They are not letting anything go. What? Huang Tian's expression changed and he immediately stood up. City Lord Huang, don't worry. Those are my people. I only asked them to take some grain and provisions. They won't take a lot. City Lord Huang, don't worry. Lin Ling leisurely picked up the wine glass and took a sip. That's right. But they even took all the horses, weapons, and spirit crystals. And they are even giving out grain to the people. The adjutant anxiously said. How dare you? Humph. Huang Tian's eyes narrowed and he coldly looked at Lin Ling. If he still didn't understand what was going on, then he would be an idiot. This Lin Ling was actually robbing the city lord manor under the pretense of borrowing grain and provisions. Commander Lin, shouldn't you give me an explanation? This is robbery. Don't forget, I am Wang Hai King's man. Huang Tian's aura spread out. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was indifferent and continued to drink. Robbery? City Lord Huang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Humph. Bastard. Rage. Huang Tian flew into a rage. His aura exploded out like a tiger and pressed down on Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood up and lightly patted Huang Tian's shoulder with his right hand. An even more powerful aura pressed down. His expression also became cold. I already said it was borrowing, but you insist on saying it was robbery. You are falsely accusing me. City Lord Huang, don't go too far. Rage. Go too far. Huang Tian was so angry that he almost lost his mind. Who was the one going too far? A few thousand of you stole my grain and now you have the nerve to say that I'm going too far? Moreover, this is robbery, not borrowing. Alright, Commander Lin, you are very arrogant. But when my 10,000 troops return, you are dead. Huang Tian's expression was extremely cold. Lin Ling chuckled and slapped Huang Tian. His tyrannical strength sent Huang Tian sprawling on the ground. Then he indifferently said, Men, tie him up. Tie? You dare to tie me up? I am the city lord personally appointed by the Cloud Sea Empire, and I am also one of the Wang Hai King's people. You have kicked an iron plate. When my 10,000 troops return, you will definitely regret it. Huang Tian was tied up, but he still angrily spoke. Huh, is that so? Then come with me to take a look. Alright. Lin Ling faintly smiled and brought Huang Tian to the top of the restaurant. After a moment, he stood on the roof and looked into the distance. Outside the Supreme City, there was a densely packed army of 50,000. Huang Tian's eyes widened in fright. His entire body went cold, and the smell of urine wafted out. His pants were also wet. He originally thought that Lin Ling was just a small commander and that having a few thousand subordinates was already giving him enough face. But who would have thought that Lin Ling actually had 50,000 people? Brothers, City Lord Huang has over 10,000 troops stationed in the city. Did you properly receive them? Yes. Lin Ling loudly shouted into the distance. Boom! Soaring murderous aura surged out, causing the clouds in the sky to disperse. Ever since they started cultivating in the Devil Cloud Mountain, their aura had become even sharper. Right now, they were like a real army. Moreover, the murderous aura was so strong that it seemed like there were over 1,000 of them. It was even stronger than some veteran troops. Reporting to the commander, we have already received the troops stationed in the city. Boom! A loud roar that shook the heavens and earth rang out. Everyone spoke. Huang Tian's lips were trembling. Then, he looked carefully and discovered that his 10,000 troops stationed in the city were tied up. Each of them had a bitter smile on their faces. How could this be? Could it be that in the short time it took to eat a meal, all of his people were tied up? What kind of army did Lin Ling lead? It was so terrifying. City Lord Huang, I am sorry, but your troops have already been dealt with. I have made you wait in vain. Lin Ling faintly smiled, squatted down, and patted Huang Tian's chubby face. Huang Tian bitterly smiled, Commander Lin, take whatever you want. But please spare me. I am only a subordinate of the Wang Hai King. All right. Chapter 261. Chapter 261 Tianxiang Ancient City. Humph, Wang Hai Wang is a big shot. Even if he were in front of me, I wouldn't give him any face. Killing you will only dirty my hands. I will bring you with me to the ancient city of Tianxiang, and we will fight against the enemies together. Lin Ling sneered. No, I won't go there even if you beat me to death. Huang Tian shouted crazily as tears flowed out of his eyes. The heavenly fragrance ancient city was currently in the middle of a war. If he went there, he would most likely die. Take him away. Lin Ling waved his hand and the soldiers brought Huang Tian away. At this time, Tian Xiaoman ran over happily, Commander Lin, we've found 10,000 spirit crystals and countless rations. This city Lord Huang is really a greedy official. Lin Ling was also a little surprised, but he smiled and said, take all the spirit crystals. As for the provisions, after distributing them to the soldiers, leave the surplus for the people in the city. After that, rest for 3 days, and then set out for Tianxiang City. Yes. In the next few days, the army relaxed quite a bit, while Lin Ling entered a state of cultivation. He was getting closer and closer to the middle stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. As long as he reached the middle stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, he was confident that he would become an invincible existence within the Earth Spirit Realm with his 2 great concepts of fire. 3 days later, the army set out once again, majestically heading towards Tianxiang City. Along the way, they arrived at the Red Gobi Desert. Looking around, the entire land was red. When the cold wind blew, a few stalks of grass could be vaguely seen swaying in the wind, giving people a feeling of desolation. This was the border between the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Snake Swamp Kingdom. The Shizai Kingdom, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and the Stone Saint Kingdom were collectively known as the 3 kingdoms of the Cloud region. They were usually enemies, especially the Shizai Kingdom and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The conflict between the 2 kingdoms could be traced back to 1,000 years ago. So, Snake Swamp Country had become restless and eager to take advantage of the changes in Ocean of Cloud City. On the other hand, Lin Ling didn't have any thoughts of worrying about the country or its people. This was the general trend, and he couldn't change anything by himself. Therefore, this time, he came out to do his part and improve his strength at the same time. The Divine Incense Kingdom is in the southeast. The general guarding the city is named Zhang Sanshan. He is a famous general from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and has tyrannical strength. Furthermore, he is extremely loyal and devoted. He has 300,000 valiant generals under his command and has yet to join any camp. Tian Xiaoman explained. Lin Ling nodded. How many experts did the Snake Swamp country send this time? According to the information, it is 500,000. It seems like they are determined to break into the Sky Fragrance ancient city and invade the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Tian Xiaoman continued. Lin Ling frowned. Then, he waved his hand and led the army towards Tianxiang City. At this moment, a huge battle was taking place in the distant Sky Fragrance ancient city. A tall and sturdy old man was standing on top of the city wall, looking into the distance with a hint of worry in his eyes. The Snake Swamp country is coming with great momentum. If the city wall is broken, then we will have no advantage to speak of. Sigh. Currently, the Sky Fragrance ancient city was the last line of defense. Using this ancient city, the Snake Swamp country's army didn't attack for the time being. However, this was only temporary. After all, the enemy had more soldiers and more generals. They had more than double the number of generals on Zhang Sanshan's side. Old friend, why don't we give up on this city? Sigh. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man's voice echoed. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize this person. Who else could it be but Tian Chu? Easier said than done. Sigh. Zhang Sanshan shook his head. If I were to give up now, I would be handing over half of the kingdom to the Snake Swamp Kingdom. If they were to enter the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, it would be as easy as entering a no-man's land. Furthermore, King Yunhai had conferred me the title of King of the Tri-Mountain. I naturally cannot disappoint him and will continue to guard the city. Sigh. With that, he sighed again. The Cloud Sea Empire is in a state of flux. Various powers are eyeing us covetously. We have endless internal troubles, but we have never thought about external enemies. Right now, you and your student are the only ones who have come to help me. Sigh. Tian Chu also sighed softly. Among the experts from the Cloud Sea City, only he and his students were here. However, this help was obviously not enough. Not good. General Leng Yi is leading troops to attack from the southeast. Right at this moment, a soldier came to report. Zhang Sanshan and Tian Chu instantly revealed a worried expression. They were currently guarding the main city and couldn't divert their attention to the southeast to help. Furthermore, the enemy was very cunning. The main general had been watching them. If they left, the main city would be in danger. Over there is one of my deputies and that last Yu Man Yun. I'm afraid the two of them won't be able to defend the city. Tian Chu, go and help them. Zhang Sanshan said. Tian Chu shook his head. If I leave, the main city won't be able to defend by yourself. We will have fallen into the enemy's trap. We can only hope that they will be lucky. Sigh. But that last Yu Man Yun. Zhang Sanshan was in a difficult position. Tian Chu's expression dimmed as well. General, look. There is a large group of unfamiliar soldiers rushing over. Sigh. Right at this moment, a soldier yelled anxiously. Zhang Sanshan's body trembled as he looked into the distance. He saw a large group of soldiers rushing over like tigers and wolves. Everywhere they passed, the soldiers of the Snake Swamp Kingdom were all wiped out. What a good army. They are full of spirit and murderous aura. They have killed their way into the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's prestige. The leader of this army is definitely amazing. Zhang Sanshan praised. Furthermore, they are rushing to the southeast. They are obviously going to help. I wonder who is helping us. Tian Chu's spirit was also shaken. Both of them looked forward to it at the same time. At this moment, in the tall city in the southeast, the battle was still ongoing. Tens of thousands of people were fighting. Kiki, Yumun Yun is said to be the little princess of the Cloud Sea Empire that hasn't been announced. It is rumored that this woman is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Furthermore, her strength is tyrannical. Such a beauty should belong to the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Little ones, break through the city walls and capture Yumun Yun alive. Kiki. A youth was riding on a giant snake that was over 10 meters long. He looked forward and sneered. Subsequently, he leaped forward and swooped forward like a giant bird. Worthy of being one of the top 10 commanders of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Commander She-Haired is formidable. Capture Yumun Yun alive. The southeast city is going to be breached. Kiki. A large number of soldiers from the Snake Swamp Kingdom were yelling, and their morale was greatly boosted. On the other side, under the giant city walls, a woman wearing white armor was using all her strength to defend against the enemy. She was dripping with sweat, and her delicate face was covered in sweat. The jade-colored guzheng in her hand was constantly emitting sound waves, destroying wave after wave of enemies. However, her face was getting paler. It was obvious that she was exhausted and didn't have enough spirit chi. Lady Yumun Yun, quickly retreat into the city. I will block this place. An adjutant beside her said anxiously. If I retreat, the southeast city will definitely be breached. That white-armored woman shook her head and said. But you have a priceless body. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain to the Lord? That adjutant was even more anxious. You don't have to explain because you are already dead. Humph. At this moment, a figure leaped over with surging killing intent. With a wave of his right hand, a giant green snake head appeared and swallowed that adjutant. Lord Hu. Lord Hu. Chapter 262. Celestial Troops and Generals, Yumun Yun. TSK. As expected of a top-notch beauty in the Cloud Sea City. However, you should worry about yourself. That figure let out a lewd laugh. He reached out with one hand in the air, and his hand actually turned into a huge snake that coiled around the white-armored woman. Even if I die, I will not be captured by you. Yes. The white-armored woman's beautiful eyes revealed a resolute expression. She would rather die in battle than become a captive. Moreover, if she became a captive, with the ferocious character of the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom, she would probably suffer a fate worse than death. That is not up to you. Yes. That terrifying giant snake moved even faster. The white-armored woman had been fighting for a long time, and it seemed like she couldn't stop that snake at all. Aren't you being too arrogant by coming to my Heaven Mystic's kingdom to behave atrociously? Yes. Right at this moment, an icy cold voice echoed. It was ethereal and dreamy as though it came from the horizon. Everyone looked over and saw a sword light slashing down from the horizon like a dazzling sun. Swish! That sword light slashed the giant snake's body, and it was sliced into two. Ah! Ah! At the same time, a painful voice echoed. The commander of the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom was rubbing his arm and had an extremely awful expression. His arm had been severed. The surroundings were in absolute silence. All the soldiers stopped fighting and had eyes of disbelief. That man was one of the top 10 commanders of the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom and was ranked 9th. He was formidable and had the reputation of being invincible. However, someone had severed his arm today. If they didn't witness it with their own eyes, everyone would think that they were dreaming. Who goes there? Ah! The snake-haired commander roared with rage while his strange green eyes stared into the distance. Lin Ling! Ah! An icy cold voice echoed from afar, causing the snake-haired commander's eyes to narrow. The white-armored woman was stunned for a moment before she revealed a smile that was like a spring breeze. Her entire body went limp as though that person's arrival could finally allow her to rest. My lord, it's not good. A huge army is coming from behind, and they are very strong. We can't stop them at all. Ah! The Serpentine Swamp Kingdom instantly panicked. The snake-haired commander looked into the distance and had an extremely awful expression. He was so close to returning with a victory, but he was interrupted. Who was this Lin? Why wasn't he famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Retreat! The snake-haired commander waved his hand. Since you've come, why leave? The cold voice sounded again. The sword was like a flying swan, cutting through everything. With a swoosh, the snake-haired commander's head fell off. Ah, one of the 10 commanders, Snake Hair, has fallen in battle. Run! The Snake Swamp Country soldiers were stunned, then they became even more frightened. They frantically retreated, but this kind of panicked retreat made it even easier to kill them. For a moment, shouts of killing filled the air, and the area far away from the city walls was in complete chaos. As for the soldiers guarding the city walls, their eyes were wide open as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. In the distance, that army was brimming with killing intent, like an army of tigers and wolves. Where exactly did they come from? Who was the commander of such a huge army? After a long time, a large number of soldiers walked over in a grandiose manner. The young man in the lead was dressed in white armor. His cape fluttered in the wind, and he held a long sword in his hand. His expression was calm. What a valiant commander! All the soldiers only had this sentence in their hearts. The young man walking over in the distance had an indifferent aura, and he was as handsome as dust. He attracted their attention. Who is this young general? One of the old soldiers murmured. Hearing that voice, Yu Munyun couldn't help but smile. Her beautiful eyes also stared at the young man walking over in the distance. She didn't know why, but at this moment, the young man was like a dazzling star. The aura he emitted attracted her. He's Lin Ling. Yu Munyun smiled and said. Heroes indeed come from the young. That veteran sighed. Then, when the soldiers beside him heard that sentence, their blood boiled, and they all shouted, Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Previously, they had almost died on the battlefield. Although as soldiers, they shouldn't be afraid of death, they didn't want to die unwillingly. They wanted to kill more enemies with their own hands. At that critical moment, an army came from the horizon and killed the enemies. Under the leadership of a young commander, the crisis on their side was resolved. The crisis on their side was resolved, and it was undoubtedly a huge help to the entire battle. Commander Yu, that young man is truly extraordinary. That veteran spoke beside Yu Munyun. Yu Munyun looked at the young man with her beautiful eyes and nodded. Not only is he outstanding in both civil and martial arts, but he is also the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He is also the #1 prodigy and the youngest prodigy who defeated the martial arts champion. Tisk tisk. That veteran gasped while the surrounding soldiers were even more excited. With such an expert assisting them, it was simply a gift from the heavens. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. The cheers were even more intense. From a distance, Lin Ling strolled over. When he heard the enthusiastic cheers, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. He then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Previously, he felt that the battle here was even more intense, so he brought the army over. He didn't expect to receive such treatment. Yu Munyun. Soon enough, Lin Ling saw a familiar face. Little sir, how have you been? Yu Munyun ran over with a smile on her delicate face. She placed her hands behind her back, and she was different from her usual quiet self. Right now, she was behaving like a little girl. Of course, when Lin Ling came from the horizon like a peerless hero who led the celestial troops and killed the enemy with a single sword, it had already left a deep shadow in her heart. Why are you here? Are you wearing armor? Lin Ling was rather surprised as he smiled and sized up Yu Mun Yun. In his impression, Yu Mun Yun was like a virtuous lady who was educated and well-mannered. This was his first time seeing her wearing armor. This armor wrapped around Yu Mun Yun's graceful and delicate body. Her slender legs were white like jade, and they might be stained with blood, but they had a different kind of attractiveness. As for her upper body, her perky twin peaks were wrapped in armor, making her look like a shy little white rabbit. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He didn't expect Yu Mun Yun's figure to be so hot. Yu Mun Yun felt that Lin Ling was sizing her up, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Then, she coughed softly. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head awkwardly, and the two of them started chatting. The soldiers in the distance secretly smiled. From afar, the young girl was like a fairy, and the young man was like a heavenly general. In this battlefield filled with smoke, it had to be said that it was an extremely attractive scene. After a long time, Lin Ling also understood why Yu Mun Yun had come. She was here to help Zhang Sanshan, and the heavenly melody cultivator came with her. Let's go, I'll bring you to see them. After chatting for a while, Yu Mun Yun held Lin Ling's hand and happily walked into the city. However, after walking for more than 10 meters, her pretty face turned even redder. She was too happy earlier that she actually forgot that men and women shouldn't touch each other. Moreover, she was the one who took the initiative to hold Lin Ling's hand. This was undoubtedly the first time for Yu Mun Yun, who had been educated and well-mannered since she was young. Chapter 263. Heaven's Mandate General. Everyone, enter the city. Lin Ling turned around and spoke to his army. Immediately after, 50,000 men entered the city one after another. In the previous battle, they didn't suffer much losses, and only 10 of them were injured. This meant that the training in the Devil Cloud Mountain was effective. Of course, apart from Lin Ling, it was impossible for anyone else to train their subordinates like this. Firstly, Lin Ling had the antidote elixir. Secondly, it was naturally Lin Ling's eyes. He was able to find the most crucial part of the illusion realm. If others entered the Devil Cloud Mountain, they would have to deal with different illusions. At this moment, the city was bustling. The citizens were welcoming Lin Ling's army. The enthusiasm made Lin Ling's army feel proud. This was the first time they experienced the feeling of being admired. They couldn't help but admire their commander even more. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's army has retreated. Right at this moment, an excited voice echoed in the streets of the Sky Fragrance ancient city. All the citizens were even happier. Which powerful general is helping me, Zhang Sanshan? A stalwart figure walked over in large strides under the respectful eyes of the citizens in the city. At this moment, that person seemed to be extremely happy. The battle in the southeastern city was of great importance. Currently, the two armies were in a stalemate, and all the forces were facing each other. The southeastern city was like a line of defense. If it was breached, it would affect the entire situation. At the beginning, Zhang Sanshan was very worried. He didn't expect for a new force to emerge at the crucial moment and save the entire Sky Fragrance ancient city. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked out and bowed respectfully. Zhang Sanshan was a hot-blooded and unyielding man. When the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom was in internal strife, he didn't consider his own future. Instead, he led the army to guard the border. Just this courage and action alone was worthy of Lin Ling's admiration. Lin Ling admitted that he wasn't a saint. He couldn't do this and only wanted to protect his family. However, it didn't stop him from admiring people like Zhang Sanshan. Sure enough, heroes come from the youth. You don't even look like you're 20 years old. You're such a genius, amazing, amazing. When Zhang Sanshan saw Lin Ling, his eyes flashed. He didn't expect that the person who helped him was actually a handsome young man. "General, you flatter me. I'm just doing my part," Lin Ling said modestly. Young geniuses nowadays are always boasting about their achievements and achievements. It's rare to see someone as humble as Commander Lin. Zhang Sanshan laughed heartily. Brother, if you knew about the miracle he created, you would be even more surprised at his calmness." At this moment, a slender figure walked over with a smile. It was the heavenly melody cultivator. After he walked in, he bowed slightly to Lin Ling. His attitude was extremely polite, and he did not put on the airs of an elder. This was because he had always admired Lin Ling's way of music. Oh! Zhang Sanshan's eyes lit up. He knew that this brother of his was arrogant and didn't take anyone seriously. But this brother of his had actually bowed, and it made him curious. The heavenly melody cultivator smiled and slowly described the miracle Lin Ling had created in Ocean of Cloud City. On the other hand, Zhang Sanshan's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and then he gasped in the end. This young man really isn't simple. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. He'd thought that the heavenly melody cultivator was an honest person who was usually elegant and courteous. But he'd never expected that the heavenly melody cultivator would use such exaggerated adjectives when talking about him, and it made him feel slightly embarrassed. "Young sir, you must play a song for me when you're free." The heavenly melody cultivator grinned and didn't forget his objective. Lin Ling's smile grew even more helpless, but he still smiled and nodded. Commander Lin's arrival today will definitely cause the Ophidian Kingdom to be puzzled. They probably won't dare to attack in the short term. So, we'll hold a banquet tonight to welcome Commander Lin. Zhang Sanshan spoke boldly. At this moment, he needed to boost their morale, and he also wanted to thank Lin Ling for coming to help. For a time, the entire ancient sky fragrant city was bustling with noise and excitement. The lively atmosphere lasted until the next day. Early in the morning, a group of carriages approached from afar. There weren't many people in the group, but the carriages were beautifully decorated, and it was obvious that the people who had come were of high status. "Open the city gates. General Tianming has arrived. He's been ordered by His Majesty, the Third Prince, to assist in the war in ancient sky fragrant city and unify the army." A loud shout resounded from the city gates, and it shocked many people to the point their expressions changed slightly. "General Tianming? Who is that?" The city gates slowly opened, and the group of carriages entered in an imposing manner. A tall middle-aged man with a fair complexion walked out of the carriage, and his gaze swept through the ancient sky-fragrant city as a wisp of a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Zhang Sanshan and the others naturally came over when they heard the commotion, and all of them looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. "Who's General Zhang?" The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. "I'm General Zhang Sanshan. May I ask who you are?" Zhang Sanshan walked out and looked at the man in confusion. "You're Zhang Sanshan? It's better to meet you in person than to hear about you. His Majesty, the Third Prince, is benevolent. He's very fond of the war in ancient sky-fragrant city, so he sent me, Mo Qianji, to assist." The middle-aged man took out a token and said calmly, but his voice carried a hint of arrogance. "Mo Qianji?" Zhang Sanshan's eyes narrowed. He had heard of this person before. It was said that he was a strategist under the Third Prince. Now, the Second Prince had sent Lin Ling to assist, and so had the Third Prince. But he looked around and realized that there were only 100 people behind Mo Qianji. So few people were here to assist the ancient sky-fragrant city? At least, the Second Prince had sent Lin Ling, and he had brought 50,000 soldiers with him. Lin Ling was also in the crowd, and he looked at the middle-aged man with a mocking smile on his face. Assist? What a nice way to put it. How can such few people help? I thank His Majesty, the Third Prince. Although there were only a few people, and there were no signs of them helping, Zhang Sanshan still bowed. Humph, General Zhang, the war has been going on for 3 months. Not only did you not defeat the enemy, you even caused the ancient sky-fragrant city to be in danger. Do you know your crime? His Majesty, the third prince, will not punish you because you're an old general. However, you must hand over your position as a general and the token. Zhang Sanshan bowed politely, but Mo Qianji snorted disdainfully and shouted. What? Everyone's face changed. After Mo Qianji arrived, he borrowed the third prince's name. Not only did he not help, but he even arrogantly stripped Zhang Sanshan of his position as a general and claimed that he was doing it for justice. This Mo Qianji was too despicable. The eyes of all the soldiers and commoners turned red. In their hearts, Zhang Sanshan was a god of war that was revered by all. He relied on 300,000 soldiers and didn't rely on a single soldier or grain from the Cloud Sea Empire to withstand the suppression of 500,000 soldiers from the Snake Swamp country and protect the homes of countless civilians. Was Zhang Sanshan guilty? No, not at all. Chapter 264. Little man, shut up. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak to me? Be careful, or I'll kill you immediately. Mo Qianji coldly harumphed. That commander didn't dare to speak anymore. His face turned red from anger. After all, Mo Qianji was favored by the third prince. They could not afford to offend him. I can give up my position, but I have to give it to a good general. Otherwise, I would be letting down my brothers. Zhang Sanshan took a deep breath and looked at the soldiers around him. His words caused the eyes of many soldiers to turn red. Although Zhang Sanshan didn't join any faction, he was loyal to the Cloud Sea Empire. Therefore, since the third prince's words represented the Cloud Sea Empire, he would listen to them. You don't have to worry about that. He's just an old general. Does he really think that he's a war god? Humph, in my eyes, you're nothing but trash. Mo Qianji said sarcastically. Then, he looked at the soldiers coldly and said, Everyone, listen to my order. Assemble the army and launch an attack on the Ophidian kingdom in 3 days. What? Everyone's eyes narrowed. The Snake Swamp country had an army of 500,000, while their side only had 300,000. If they were to attack, it would be a head-on clash, which would be equivalent to throwing away their lives. Mo Qianji, do you even know how to fight? Zhang Sanshan roared. I don't know how to fight. Could it be that you know? Humph, I want to ask you, where is your morale? As a soldier, you are not afraid of shedding blood in order to protect your country. But you are hesitating, especially you, Zhang Sanshan. You are a commander, but you are afraid to fight. You don't deserve your title as a general. Mo Qianji's face became even colder. Then, he shouted, Men, take Zhang Sanshan away. A few people walked out from behind him, wanting to tie up Zhang Sanshan. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light slashed out, cutting those people in half, and blood flowed all over the ground. Who are you? How dare you kill my men? Mo Qianji's eyes narrowed. His eyes were filled with anger. He was a general personally appointed by the third prince. He had never thought that someone would dare to not give him face. Your men. Are you very big? Right at this moment, a low voice sounded out. Under the gazes of everyone present, a handsome young man walked out with an icy expression. Commander Lin. Looking at the youth, many people revealed looks of anticipation. It had to be known that in the battle not long ago, Commander Lin had defeated one of the 10 commanders of the Snake Swamp country, deciding the end of the battle. In their hearts, Commander Lin's prestige was only inferior to Zhang Sanshan's. Senior Zhang Sanshan was loyal and had always believed in the words of the Cloud Sea Empire, but Commander Lin might not. Moreover, Commander Lin came from the second prince's faction. How dare you? Do you want to anger the third prince? Mo Qianji was even angrier. He took a step forward and glared at Lin Ling. Whoosh! The answer to his question was the sword gleam. His trusted aide beside him was killed once again. The third prince's men? Is it that great? Lin Ling held his sword at an angle, his face cold. This Mo Qianji was too shameless and petty. He had only brought 100 men, yet he arrogantly claimed that they were only here to assist. Those 100 men would not be of much help to the battle at all. Moreover, the most important thing was that this man was so arrogant that he even dismissed General Zhang from his position and pushed all the blame to General Zhang. He did not even know how the battle was going. It was obvious that this Mo Qianji was someone who only knew how to flatter the third prince. He didn't know how to fight at all. Such a petty person dared to call himself a general? Who are you? Lin Ling's cold aura made Mo Qianji not dare to underestimate him. He was only a strategist and not a general. The reason he could come here to show off was because of the third prince's reputation. Lin Ling. Lin Ling said coldly. His gaze towards Mo Qianji was filled with ridicule and disdain. Lin Ling. Mo Qianji's face changed. He came from the inner city of Cloud Sea City. Naturally, he had heard of Lin Ling's name. During this period of time, Lin Ling's reputation was like the sun in the sky. Lin Ling, what do you want to do? I was personally appointed by the third prince to support this battle. Taking a deep breath, Mo Qianji forced himself to calm down. Support? You only brought 100 men and you dare to say that you're here to support. The third prince is really shameless. Rather than support, it's better to say that you're here to support General Zhang's army. Lin Ling said coldly, I don't care what you're here for. I'll only give you 2 choices. 1. Shut your mouth. 2. Go to the battlefield yourself. Otherwise, I'll kill you on the spot. Sometimes, there was no need to be polite to this kind of petty person who only knew how to talk and not do. What? Me? Go to the battlefield? I'm a general. How can I go to the battlefield? Mo Qianji's pupils constricted. Swish. Lin Ling's sword hung on Mo Qianji's neck. Trash. You don't even dare to go to the battlefield yourself. What qualifications do you have to reprimand the soldiers? 300,000 soldiers against 500,000 soldiers. Moreover, the 300,000 soldiers don't have any backup. On the other hand, the 500,000 soldiers of the Snake Swamp country have sufficient provisions. You want us to meet force with force? Only you can think of such a thing. Is your brain filled with shit? You dare to scold me? Mo Qianji's face was extremely ugly. Kneel. Lin Ling's voice became even colder. You want me to kneel? I came here to unify the soldiers and be a general. Mo Qianji couldn't believe his ears. He came here to be a general. In the end, he had to kneel before even establishing his prestige. What dignity would he have left as a general? If you don't kneel, you'll die. You're just the third prince's men. It's not like I haven't killed them before. Lin Ling's sword moved closer to Mo Qianji. Mo Qianji's pupils constricted. Looking at the cold gaze of the young man in front of him, he suddenly had a feeling that this young man wasn't like Zhang Sanshan. His heart was higher than the sky, and his arrogance reached the clouds. He wasn't bound by the imperial power of the Cloud Sea Empire. He wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Suddenly, he regretted it. If he knew that Lin Ling was here, he would have kept a low profile. Plop. Mo Qianji knelt down. His face was green and red, and his heart was deeply humiliated. Although the surroundings were silent, many people were secretly laughing while covering their mouths. This Mo Qianji had thought that he was superior and wanted to unify the ancient sky-fragrant city. However, he didn't expect that he would kick an iron plate. That young man was not afraid of him at all. Scram! Lin Ling coldly spat out a word. Mo Qianji didn't dare to say anything else. He led his men and fled into the city. His eyes were filled with resentment. Commander Lin, Commander Lin. After a short moment of silence, a large number of cheers were heard. They were soldiers of the Cloud Sea Empire. They didn't dare to speak in front of their superiors. Only Lin Ling dared to stand up for them. Commander Lin. Zhang Sanshan looked at Lin Ling with gratitude in his eyes. Previously, if Mo Qianji wanted to remove him from his position, he would have given up his position even if he wasn't willing. Fortunately, Lin Ling stood up for him. No matter where you are, there will always be people like eunuchs. General, don't mind them. Lin Ling kept his sword and looked at Zhang Sanshan with a smile. To him, Mo Qianji was just a disgusting eunuch from the previous world. Eunuch? Chapter 265. Cold Moon Hai Song Bang. Bang! Right now, in one of the barracks of the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army, a youth in luxurious embroidered clothes smashed his wine cup on the ground and had an extremely unpleasant expression. Your Majesty, please calm down. There was a sudden change in the war situation. A powerful army suddenly appeared and was led by a young commander, which caused the situation to change. A stalwart man knelt on one knee. This man had long, dark green hair that looked like snakes. She-haired is also dead. He was one of the top 10 commanders in the fierce Fang Imperial City, and he was actually killed by the enemy. Who exactly is the enemy? Why are we so familiar with the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but we still don't know their background? The youth in luxurious embroidered clothes spoke angrily. He looked as handsome as a demon, and his hair was long and thin like red snakes. It is still unknown. The stalwart man replied respectfully. Bring the heavenly concubine up. The youth in luxurious embroidered clothes yelled out. Soon enough, a young lady was brought up. This young lady had an absolute beauty and was tall and slender. She had a graceful body and was wearing a light green long gown. Under the illumination of the candlelight, she looked like a woman who didn't belong to the mortal world. She didn't have a devastatingly beautiful appearance, and her face was pale and bloodless. However, she was extremely pleasing to the eye. Her pair of large eyes were filled with wisdom, and when one looked into her eyes, it gave off a lovely and touching feeling. Heavenly concubine, didn't you say that everything is in your control? Looking at the young lady, the youth in luxurious embroidered clothes wasn't so angry anymore. It was unknown why, but that young lady had an innate feeling that made people unable to control their anger and pity her. The laws of heaven and earth are still circulating without any changes. However, a strange star appeared and disrupted the changes in the entire situation. This strange star is the person that will affect the entire battlefield. The young lady spoke calmly. The youth in luxurious embroidered clothes frowned. He was extremely convinced by the young lady's words because he knew that this young lady had a mysterious origin, but she had a rare innate spirit body, the divination light body. This innate spirit body was extremely mysterious and didn't seem to have any offensive ability, but it could predict the future and calculate everything in the world. This time, he mobilized the army because of the heavenly concubine's divination. He knew that the Snake Swamp Kingdom was going to attack the Sky Fragrance ancient city, which was why he brought the army here. Everything was true. With the heavenly concubine's arrangement, they suppressed Zhang Sanshan's side without any chance to retaliate. But unexpectedly, an alien star appeared at the last moment. Who is that alien star? I calculated it, but I can't see through it. It doesn't seem to be someone from this world. This is the first time something like this has happened to the heavenly concubine. Moreover, the heavenly concubine is very curious about that person. The young girl said indifferently. She was neither haughty nor humble, and her eyes flickered with wisdom. Heavenly concubine can only say that after he appeared, the battle situation changed. If your majesty wants a great victory, then it's best if you kill this person, or else you will lose. Farewell. The young girl said one more sentence before slowly leaving. The brocade-clothed young man frowned and said, "Guards, no matter what, we must know that man's background." Yes. The burly man accepted the order and left. However, the embroidered-clothed youth was still frowning. This time, we dispatched troops to break into the Tianxiang city and capture Yu Munyun alive. I didn't expect that it would be so difficult. On the other side, the young girl slowly walked back to her residence under the supervision of several people. Her beautiful eyes looked up at the moon in the sky and she frowned. I never thought that there would be such a person. I can't see through him. I'm nothing compared to him. She was also curious about that mysterious alien star. One must know that the battle in the Tianxiang city was just a small matter. In her divination, that alien star seemed to be even bigger. Perhaps it would affect an entire era. The full moon hung high in the sky, coldly sprinkling on the earth. The Tianxiang city quieted down, and the people all entered their dreams. With Zhang Sanshan's army guarding, they dared to enter their dreams with peace of mind. On top of the tall and ancient city wall, Zhang Sanshan stood quietly, looking into the distance with a worried expression. "General, are you still worried about the Snake Marsh country?" Beside him, under the moonlight, a slender figure was elongated. He slowly walked over with a wine pot in his hand. This person was Lin Ling. "Commander Lin, you still haven't rested?" Zhang Sanshan looked at Lin Ling and smiled, then shook his head. "Yes, as long as the Snake Marsh country doesn't retreat, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. Drink some wine and you will be at peace." Lin Ling also smiled and threw the wine pot in his hand over. "It's good to be young, free and unrestrained, unlike me. I'll only be a general my whole life. I'm getting old." Zhang Sanshan caught the wine pot, took a sip, and smiled. "General, you're exaggerating. If General hadn't guarded the Tianxiang city, the people here would have been in a terrible situation. Who knows how many people would have died under the iron hooves." Lin Ling said respectfully. "Now that you mention it, my old bones do feel a bit proud. However, the future still belongs to you young people. For so many years, I've observed countless people, and I have an intuition that the future changes of the Tianyun kingdom are definitely related to you." Zhang Sanshan smiled. Then he looked into the distance and sighed again. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and asked Zhang Sanshan what he was worried about. Then he learned that the Snake Marsh country was coming with a menacing force. Among them, there was a powerful military advisor who could predict the future and was familiar with infantry formations. This caused Zhang Sanshan's side to be suppressed. If not for this, with Zhang Sanshan's many years of experience, the Snake Marsh country's army would be nothing more than this. Lin Ling wasn't very familiar with infantry formations, but after thinking for a long time, he raised his head and said, "General, if we kill that military advisor, the Snake Marsh country will retreat, right?" "Of course. Of course." "Wait, Commander Lin, what do you mean?" Zhang Sanshan's expression changed. He suddenly guessed Lin Ling's meaning. Lin Ling smiled faintly. "I don't have much to offer, but if this battle can be decided, then I will definitely do my best to help. I will infiltrate the enemy camp and kill that military advisor." "Of course not. That won't do. Infiltrating the enemy camp is dangerous." Zhang Sanshan immediately shook his head. Don't worry. Although I can't guarantee 100% success rate, if the situation changes, leaving with all my strength won't be a problem. Lin Ling smiled. Zhang Sanshan wanted to persuade him, but when he saw a wisp of determination appear in Lin Ling's eyes, he finally nodded and agreed. After that, he stood up straight and bowed heavily to Lin Ling. Commander Lin, if this mission succeeds, then you will have saved millions of people. That's a boundless merit. But I know that you don't care about that. Since that's the case, I'll be arrogant and address you as my brother. But from today onward, if you need me for anything, just say the word. My 300,000 troops are at your disposal. Commander Lin. General, you're exaggerating. Commander Lin. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He was considering heading to the enemy camp to complete the mission. Firstly, he wanted to end the war and return to Ocean of Cloud City as soon as possible. Secondly, he wanted to temper himself and improve his strength. General? Just call me Big Brother Zhang. Zhang Sanshan laughed heroically. Chapter 266. A military order, haha. Zhang Sanshan's smile deepened, and then he looked Lin Ling up and down. Your current realm is considered very strong among your peers, but you're not at the top. In terms of strength, you should be at the top. After all, not just anyone can defeat the martial scholar. However, this trip is fraught with danger. Big Brother wants to do his best to help you increase your strength. Come, show me your full strength. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes brightened. He immediately unleashed his aura and displayed the 9 Underworld Heavenly Flame and the 7 Blades Heavenly Flame. Zhang Sanshan sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood where Lin Ling's strength came from. He actually had 2 different kinds of innate spirit bodies, and he had even comprehended a great concept. Comparing oneself to others was simply too shameful. The Zhang Sanshan of the past simply couldn't compare. He was shocked and speechless. After a long time, he shook his head and said, "You're simply a freak. However, I've observed your aura. Although you've comprehended a great concept, you don't seem to be displaying the strength of your original realm." Lin Ling nodded. Although his comprehension of fire was very deep and he had comprehended a great concept, it still hadn't fused with his own realm. This meant that his great concept hadn't fused with the spiritual energy seed in his dantian. Lin Ling also deeply felt this. The great mentality is a person's perception of the world. However, it is indeed very difficult to fuse the perception with one's own realm. If the fusion is successful, then the great mentality will be perfect. Watch me. Zhang Sanshan growled and his aura burst out. A surging battle intent spread out. Once invaded by the battle intent, one would immediately feel as if they could not fight with their full strength. So strong. Lin Ling's entire body began to tremble as he felt a dense pressure. However, his eyes were fixed on Zhang Sanshan's aura. Faintly, he seemed to have seen something. This sort of aura went from weak to strong. It was the same as his concept of fire. First, it was the ability to control fire, then the concept, then the great concept, and finally the great concept reached perfection. It was as if his eyes could see the growth process of the aura. The great concept is targeted at the innate spirit body. My innate spirit body is the innate battle spirit body, which comes from the War God Mountain. As for martial arts, they are used by all martial artists. Looking at the big picture, martial arts are not as good as the great concept that one has comprehended. Zhang Sanshan said again, "Relax and sense your own spirit chi seed." Lin Ling's gaze brightened. Vaguely, he suddenly felt as if the clouds and mist had been parted to reveal the bright moon. He calmly stood there without moving, sensing the chi seed in his dantian. It seems that this little brother of mine is not only talented, but his comprehension ability is also very strong. Just one sentence from me and he has already comprehended it. Zhang Sanshan smiled faintly and left quietly without disturbing Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood there for 3 days. Everyone in the ancient sky fragrant city knew that Commander Lin Ling had entered a state of enlightenment. Zhang Sanshan did not allow anyone to disturb Lin Ling. He allowed Lin Ling to search for his own path of martial arts. 3 days later, Lin Ling walked down from the city wall. His aura was even calmer than before. If one looked carefully, he seemed to have returned to his natural state, and was no longer as fierce as before. Perfection of the concept of fire. In the past, he gave people the feeling that he was a raging flame. But now those flames had disappeared and were hidden even deeper. The perfection of the concept of fire had increased Lin Ling's strength by another 30%. After arriving at the barracks, Lin Ling heard several voices. They seemed to be discussing something. No, we can't enter the enemy's camp and kill their military advisor. If we succeed, then so be it. But what if we fail? Won't we be captured and tortured to find out the situation of our army? Mo Qianji, Commander Lin is not that kind of person. Even if he fails, he won't betray us. Who knows? If you ask me, we should make a military pledge. If we fail, you will give up the position of general. The last voice was extremely cold. It silenced the entire barracks. That voice belonged to Mo Qianji. Good, if we succeed, I will take your head as a reward for the army. At this moment, Lin Ling strode into the barracks and sneered at Mo Qianji. Mo Qianji's face instantly paled. He did not know why, but after seeing Lin Ling, he felt a sense of panic in his heart. He was not as arrogant as before. General Mo, how is it? How about you? Lin Ling took a step forward and released a cold aura. Mo Qianji took a step back and gritted his teeth, not daring to speak. Trash, other than using your status to suppress others, what else can you do? Lin Ling sneered. Good, a military pledge it is. I will bet with you. Mo Qianji pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Although he was a little afraid of Lin Ling, he thought about it again. It was impossible for Lin Ling to complete the mission. After all, entering the enemy's camp meant facing an army of 500,000. Moreover, the enemy had a large number of experts. Taking a step back, even if Lin Ling was lucky enough to get close to the enemy's camp, did he know who the military advisor of the Snake Swamp country was? Therefore, to him, this was a sure win. Good, I will take your head. Lin Ling smiled faintly and looked at Mo Qianji as if he was looking at a dead man. Then, he walked out of the barracks. Zhang Sanshan and Tian Qianji also caught up. Both of them were a little worried. Lin Ling, this trip will be dangerous. Let's send more experts to assist you. Lin Ling shook his head. It's not good to have more people. It's more convenient to be alone. Then I will go with you. With more people, we can take care of each other. At this moment, a clear voice came from behind. Lin Ling looked back and realized that it was Yu Yun. Not bad. Lin Ling, no matter what, you must bring someone with you. Zhang Sanshan and Tian Qianji nodded. Lin Ling smiled helplessly and looked at Yu Yun, whose beautiful eyes were filled with stubbornness. He could only nod in agreement. At night, Lin Ling and Yu Yun left Tian Xiang City with light luggage. Under the night sky, the Red Gobi Desert was even brighter. It was as if the stars could be easily touched. Lin Ling, are you confident about this trip? Yu Yun tucked her hair behind her ears and looked into the distance with her delicate little face. She was a little nervous. Smelling the virgin fragrance beside him, Lin Ling shrugged and smiled. Let's see how it goes. If we are lucky, we should be able to find that military advisor. See how it goes? Yu Yun couldn't help but be speechless. How could Lin Ling look so calm on such an important matter? At least she was at a loss right now. The two of them advanced along the Red Gobi Desert. After a few days, they were getting closer and closer to the camp of the Snake Swamp Country's army. The two of them slowed down and went around the army of 500,000. Fortunately, their cultivation wasn't weak, especially Lin Ling. His soul power was sharp and could avoid the sentries every time. They were getting closer and closer to the camp. In the camp, there were countless experts. It was obviously not suitable for the two of them to get closer. After all, if they were discovered, with their strength, they would definitely die. On top of a hill, the two of them hid and looked at the bustling camp in the distance. There are so many people and so many experts. How are we going to find that military advisor? Yu Mun-yun was a little worried. She waited quietly for a moment and turned to look at Lin Ling beside her. She saw that the young man was focused. Under the moonlight, his well-defined face had a touch of seriousness, and his eyes were as deep as the sea. Chapter 267. Military Advisor Heavenly Concubine. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly and looked carefully at the barracks. His soul spirit condensed, and his eyes once again saw the passing of time. Tisk, tsk. Lord Snakehair is also dead. I wonder which expert killed him. Bullshit, it was just a sneak attack. If it was a one-on-one battle, how could Lord Snakehair lose? After all, he is the 32nd ranked prodigy of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. No matter what, the other commanders of the Snake Swamp Kingdom's top 10 commanders are already prepared to take revenge for Lord Snakehair. Those commanders are all ranked over the top. The soldiers' conversation could be heard from the passing of time. Lin Ling let out a disdainful smile. He was now the number 1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and he naturally didn't put the top 10 commanders in his eyes. It was a pity that too much time had passed in the barracks, and it was like a movie flashing in Lin Ling's eyes. Moments later, Lin Ling's soul spirit was exhausted, and he was a little fatigued. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Yu Mun-yun asked worriedly. Lin Ling waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. I just need to rest for a while. I will be able to find that military advisor soon." Yu Mun-yun nodded, but she didn't really believe in Lin Ling's words. After all, there were so many people in the barracks, and it was like finding a needle in a haystack to find the military advisor in the sea of people. For the next few days, the two of them didn't move and waited quietly. During these few days, Lin Ling had been using his eyes to look at the passing of time. He still couldn't find the military advisor, but he was more familiar with the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army. This army was led by the Snake Swamp Kingdom's second prince, who had tyrannical strength and reached the rare Heaven Spirit realm. Apart from him, 8 of the top 10 commanders of the Snake Swamp Kingdom were here. Of course, this wasn't what Lin Ling was thinking about. As of now, he still didn't have any clues regarding the military advisor. A woman. On this day, Lin Ling saw a woman appear in the barracks. Originally, it was not strange for a woman to appear in the barracks, but the most important thing was that this woman was clearly different from the people of the Serpentine Swamp Country. The woman was dressed in a white dress. She was not a devastatingly beautiful woman, but her appearance was very pleasing to the eye. This was especially true for her pair of eyes. They were calm and natural, and from time to time, they would flash with the light of wisdom. They were clearly different from the people of the Snake Swamp Country who had thick hair and dark skin. Lin Ling also saw that the Snake Swamp Kingdom's soldiers were somewhat respectful towards the woman, but they also seemed to be supervising her. Perhaps I've found the person I'm looking for. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Yu Mun-yun was also surprised. The two of them had been observing the barracks for the past few days, but she didn't see anything. However, Lin Ling seemed to have found a way. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. While Yu Yun was still surprised, Lin Ling quietly left. This made Yu Yun open her mouth. She was a little worried. Lin Ling walked down the hill and gradually approached the barracks. At this moment, he planned to sneak into the barracks. Sai, Heavenly Concubine, said something about the sudden appearance of an alien star and the change of the war situation. In my opinion, who cares if they are an alien star or not? We should kill our way into the ancient sky fragrant city and slaughter them all. Do you want to die? Heavenly Concubine is a military god who can predict the future. But then again, Heavenly Concubine isn't very good looking, but she has a unique temperament. TSK, that small willowy waist is like a small water snake. Holding that willowy waist and doing that thing while listening to Heavenly Concubine's moans, the taste is endless. Don't even think about it. Heavenly Concubine's origin is mysterious. She is someone that even the general doesn't dare to touch. However, after hearing what you said, I feel a little anxious. Okay, I'm going to patrol. In a corner of the barracks, 2 sentries were chatting. After that, one of them left with a lewd smile. He walked forward and came to the side of a huge rock. Then, he started to urinate. At the same time, his mind was thinking about Heavenly Concubine's sexy willowy waist. Who is it? Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. His gaze froze. When he turned around, he saw an unfamiliar young man behind him. His handsome face had a cold smile. I heard that snakes are naturally lustful. The people of the snake swamp country are no exception. After that young man faintly smiled, he gently waved his right hand. A wisp of blue flame flew out. Boom! That person didn't even have time to cry out in pain before he was burned to ashes. Moreover, the blue flame was extremely mysterious. It only burned the person, but his clothes were unharmed. After the young man put on his clothes, he smiled and walked toward the barracks. At the same time, he muttered to himself, Heavenly Concubine? He was Lin Ling. Now, he had a target. As long as he knew his target, it wouldn't be difficult to find the military advisor. Using the eye of time and paying attention to the barracks, he would be able to see which barracks the Heavenly Concubine was in. Not long after, Lin Ling's gaze locked onto one of the barracks. At this moment, within that barracks, a faint fragrance floated. Behind a curtain, a young girl's naked body was slowly bathing. Her skin was as white as milk. As the water droplets flowed, they emitted a strange light. However, the young girl's eyes flickered as if she was thinking about something. I have the innate talent of the divine light body. As it awakens, my innate talent will continue to grow stronger. I can sense the heavens and earth. I can also vaguely see a person's future. However, it's really strange. I have no clue about that alien star. I can't divine it at all. The young girl muttered to herself. At this moment, the curtain was opened and a figure slowly walked in. You must be the military advisor of the Snake Swamp country. The person who came was Lin Ling. After knowing the whereabouts of the military advisor, it wasn't difficult for him to come in. However, what surprised him was that the military advisor was actually a young girl in the prime of her youth. Moreover, she was currently bathing. What appeared in front of him was a delicate young girl. The young girl's upper body was bare. Although her twin peaks weren't considered magnificent, they were still slightly contoured. Her twin peaks were like pink flower buds, and the most attractive thing was her slender waist. At this moment, there were water droplets on it. It was indescribably alluring. 2 slender white legs were pressed together. Her white jade-like feet seemed to be surprised by Lin Ling's appearance. As a result, she didn't act rashly for a moment. This? Lin Ling's eyes widened. He felt helpless in his heart. However, when he thought of the purpose of his visit, he resisted the urge to look at the young girl's body. His sword reached out and landed on the young girl's neck. "I've been ordered to kill the military advisor. Please forgive me." A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. However, what surprised him was that after the initial shock, the young girl quickly calmed down. Her beautiful eyes emitted a wise light. She didn't cry out or panic. This girl was too calm. Lin Ling was secretly alarmed. "Give me the clothes." The young girl didn't seem to be alarmed by the collapse of the heavens. Her voice was as clear as a bell, but it carried a touch of coldness. It was as if she didn't know that she was in danger. Lin Ling quietly looked at her. He suddenly felt helpless. If this military advisor was a murderous person, he definitely wouldn't have shown mercy. However, this was only a young girl around his age. He really couldn't bring himself to do it. Chapter 268. Chapter 268 Successful Hijacking. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This woman's intelligence was really high. In such a short period of time, she had already found a way to deal with it. He pondered for a moment. Then, he didn't have time to take any clothes, so he casually picked up a curtain and threw it over. "If you're plotting something, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand." Then, he left the camp with the girl. As the two of them moved forward, Lin Ling maintained his vigilance. But what surprised him was that the girl remained calm and cooperative, as if her original intention was to leave the snake swamp country. Therefore, rather than saying that Lin Ling kidnapped her and left, it would be more accurate to say that it was the young girl who took Lin Ling away. Moreover, this young girl was too familiar with the deployment of troops in the military camp. As a military advisor, if you are not familiar with your own army, you are not qualified to call yourself a military advisor. The woman seemed to know the shock in Lin Ling's heart, and her words were filled with contempt. "Your intelligence is very high, the highest I've ever seen, but I hope you don't play any tricks," Lin Ling said coldly. This woman's intelligence was high, but fortunately, her strength was not strong. The woman didn't say anything else. The two of them continued forward, bypassing one sentry after another. Finally, the woman said, "We have to force our way out. Moreover, there are people patrolling my camp every hour. My disappearance will soon be discovered." "You mean to say that we have to force our way through the last checkpoint?" Lin Ling asked as he looked ahead. The woman was stunned for a moment before nodding her head. She seemed a little surprised that this young man was smarter than she had imagined. However, this young man was also extraordinarily courageous. He dared to invade the military camp alone and even succeeded in kidnapping her. While she was still in shock, Lin Ling took a big step forward and arrived in front of the young girl. His big hands grabbed the young girl's slender jade legs and carried her on his back. "Ah, you." "Yes." Although the young girl was wise and calm, she was still frightened by Lin Ling's actions. Especially when her slender jade-like legs were held by his warm hands, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. "Since we're going to force our way out, I'll naturally have to carry you on my back. Or are you going to carry me on your back?" Lin Ling said indifferently. Without waiting for the girl to say anything else, his aura erupted as he forced his way through the final checkpoint. There were hundreds of soldiers guarding the checkpoint. When they saw a young man forcing his way through, they were all shocked. "Who are you? Stop right there, or we'll attack," one of the barracks leaders shouted. Whoosh! Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He didn't say a single word. He stretched out his right hand and a blue flame appeared. He threw it forward. Boom! The blue flame was like a bomb. After it landed, it exploded into a huge blue flame, turning the empty space in front of it into a sea of fire. Lin Ling's body passed through it. This young man is so strong. The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes widened. She didn't think that the checkpoint wouldn't be able to stop Lin Ling. However, she still coldly said, although you want to force your way out, aren't you being too flamboyant? The entire camp has been shaken by you. It's getting closer and closer to the 1-hour limit. Your disappearance will soon be discovered by the camp. Since that's the case, why keep a low profile? Lin Ling indifferently replied. His hands that were hugging the heavenly concubine's slender jade legs suddenly exerted force. Her perky buttocks were also gripped until they deformed. As a captive, aren't you talking too much? You. The heavenly concubine's beautiful face turned red. This fellow actually patted her there. If it wasn't for the fact that they were escaping, she would have killed this bold bastard. She only had a curtain draped over her body. Therefore, she could clearly feel the temperature of Lin Ling's hand. That feeling was like the young man using his hand to caress her. What made her the most speechless was that when her legs were separated, that place was constantly rubbing against the young man's back. It actually made her entire body feel weak. And the young man didn't have the slightest bit of protective feelings for the fairer sex. He was extremely rough. Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. He felt that he was already very merciful by not killing this young girl. He madly ran all the way. The barracks behind him were already in chaos. Clearly, someone had discovered that the heavenly concubine was missing. Meng Yun, quick, retreat! Lin Ling shouted when he arrived at the hill where they had agreed to meet. Yuman Yun was still waiting for Lin Ling. When she heard the sound, she hurriedly ran towards Lin Ling. Then, the two retreated together. However, Yuman Yun looked at the heavenly concubine in disbelief. Lin Ling, this girl? Military advisor. Although I didn't kill her, I still managed to kidnap her. This can be considered as completing the mission. Lin Ling said with a smile. Yuman Yun also nodded happily. However, while running, she clearly saw that the young girl with a cold face didn't seem to be wearing any clothes. She was only wearing a curtain. There's no other way. The matter is urgent. I can't let her slowly put on her clothes before kidnapping her. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. However, although he said that, he felt bitter in his heart. The young girl on his back was naked. He could clearly feel that the two soft lumps were pressed to the point that they were deformed. It was as if the elastic softness was slowly massaging his back. This caused his lower abdomen to heat up. As for the heavenly concubine, her current mood wasn't much better than Lin Ling's. Her beautiful face was already flushed red. Although she was very intelligent, she was still a young girl. How could she endure such contact? She even felt that her entire body was powerless. She had already turned into water. This damned little bastard. Bang! At this moment, in the barracks, a young man smashed his wine cup on the ground. Kill all the sentries on duty. Men, chase after the heavenly concubine. Mobilize an army of 500,000. We must capture the heavenly concubine. Yes. In front of the young man, a group of commanders received the order. The young man's expression was extremely ugly. His hair stood on end. Who was it that kidnapped the heavenly concubine? They really have guts. They dared to invade my barracks alone. However, since they have come, they might as well stay. The entire barracks surged. A large number of soldiers were dispatched to chase after Lin Ling, and the other two madly ran. However, behind them, killing intent soared. Dust filled the sky. Countless soldiers were chasing after them. Since coming to this world, this is the first time I've been chased by so many people. Sensing the army behind them, Lin Ling helplessly shook his head and smiled. What kind of situation is it now? You can still smile. I really don't understand you. The heavenly concubine was stunned for a moment and said helplessly. She believed that she would remain calm even if the sky collapsed. However, she didn't expect that among the same age group in the cloud domain, there was also such a freak. Meng Yun, take the military advisor and leave. I will stop them. Lin Ling lightly said. He knew that if this continued, they would be caught up sooner or later. But how can you stop the enemy's army by yourself? Yu Mun Yun's beautiful face changed. Naturally, I can't stop them. However, I can buy you some time. Quick, do as I say. At the same time, inform the general's army to come and greet us. Lin Ling indifferently said. Yu Mun Yun gritted her teeth and finally nodded. After receiving the heavenly concubine, she carried her and madly ran. The heavenly concubine looked at the young man who was left alone. Her beautiful eyes constantly flickered. She lightly said, I'm not from the snake swamp country. I was just kidnapped. I also want to escape. However, can you leave him alone? Chapter 269. The great army approaches. The heavenly concubine's eyes lit up when she heard this. She turned her head to look at the lonely figure that was moving further and further away. Ripples suddenly appeared in her heart, but she was still deeply worried. That young man had saved her, and in order for her to leave safely, he had fought alone. Bam bam bam. The sound of iron hooves thundered from the distance. Looking closely, it was densely packed with people. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's army was riding their unique monster beasts and was furiously sweeping over. There were lizards, snakes, and crocodiles among the monster beasts, and a murderous aura surged forth. The soldiers were tall and burly, their long hair fluttering in the wind, and they were fierce and fierce. The wind blew in from the distance, causing the red earth to become even more restless. Lin Ling held his longsword at a slanted angle. His eyes were ice-cold as he looked to the front. Wind whistled over, causing his long hair to flutter. In front of him, a ferocious large army was galloping over. It was enough to cause anyone to tremble in fear. However, at this moment, not only was he not afraid, he even felt a heroic feeling. Fine wine glows in the moonlight, the lute urges me to drink. Don't laugh while lying drunk on the battlefield. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from a campaign? In the previous world, I, Lin Ling, was just an ordinary person. But in this world, I, Lin Ling, am fated to face a magnificent army. Come, let the battle be even more intense. The sword pointed forward. Lin Ling's blood began to boil. Rumble. The earth shook in front of him as 10,000 horses galloped. You are not allowed to pass through here. Lin Ling reached out his left hand and blue flames appeared. They burned wildly, as if he was holding an apocalyptic spark in his hand. Second generation fire art, 8,000 blazing flames. After reaching the earth spirit realm, the second generation fire art was even more powerful, especially after the great perfection of the concept of fire. This allowed Lin Ling to have the power to set a prairie ablaze with a single spark of fire. Wham! Lin Ling threw out the blue flames like a blue firefly. However, when they landed on the ground, a destructive aura exploded and the earth was set ablaze by the blue flames, turning it into a sea of fire. The surging army in front of him had been stopped by the fire. Although the army of 10 million was imposing, Lin Ling's fire was even fiercer. Looking from afar, Lin Ling's body was surrounded by a sea of blue flames. He was holding a long sword at an angle, as if he had just walked out from underground lava. He seemed to be the first infernal god. How terrifying! Who is this person? The Serpentine Swamp Country's army was shocked. Why isn't the army advancing? In the distance, the second prince of the Serpent Swamp Kingdom rode on a two-headed snake. He looked into the distance and gave off a baleful aura. "General, the road ahead is blocked by fire. A martial artist from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom is blocking the road." A soldier reported. "Good, one person dares to stop my Snake Swamp Country's surging army. Pass down the order, send 10 great commanders to kill him." The Snake Swamp Country's second prince coldly said. The other party dared to block the army by himself. This matter would definitely affect the morale of the army. Therefore, he had to have the experts of the Snake Swamp Country suppress the other party. Rumble. The army stopped, and 10,000 people stared at Lin Ling. Among them, 7 figures rode on huge demonic beasts and slowly walked out. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom still has some brave warriors. He is able to stop the army by himself. However, it is truly a pity for him to die at such a young age. Shi Jin, stop the nonsense. Quickly kill that youth. His Majesty said that we cannot allow that youth to affect the army's morale. The 7 of them looked down with arrogance and looked at Lin Ling from afar. One of them, a man whose body was embroidered with tattoos, walked out and was holding an axe in a slanted manner. Early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. Interesting. Kid, I, Shi Jin, will challenge you. I am ranked 7th among the 10 great commanders of the Snake Swamp Kingdom and 28th among the prodigies. As for you, I am too lazy to ask for your name. If you kneel down, you might still have a chance to live. The man's steps were steady but had a strange trajectory. Every step caused the ground to tremble. Shi Jin, Shi Jin. The army at the back let out deafening cheers. Previously, they were intimidated by Lin Ling alone, and the army stopped. Then, the general gave the order to kill the person who was blocking the way, or else the army's morale would be shaken. Now, the 10 great commanders had stepped out. Each of them was a mid-stage Earth Spirit Realm expert, and one of them was even at the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. That youth was only at the early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm and was no match for them. For a moment, the army's morale was raised by a lot. The Snake Swamp Kingdom was proud and wouldn't allow anyone's pride to be above their heads. Right at this moment, a low voice came from the front, flaming sky cross slash. Swish. The dazzling sword light seemed to come from the horizon and turned into a cross. When it passed by Lord Shi Jin, it instantly sliced him into 4 pieces. Silence. The surroundings were completely silent. Shi Jin, one of the 10 great commanders, was killed in a single move. What was going on? The 10 great commanders are only a so-so. From afar, Lin Ling walked out step by step, holding his long sword diagonally. His cold face made everyone stop breathing. Who was this youth? He was so strong. You have some skill to be able to kill Commander Shi Jin. You're barely worthy of my attention, but that's all there is to it. I, Shi Yuan, will take you on. Another commander stepped out. This person had long green hair and a thin and slender body, giving off a sinister vibe. However, he was quite famous in the Snake Swamp Kingdom. His strange martial arts had intimidated the entire Snake Swamp Kingdom. Are the people of the Snake Swamp Kingdom all so confident? I don't think so. Lin Ling's face was indifferent as he spoke without fear. The 10 great commanders? The experts of the Snake Swamp Kingdom who had entered the genius rankings? What was the use of that? Even if he was the #1 genius of the Snake Swamp Kingdom, he wasn't afraid. Kid, you'll regret this. I'll let you see my qualifications to be ranked among the top 20 geniuses. Dark snake body. That commander yelled out coldly. His body twisted strangely and emitted a mysterious aura presence. In the next moment, he actually turned into a giant creature that was half human and half snake. This creature was almost 30 meters tall and had a black snake body. Its upper body was humanoid like a demonic beast, and its mouth had become extremely big. Its fangs were chilling as though it was going to devour Lin Ling. Shi Yuan actually burst out with full strength when facing a small martial artist from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Kiki, he is still as cautious as before. The remaining commanders laughed indifferently. They might have lost a commander earlier, but they didn't mind. After all, the commander position of the Snake Swamp Kingdom had always been decided through competition and could be changed at any moment. Commander Shi Jin from before obviously didn't live up to his reputation. Shi Yuan was someone who had been famous in the Snake Swamp Kingdom for a long time. His strength was above countless middle-stage Earth Spirit Realm experts. "Kid, do you feel flustered after seeing my true body?" Shi Yuan's voice became sharp, which sent chills down everyone's spine. What a strange innate astral body. But is there any use for it to grow bigger? Lin Ling let out a disdainful laugh as he gripped the sword tightly. On the sword blade, the battle flames were surging, and the blue flames looked as though it was going to incinerate this entire place. Earth fire slash. He gripped the sword with both hands and slashed at the ground. This was a martial art that Lin Ling picked out from the large number of mystic-ranked martial arts that he had learned. With his current realm and comprehension, mystic-ranked martial arts weren't difficult at all. He had even touched the threshold of Earth-ranked martial arts. Chapter 270. My fire is not that easy to swallow. Rumble. It was as if a volcano had erupted from the ground, and layers of flames surged towards Snake Yuan. What a scorching fire! This young man's control over fire is so strong. Sensing the layers of flames approaching, the Snake Swamp Country's army was shocked. Petty tricks. Watch me swallow your fire. Snake Yuan opened his huge mouth as if he was going to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Those flames that surged over were all absorbed by him, shocking everyone. There was a moment of silence on the Red Desert. A few moments later, the army of the Ophidian Swamp Kingdom let out heaven-shaking cheers. Their commander had actually swallowed the enemy's flames. The innate spirit body was simply capable of swallowing anything. Commander Snake Yuan. Cheers rang out crazily. The remaining commanders smiled faintly and said, "This Snake Yuan really likes to attack people. If he swallows the enemy's attack, then the enemy will probably lose their will to fight." They felt that Commander Shi Yuan had raised the morale of the army by a huge margin. "Brat, I've swallowed countless flames, swallowed countless martial artists, but your flames aren't tasty enough," Snake Yuan said coldly as his huge body swam. Smoke was coming out of his nose and mouth, as if he was mocking Lin Ling's attack. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. His silence made the Snake Swamp Country's army laugh arrogantly. However, Lin Ling suddenly said coldly, "My fire isn't that easy to swallow." How could his fire be ordinary? That was a 6th-grade innate spiritual body. The greatest characteristic of his 9 underworld's heavenly flames was that it was explosive. Explode. A low and deep voice sounded, as if it was the sound of a death sentence. Not good. Snake Yuan, be careful. One of the commanders was relatively stronger, and he immediately sensed a trace of unease. Snake Yuan turned around with a look of confusion in his eyes. He still didn't understand what was going on. Bang bang bang. But at this time, a deep sound like a cowhide drum sounded out. Snake Yuan's massive body began to twist and his complexion became fierce. Everyone could hear that the deep sound actually came from within Snake Yuan's body. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, Snake Yuan's body continued to expand, as if something was about to erupt. No! Snake Yuan let out the last sound of his life. Boom! It was as if a bomb had been ignited in his body. Blue flames erupted and burst out of his body, blasting the Snake Yuan into pieces. He died on the spot. What kind of flame is that? Could it be that it's still burning after being swallowed? Everyone watched this scene with fear and trepidation. They didn't know the 9 underworld's heavenly flame's special characteristic at all: explode. Snake Yuan thought that after swallowing Lin Ling's flames, Lin Ling's methods would be suppressed. He didn't know that sometimes, fire wasn't as simple as just burning. It also had the ability to explode. Sometimes, the explosion was even more terrifying than burning. My fire is not that easy to swallow. Everyone in the distance suddenly thought of that sentence. Right now, they could clearly feel that this fire was indeed not easy to swallow. Who was that young man? With just the strength of the initial stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, he was able to kill 2 commanders in the blink of an eye. With such strength, he shouldn't be a nobody in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. How dare you? How dare you kill 2 of our commanders? You will die for sure. Who are you? The remaining commanders all shouted angrily. These words are too useless. Hearing those words, Lin Ling sneered. It seemed that in the eyes of these commanders, it was a great reward for him to kill 1 commander. It was absolutely impossible for him to kill 2 of them. Once he did it, the commanders would fly into a rage out of humiliation and kill him. What a joke. Both sides were enemies. Would they let him go if he didn't kill those commanders? Don't say anything unnecessary. Since you asked who I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling pointed the sword in his hand at the remaining commanders. Next, come at me together. Silence. The entire Red Gobi Desert was in silence. That young man actually challenged the remaining commanders in one go. Was he crazy? Defeating 2 commanders has inflated your confidence. The remaining commanders were rather infuriated and felt as though they were belittled by the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's martial artists. Putting aside the fact that they were stronger than the previous commanders, they had more men than Lin Ling. How could that youth be so prideful as to say such words? Lin Ling? The Heaven Mystics Kingdom's prodigies. I have heard of the literature number 1's Wu Xiaoshu, the rising rookie Yi Tianchen, and the martial number 1 Wu Gang. I know all the experts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but I have never heard of Lin Ling. One of the commanders spoke with a deep voice that was filled with disdain. Of course, he had never heard of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's rise was very short, and he was like a dazzling star. During that time, they had already arrived at the Sky Fragrance Ancient City's battlefield. That is because you are ignorant and inexperienced. Lin Ling shook his head. All the prodigies that these commanders mentioned had all lost to him. Hence, he couldn't be bothered to say anything else. You dare to challenge all of our commanders by yourself? Since that is the case, we shall fulfill your wish. It is a pity that those who died in this commander's hands are not nameless people. You are the first, and you have broken the record. The commanders had extremely cold expressions. Right now, they had to quickly kill Lin Ling and raise the army's morale, allowing the army to advance bravely. Once this young man died, capturing the heavenly concubine would be as easy as flipping their hands. Kill! 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 At the back of the army camp, a murderous voice echoed. All the soldiers wanted the commander to kill that young man. Try that move. Ignoring the clamor in the surroundings, Lin Ling closed his eyes slightly. At the same time, the flames in his body flared up. Flames appeared on his back and constantly spat out. I don't know much about Earth-tier martial arts, but I have the most solid foundation for Mystic-tier martial arts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. I also have the most knowledge. Furthermore, my fire concept has already reached the perfection stage. It should be time to comprehend my own Earth-tier martial art. Previously, I tried to fuse the 9 nether heaven flames with the 7 blades heavenly fire, but it wasn't perfect. This time, I will definitely succeed. With his eyes still closed, Lin Ling's mind was filled with images of the birth and fall of flames. There were the 9 nether heaven flames and the 7 blades heavenly fire. Gradually, these 2 types of flames fused together. He was comprehending a martial art that belonged to him, which was a first-generation flame art. Time seemed to be slow, but in fact, it was just 3 breaths of time. The flames on Lin Ling's body were getting more and more vigorous. The flames were enveloping him and seemed to be burning him. What kind of martial art is that? Spontaneous combustion? Playing with fire and getting burned. This phrase describes that young man perfectly. He was burned to nothing. From a distance, the majestic army was discussing. In their eyes, Lin Ling was being burned by the flames and was gradually being burned to nothing. There was only a giant blue-white flame left on the spot. Many people started to mock. Chapter 271. One man and one sword, fighting heaven's edge. The commanders frowned. Unlike the army behind them, they were more knowledgeable and could clearly sense the destructive aura emanating from the burning flames in front of them. That kind of fire didn't seem like it should exist in this world. Not good, attack. One of the commanders shouted with a grave expression. Myriad snake forest. Night of eternal poison. The other commanders grew more and more uneasy as they all executed the strongest martial arts of the Ophidian kingdom. Some had long hair that grew wildly and transformed into enormous snakes, while others emitted a mist that spread out like dark clouds. Those were poisonous clouds. It was obvious that their innate spirit bodies weren't weak, as they could become the top geniuses of the Ophidian kingdom. At this moment, the wisp of fire on Lin Ling's side gradually shrank to the size of a palm. Then, a figure formed from the fire slowly appeared. What, he's born from fire? The army cried out in shock. Test its power, first-generation fire art, heavenly fire prairie. Under everyone's gaze, the youth raised his right hand high. A wisp of blue and white flames danced on his palm. The youth then raised his hand lightly and pointed forward. The wisp of flame floated out. Boom! The moment the flame touched the ground, a forbidden power erupted. Heavenly fire prairie. Not good. Shit. The expressions of several commanders changed drastically as they could only see layers upon layers of a sea of fire spreading towards them. The entire ground was covered in fire, and unless they were experts of the sky spirit realm and had the ability to fly, they wouldn't be able to avoid the fire at all. What kind of fire is this? Shit. One of the commander's long hair transformed into enormous snakes, but they were all burned by the fire. The fire seemed to have a spirit of its own as it spread along his hair. Such power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Shit. The remaining commanders were also engulfed by the fire. As for the army behind them, they were all silent and shocked, speechless. They then realized that the sea of fire was spreading over, as if it wanted to burn the entire Red Gobi Desert. Retreat. Shit. The army fell into chaos as large numbers of soldiers were burned to death. Pfft. Lin Ling's face paled as he looked at the flames that soared into the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he'd used his self-created first-generation fire art. He obviously hadn't controlled it well, causing his aura to ripple and his blood to surge. However, that martial art was very powerful. In a single move, everything was incinerated. Whoosh! Without staying any longer, Lin Ling turned around and ran away. At the same time, he swallowed a large number of pills. Although the first-generation flame technique was powerful, it had exhausted all of his spiritual energy. If someone were to launch a sneak attack at this moment, he would be in grave danger. As for the 10 commanders of the Ophidian swamp country, he guessed that they had all been annihilated. Although those commanders had great reputations and were strong, Lin Ling could even defeat the martial scholar, so he naturally didn't place them in his eyes. My realm is about to break through. At the same time, Lin Ling was secretly delighted. Previously, when he had killed several commanders, the flames had transformed into formless hands that absorbed the spirit chi seeds of those commanders, allowing Lin Ling to break through to the next realm. Behind Lin Ling was the world of fire, and the army was in chaos. What? The commanders all died in battle? The second prince of the Ophidian swamp country had been paying attention to the battlefield. When he heard the news, he was shocked. The 10 commanders were the elite prodigies of the Ophidian swamp country. He originally guessed that any one of the commanders could easily kill that youth, but he didn't expect things to be so troublesome. Who is that youth? The second prince spoke coldly. Subsequently, a guard spoke respectfully, which caused his eyes to narrow. Lin Ling? Who exactly is he? He actually defeated multiple middle-stage Earth Spirit Realm experts with just the strength of the early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, and even the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. With such talent, it is impossible for him to be unknown. Lin Ling? Wait, Your Majesty. Not long ago, there was news from the Cloud Sea City that the martial scholar, Wu Gang, was defeated by Lin Ling. A slightly older veteran exclaimed. Defeated the martial scholar? That is the #1 prodigy of the Cloud Sea City. The second prince's eyes narrowed. His voice wasn't soft, and many people heard it. All of them had a drastic change in expression as they didn't expect that the youth who barged into the military camp alone was actually the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Many of them suddenly let out a bitter smile. Not long ago, their commanders were still disdaining that youth's unknown prodigy and even mocking him with the title of the martial scholar and the martial scholar. However, all of this was extremely ironic. The martial scholar that the commanders were talking about had already been defeated by that youth. The commanders were also completely wiped out because of their underestimation. Kill. We must not allow him to escape back to the Sky Fragrance ancient city. Otherwise, what face would our Ophidian swamp country have? The second prince's expression turned even colder as he waved his hand. Kill. An army of 500,000 soldiers had a massive presence. In the beginning, the second prince wanted to display the military prowess of the Ophidian swamp country and raise the morale of the soldiers. Hence, he asked the commanders to kill Lin Ling. But now, everyone knew that Lin Ling was a terrifying existence. Even if it was shameless and disdained, they had to bully him with numbers and kill Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled as the 500,000 soldiers pressed forward. The so-called pride of the Ophidian swamp country is nothing more than this. After losing, you still use shameless methods. Lin Ling madly ran. As he felt the earth trembled behind him, his lips curved into a disdainful smile. However, after delaying for so long, the military advisor should be out of danger. If so, then his mission would be completed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The army was getting closer and closer. Lin Ling also stopped and coldly looked ahead. He was only a threshold away from breaking through. Since the other party was chasing him, then he might as well use this chance to break through. Kill. Cold winds howled as tens of thousands of horses galloped across the red desert. With one sword and one man, he battled the world alone. Today, I will start a massacre. Lin Ling's voice became even colder. The other party was the Ophidian swamp country's army that had committed all sorts of crimes. If they were to break through the Sky Fragrance ancient city, then it would lead to a calamity and countless commoners would die under their iron hooves. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't feel any guilt when he killed. Although he wasn't a saint, he wouldn't refuse to take action if he could save the commoners with a raise of his hand. Swoosh! With a slash of his sword, blood flowed like a river. A large number of soldiers and their mounts were about to die. Kill! Even if the 500,000 soldiers are buried, we must trample Lin Ling under our iron hooves. Otherwise, what dignity does the Ophidian swamp country have left? A majestic voice came from the army. Under this heaven and earth, it turned into an azure blood pool. While Lin Ling was delaying for time, Yu Man Yun had already brought the heavenly concubine back to the sky fragrance ancient city. At this moment, Zhang Sanshan also brought the army to support them. What? The military advisor was captured? After knowing everything, Zhang Sanshan's body trembled. The two of them entered the enemy camp of 500,000 soldiers and captured the military advisor. This was undoubtedly like plucking the fur from a tiger's mouth. Chapter 272. Chapter 272 Retreat the troops. The heavenly concubine looked at Zhang Sanshan and said indifferently, General Zhang, we have fought before. However, in the current situation, if you don't send reinforcements, I'm afraid that the young man will be in danger. Moreover, this is a good opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Snake Swamp country's army. Why are you helping us? Zhang Sanshan was extremely puzzled. This young lady was the military advisor of the Snake Swamp Kingdom, and it was because of her that Zhang Sanshan was being suppressed. Right now, this young lady was actually helping the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Because I'm not from the Ophidian Swamp country. As for being their military advisor, that was something I had no choice but to do. However, if I can leave the Ophidian Swamp country, I won't help them. The heavenly concubine's eyes emitted a wise light. Indeed, she had only helped the Snake Swamp nation because she had been kidnapped by them. General, I believe in her. Yu Man Yun looked at heavenly concubine and said. Zhang Sanshan hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. All troops, heed my orders. Attack immediately. In Sky Fragrant City, 300,000 soldiers were moving out. It was clear that Zhang Sanshan had gambled everything on Lin Ling. After all, the Snake Swamp country no longer had a military advisor and was like a sheet of loose sand. In addition to the sudden emergence of Lin Ling, they should be in a chaotic situation. What mattered most in an army was morale and military rules. Without military rules, the army's morale would plummet, and the 500,000 soldiers would not be as united as one. He's still alive. Looking into the distance, the heavenly concubine's eyes flashed. For some unknown reason, she began to worry. Are you worried about him? Yu Man Yun asked in surprise. The heavenly concubine was shocked and immediately recovered her usual cold appearance. Her beautiful eyes were calm and wise as she said, he saved me from the Snake Swamp country, so I don't want him to die because of me. I don't want to owe him a favor. Yu Man Yun nodded and didn't say anything, but a woman's sharp intuition sensed that things might not be so simple. At this moment, in the ancient Sky Fragrant City, several figures were looking at the army that was marching out. Their faces were extremely ugly. Dispatch troops? Who told you to dispatch troops? Moreover, I am a general personally appointed by His Majesty the Third Prince. Why didn't you ask for my permission before sending troops? Mo Qianji spoke coldly to a few soldiers. He represented the Third His Majesty and was arrogant. However, in the ancient sky, no one had respect for him, which made him feel very uncomfortable. If you have any objections, you will, the concubine, the heavenly concubine is, Zhang. 2. Yuman 4, Mo Qianji, Mo, 2, 2s, 2 Mo, with such a tone, do you believe that I will immediately send someone to kill you? Mo Qianji said coldly. If it. And the soldier sneered, also, Commander Lin has already brought back the Snake Swamp country's military advisor. Sir, you should think more about yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left, not even bothering to salute. Mo Qianji's pupils constricted. He had made a military pledge with Lin Ling. If Lin Ling succeeded, he would offer his head. If Lin Ling failed, the ancient sky-fragrant city's concubine would be his. And now, Lin Ling had succeeded. "Sir, what should we do?" one of Mo Qianji's trusted aides asked worriedly. "This Lin Ling is really not simple." Mo Qianji's face was extremely ugly. However, he soon sneered, "Let's go back. Lin Ling wants my life." "Is that possible?" "That's right. It's just a military pledge." "Sir, why do you care about it?" The trusted aide smiled sinisterly. They were obviously going back on their words. "When we return to Cloud Sea City, I will sue Lin Ling and say that Lin Ling colluded with the Snake Swamp country. Just you wait. The ancient sky-fragrant city will definitely lose this war." Mo Qianji laughed gloatingly. Moments later, the few of them disappeared from the ancient sky-fragrant city. At this moment, on the other side, it was a hellish battlefield where blood flowed like a river. The youth held a huge sword in his hand and was like a lone star that could wipe out thousands of soldiers. When Zhang Sanshan and the rest of the army arrived, they were all shocked by the scene in front of them. A single person fought against 10,000 soldiers and was like a sharp knife that tore apart the encirclement of the Snake Swamp country's army. What kind of god was this? When they got closer, they could vaguely see that the youth's face was stained with blood, which made the coldness even more intense. The densely packed army of the Snake Swamp country was actually intimidated by the youth alone. Such a prodigy is only seen once in 10,000 years in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Zhang Sanshan and Tian Qianji looked at each other and were excited. The morale of the army behind them was greatly boosted, and they were cheering non-stop. "Follow Commander Lin to protect the kingdom and the citizens. Kill!" Zhang Sanshan yelled out. The ancient sky-fragrant city's army surged forward in a mighty manner. At this moment, Lin Ling was breathing rapidly. He was already exhausted, but he finally waited for the army to arrive. This made him smile slightly. "My soldiers, follow me and kill all the enemies." He spoke coldly, and his subordinate, Tian Xiaoman, led 50,000 soldiers and swept forward. The battle lasted for 1 day and 1 night, and the entire Red Gobi Desert was covered in smoke. The Snake Swamp country's morale plummeted, and the 500,000 soldiers were utterly defeated. The ancient sky-fragrant city had a magnificent aura and was suppressing the Snake Swamp country's army step by step. "Defeated, we have lost this battle." In a distant place, the second prince of the Snake Swamp country was still guarding the army and looking at the overall situation, but his expression was extremely awful. He could already see that the Snake Swamp country had lost. 500,000 soldiers lost to 300,000 soldiers. It might be a baffling loss, but he roughly knew the reason. The sudden appearance of the abnormal star changed the entire battlefield. This is what the heavenly concubine said, and it seems like it is true. The second prince's expression was extremely cold. He finally knew who the so-called abnormal star was. It was actually the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's Lin Ling. Lin Ling's appearance and kidnapping the heavenly concubine caused the Snake Swamp country to no longer have a powerful commander and was like a plate of loose sand. Apart from that, Lin Ling's appearance obliterated their 10 commanders and fought against 10,000 soldiers alone, which caused the Snake Swamp country's morale to plummet. While the Snake Swamp country's morale increased greatly, the ancient sky-fragrant city's morale rose greatly. This was the reason for their loss. The entire battlefield seemed to have changed because of Lin Ling alone. What exactly is his background? Why did he rise like a dazzling star? The second prince muttered to himself and deeply remembered that name. Retreat. Finally, the second prince waved his hand and retreated without a care. If this carried on, his subordinates would be nibbled away until nothing was left. Retreat? Back to the barracks? A guard asked hastily. The second prince shook his head and sighed. Return to the Snake Swamp country. He had a disheartened expression. This failure had a huge impact on the Snake Swamp country. If they wanted to invade from the ancient Sky Fragrant City again, they would need a few years of preparation. That guard's expression changed, and he didn't dare to say anything else. He had no choice but to accept the order and leave. Powerful martial artists can use their martial strength to decide the battlefield. Lin Ling's martial strength hasn't reached that level, but he is the number one person under the generals. I can stop Zhang Sanshan, but none of my subordinates can stop Lin Ling. Chapter 273. Mo Qianji escaped. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios. Once the order to retreat was given, the morale of the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army fell to the bottom as they were being slaughtered. We won. Zhang Sanshan looked into the distance and was extremely excited. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking back with a huge sword in his hand. He looked extremely exhausted, but there was a faint smile on his face. His mission for this trip was completed. Furthermore, he had accomplished his goal. Under the constant slaughter, he had naturally reached the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Furthermore, he deeply sensed that in this world, martial prowess was number one. With powerful martial prowess, one wouldn't be afraid even when facing an army with thousands of men and horses. Commander Lin, Commander Lin. There were shocking cheers from the surroundings as countless people looked at that youth with gratitude and excitement. That youth was like an undefeatable war god in their hearts. With his strength alone, he stirred up the entire battlefield and led everyone to repel the enemy. Old friend, the student has surpassed the master. I'm afraid your title of army god will have to be given up. Sky Bender laughed excitedly. Huh, that is indeed the case. Zhang Sanshan laughed heroically and said, unfortunately, the student has not only surpassed the master, but he will also surpass the master forever. That kid will definitely surpass me in the future. Perhaps the Heaven Mystics Kingdom won't be able to accommodate him. I have such a premonition as well. Sky Bender nodded, and his feeling was even stronger than Zhang Sanshan's because he had watched Lin Ling rise step by step. From a weak youth in the Fire Ancient clan to a famous person in the Cloud Sea City. General, I have not let you down and completed the mission perfectly. Soon enough, Lin Ling walked over and cupped his hands with a smile. Good, good, good. Not only did you complete the mission, but you also used this opportunity to defeat the Snake Swamp Kingdom. I guess that there will be no more battles in the Sky Fragrance Ancient City for the next 5 years. I, Zhang Sanshan, thank you on behalf of the citizens of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Zhang Sanshan jumped down from his horse and knelt on one knee as he spoke word by word. On behalf of all the citizens, we thank Commander Lin. All the soldiers knelt on one knee as they spoke in a mighty voice that shook the heavens and the earth. I'm just trying my best. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Army, return to the city. Everyone returned to Tianxiang City with a majestic aura. As for Lin Ling's subordinates, Tian Xiaoman and the others were prouder than anyone else. That was because the victory was brought about by their commander alone. They were exceptionally proud of their commander. They had never thought that they would be so proud one day. Therefore, when they were fighting against the enemy, they worked harder than anyone else. Because they were Lin Ling's subordinates, they could not lose face for Lin Ling. Fortunately, they didn't embarrass themselves. The final result of 50,000 men was definitely not inferior to the result of 100,000 men. This made the soldiers of the Sky Fragrance Ancient City exclaim in admiration. They were indeed Commander Lin's troops. Such vigor and ferocity. They were simply the army of tigers and wolves of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. When the army returned to Tianxiang City, all the citizens warmly welcomed them. Commander Lin, Commander Lin. In the hearts of the citizens, that mysterious young man was almost as revered as General Zhang. Hearing the deafening cheers, Lin Ling let out a helpless smile. He didn't expect the citizens' reaction to be so intense. He was just doing something that was convenient for him. Lin Ling waved to them. You're the war god of heavenly fragrant city now. Even I'm slightly envious of such treatment. Moreover, I know that after tomorrow, there will definitely be many people coming to visit you, and there might even be many young women who have secretly fallen in love with you. Zhang Sanshan grinned from the side. Lin Ling rolled his eyes. Why did he feel that brother Zhang was rejoicing in his misfortune? Lin Ling. At this moment, Yu Man Yun ran over. When she saw that Lin Ling was fine, the worry on her face finally vanished. Lin Ling also greeted Yu Man Yun with a smile. His gaze shifted and landed on the heavenly concubine in the distance, whose beautiful eyes were constantly flickering. The heavenly concubine's beautiful face was somewhat cold. Her beautiful eyes emitted a light of wisdom as she turned and left. What a bad-tempered little girl. Lin Ling curled his lips. He didn't have any other thoughts about the heavenly concubine. It was fine as long as she didn't assist the Snake Swamp Nation. Moreover, the Snake Swamp Nation had also retreated, so there was no need to pay attention to the heavenly concubine. However, he was still very surprised. That girl wasn't old, but her ability to arrange troops was very strong. Even brother Zhang seemed to have lost to her. Such wisdom at such a young age was truly rare. He is Yi Xing. This really surprised me. I originally thought that Yi Xing was an expert in his 50s. Who knew that it was actually him? The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes flickered. She was extremely surprised. After the defeat of the Snake Swamp Nation, she divined again and guessed everything. However, this result made her extremely surprised. She wanted to continue divining, but she found that she couldn't see through that youth. That youth's origin and future were covered by a layer of hazy fog. However, regardless of whether he is Yi Xing or not, he is definitely a boorish person who doesn't know how to take care of women. The heavenly concubine shouted. She was extremely dissatisfied when she thought of how that youth had carried her behind his back and placed his large hand on her perky butt. Of course, when she thought of the intimate contact with that youth, her body once again softened. Where is Mo Qianji? I want to see if that military order is still there. Lin Ling coldly laughed as he followed the army to the barracks. Huh, that despicable person. I also want to see what kind of face he has now. Zhang Sanshan also nodded. At this moment, a soldier ran over and said, "Not good, General Mo has disappeared. His subordinates have also disappeared. They seem to have escaped from Sky Fragrant City." What? That fellow is truly shameless. He made a solemn vow before the military order, but after he lost, he went back on his word. Such a person actually has the qualifications to look down on our army for not working hard, saying that our army is cowardly and doesn't dare to fight the Snake Swamp Nation head-on. Zhang Sanshan was furious. He is truly shameless. All the soldiers were furious as well. Lin Ling wasn't surprised at all. He never had any expectations for that despicable person. That was the type of person who would bet with you. If you lost, you had to hand over your life, but if he lost, he would go back on his word. That fellow didn't know how to do anything other than flatter. It doesn't matter. He can escape today, but he can't escape tomorrow. Lin Ling didn't mind. Now that he had completed his mission and his strength had increased greatly, he would find that despicable person when he returned to Cloud Sea City. That night, Sky Fragrance City held a grand banquet to welcome the victory of the war. The entire city was filled with joy. Some people even made statues overnight and placed them in the city square. The statue was of a youth with a cold expression. He held a large sword in his hand and pointed it forward. He was like a military god guarding Sky Fragrance City. That statue was the hero, Lin Ling. Lin Ling was completely unaware of all of this. At this moment, he was in his room sensing his cultivation. He was at the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm and had the first-generation flame technique, Heavenly Fire Prairie. He believed that with his current strength, he was probably invincible in the Earth Spirit realm. With such strength, he should be able to obtain a seat in Cloud Sea City. Chapter 274. Agreements. TSK, Lin Ling, you're the most perverse youth I've ever seen. You were only in the initial stage of the Earth Spirit realm when you arrived at Sky Fragrance, but a great battle allowed you to undergo a rebirth and reach the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm. You have to know that the advancement of the Earth Spirit realm takes years. Zhang Sanshan appeared outside the door and sighed emotionally as he looked at Lin Ling beside him. Sky Melody also smiled helplessly. Old brother Zhang, you'd be even more surprised if you knew that he was only in the martial spirit realm not long ago. Their words made Lin Ling smile and shake his head. I was just lucky. It'll be a few years before I break through again. You're always so calm even if the sky collapses. Zhang Sanshan and Sky Melody were speechless. After all, if other youths had such achievements, they would have been extremely proud with their noses in the air. However, Lin Ling was indifferent, as if all of this wasn't worth his happiness. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although he felt a sense of accomplishment, it wasn't very strong. Because he knew that his greatest enemy, the first Crown Prince, was much, much stronger than him. The first Crown Prince had been born with a golden spoon in his mouth. He had talent, inherited the throne, and endless cultivation resources. Lin Ling had nothing, so the only way to surpass the first Crown Prince was to rely on his own hard work. The three of them chatted as they walked, looking at the bright moon in the sky as they drank and sang. Only when the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army retreated did they feel so relaxed. Lin Ling, from today onwards, Sky Fragrance's army of 300,000 is at your disposal. If there's anything you need me for, just say the word. Yes. Zhang Sanshan spoke in an extremely heroic manner after downing several cups of wine. Alright, I was waiting for you to say that. Lin Ling didn't argue and accepted this favor with a smile. With the help of Zhang Sanshan's army of 300,000, Lin Ling's forces in Cloud Sea City would be even stronger. After a long time, Zhang Sanshan and Heaven Melody left in a hazy drunkenness. Lin Ling looked at their backs and shook his head with a smile. He also walked towards his residence. However, when he arrived at the small courtyard, under the bright moonlight, a beautiful figure stood there quietly like a fairy under the moon. From afar, the figure seemed to blend into the moonlight, emitting a hazy light, making it difficult for people to see clearly. Oh, it's you. You haven't slept yet. Could it be that you want to repay my kindness by offering yourself to me? Lin Ling was already a bit drunk as he looked at the girl with an ice-cold expression. Who do you think you are to deserve my gratitude? The white-clothed girl was the heavenly concubine. After hearing Lin Ling's words, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and coldly replied. Of course, when she said this, she recalled the scene when Lin Ling saved her. He actually grabbed a curtain to deal with her and even looked at her body. This scoundrel. Who do you think you are? Do you think that if you offer yourself to me, I will accept it? Lin Ling twitched his mouth. He might be drunk, but he knew that this young girl was too scheming. Hence, he had been keeping his guard up. You can leave now. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Leave? The heavenly concubine's eyes were at a loss and felt very surprised. This young man saved her and didn't have any delusions. He just asked her to leave with a single sentence. It was as though she was just a character for his mission. Why? Could it be that after being kidnapped by the Snake Swamp Kingdom, you want to be kidnapped by the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Lin Ling looked at her with a strange expression. You. The heavenly concubine's delicate face turned black. This boorish young man didn't know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. However, she wasn't an ordinary person and quickly calmed down. She smiled faintly and said, "You saved me, and you want to leave me behind? Aren't you too irresponsible?" I saved you, and you aren't grateful to me. Instead, you are saying that I am irresponsible? Lin Ling found it hilarious that there was actually such a person. There is a price to pay for saving me. Right now, my men are looking for me. Before they find me, you have to be responsible for my safety. The heavenly concubine lifted her head up high as though she was certain that she had Lin Ling in her grasp. Lin Ling's eyes widened. I am your personal bodyguard? I have seen scoundrels before, but this is the first time I have seen someone as thick-skinned as you. He had also lifted his head up high and wasn't going to let this overly intelligent woman take control of the situation. You are the one who is thick-skinned. The heavenly concubine raised her eyebrows and rubbed her delicate chin. She looked like a strategist who had a card up her sleeve. How about this? You will be responsible for protecting me, and I will guide your subordinates. Your subordinates might not have a weak aura and are a rare army of tigers and wolves, but they are still too weak when it comes to formations. In this world's battles, it isn't just about the aura but also the methods. Formations? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Presently, his subordinates were gradually growing up, and they were loyal and devoted to him. They were his left and right arms. If the strength of all his subordinates could improve, then his foothold in the city would be even more stable. All right, deal. Lin Ling snapped his fingers. I knew that you would never do a deal where you are at a disadvantage. All right, remember, you have to protect me well. The heavenly concubine smiled faintly, turned around, and left. This little girl. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. Although this mysterious girl wasn't devastatingly beautiful, she had a unique aura. She was like a small stream, and the more familiar he was, the cuter he found her to be. A few days later, Lin Ling's army left Sky Fragrant City. The citizens and soldiers of Sky Fragrant City looked at the departing figures with reluctance. They were constantly shouting until Lin Ling's army disappeared from their sight. The army traveled all the way to Ocean of Cloud City. This time, the army of 50,000 didn't have to cultivate. They just had to ceaselessly learn the formations taught by the heavenly concubine. So, they took a shortcut, and it only took them 3 days to return to Ocean of Cloud City. A slight smile curled up on the corners of Lin Ling's mouth as he gazed at the city that was even vaster than Sky Fragrant City. I'm finally back. He turned around and saw the heavenly concubine giving Tian Xiaoman guidance. Tian Xiaoman was Lin Ling's assistant now, so she was extremely interested in the formations. Lin Ling wasn't interested in the formations, so he remained in the position of general. Lin Ling spoke softly, "We're here." The conversation between the heavenly concubine stopped. The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes gazed deeply at the huge city in the distance, and they flickered incessantly. No one knew what she was thinking. Remember the agreement. I don't want others to know my identity. Don't worry. I am still able to keep my promise. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. The heavenly concubine seemed to have a mysterious background. She wasn't from the Snake Swamp Kingdom or the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Furthermore, she seemed to have hostility towards the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, since the heavenly concubine didn't want to talk about her background, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to care. They just had to keep their promise. Enter the city. Chapter 275. Annihilation of the Fire Ancient Clan. Everywhere the army passed, the passers-by were shocked and took a detour. The army had a grand aura, and every one of them was young. They had cold expressions and cold blood. It seemed like an army that had been through many battles. The leader was a young man who was handsome and calm. He was neither arrogant nor humble, and he looked extremely spirited. Many people were curious about this army, but it moved very quickly. It didn't take long for them to vanish from everyone's sight. Is this the Cloud Sea City that is as famous as the Stone Saint Nation's extreme ice palace? This is the core of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, just like the Snake Swamp Nation's Fierce Tooth Imperial City. Senior sister fell in love with a man here, but they were forced to separate. This time, I can help senior sister find out about that man's whereabouts. The heavenly concubine looked at the Cloud Sea City and muttered to herself. She came here for the Fire Ancient clan to find a man called Lin Chen. She knew that after so many years, her senior sister still couldn't forget that man. After the army entered the Cloud Sea City, Lin Ling immediately went to report to Duke Duan. His subordinates returned to the camp and were waiting for Lin Ling's orders. As for the heavenly concubine, she wanted to hide her identity and had been following Tian Xiaoman. In Duke Duan's residence, Duke Duan came out personally to welcome Jiang Yi. Lin Ling, you are back? How is the battle? Duke Duan asked anxiously with a look of anticipation. The news of the victory in the Sky Fragrance Ancient City hadn't spread to the Cloud Sea City yet. Thus, Duke Duan was very worried. Duke Duan, fortunately, I didn't let you down. We won in the Sky Fragrance Ancient City. Lin Ling looked at the anxious Duke Duan and smiled. Duke Duan was stunned and said in disbelief, "Won? What about the Snake Swamp Nation's army? Did they retreat a few thousand miles away?" Lin Ling shook his head and continued to smile. They didn't retreat a few thousand miles away. They completely retreated. What? Duke Duan gasped. He originally thought that Lin Ling would help the Sky Fragrance Ancient City win, but the Snake Swamp Nation's army was much larger. They naturally wouldn't retreat so easily. Who knew that they completely retreated? What's going on? Duan Wangye asked hurriedly. Lin Ling roughly explained what had happened, causing Duan Wangye's expression to constantly change. In the end, he looked at Lin Ling in pleasant surprise. Lin Ling, back then, when I dug you out from the Fire Ancient clan, it was indeed the best decision of my life. You single-handedly ended the entire battle. TSK, amazing. Duke Duan continued to praise. Lin Ling smiled. Duan Wangye invited Lin Ling to stay for a celebratory drink. Lin Ling considered that this drink wouldn't take too much time, so he nodded and agreed. As they drank, King Duan ceaselessly spoke about the current situation in Ocean of Cloud City while Lin Ling listened silently. Your Highness, this is bad. His Majesty the Third Prince has sent people to the Fire Ancient clan. He said that he wants to exterminate the Fire Ancient clan. Right at this moment, a guard ran in anxiously. When Lin Ling wasn't around, Duan Wangye was in charge of protecting the Fire Ancient clan. Hence, he had been paying attention to the Fire Ancient clan's safety. Bang! Duan Wangye was instantly enraged. He slammed his wine cup heavily on the table and said, "Is the third prince crazy? Isn't he afraid of causing a war between the princes? Causing chaos among the factions?" This time, those who went to the Fire Ancient clan included the former commander, the Zhang clan, one of the 8 ancient clans in the outer city, and the third prince's favorite general, Mo Qianji. As for why they were so bold, it was because Mo Qianji said that Lin Ling colluded with the enemy in Sky Fragrance City and caused the Sky Fragrance City's 300,000-strong army to be defeated. He is a sinner of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That guard quickly explained. Humph, Mo Qianji. This fellow is truly a despicable person who craves for the world to be in chaos. It is a pity that he came back too early. He thought that we were going to lose for sure and didn't expect us to win. Lin Ling's expression was ice-cold as he stood up. He still wanted to settle the score with Mo Qianji, but he didn't expect Mo Qianji to jump out on his own. Furthermore, Mo Qianji even had designs on his family. Lin Ling, don't worry. I will send someone over immediately. Duan Wangye quickly said. Lin Ling shook his head and said, this time, I will go personally. I want to see what right they have to make a move on my family. Since they dared to come, then they shall stay here forever. All right. You have battle merits now, so you can do whatever you want. Even if you cause chaos in the Cloud Sea City, no one will be able to touch you. Duan Wangye nodded seriously. If Lin Ling really caused the defeat, then it would be very difficult for Duan Wangye to step in and save the Fire Ancient clan. Even if he could, it would be done in the dark. However, Lin Ling was the victorious army. What was there to be afraid of? Lin Ling nodded and strode out of Duan Wangye's residence. His cold eyes looked into the distance as an intense killing intent spread out from his body. The Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling's reverse scale. It was also the only family he had after coming to this world. These people? They seem to be the Imperial Guards of the inner city. The Imperial Guards of the inner city rarely appear in the outer city. This time, the entire army is out. I don't know who they are going for, but they are very strong. As expected of the inner city. They are heading in the direction of the Fire Ancient clan. The Fire Ancient clan is in great trouble. I'm afraid they have offended a powerful force in the inner city. In the outer city, many people looked at the army marching in an orderly manner on the streets. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Of course, there were also some who were gloating. The Fire Ancient clan deserved it. This was definitely a disaster brought about by Lin Ling. Commander, His Majesty the Third Prince said that you can do whatever you want this time. There is no need to be afraid. His Majesty the Third Prince will stand up for us. At the forefront of the Imperial Guards of the inner city, 3 figures walked side by side. Their expressions were indifferent, but their eyes revealed a trace of complacency and mockery. Among them, Mo Qianji spoke faintly. Not long ago, Lin Ling had captured the Snake Swamp country's military advisor alive, causing Mo Qianji to lose. However, Mo Qianji would not die in the hands of a junior like Lin Ling. Therefore, he had escaped in the middle of the night. As for the military order, Mo Qianji did not care about it at all. After returning to Cloud Sea City, how could he be willing to accept the humiliation he had suffered in Sky Fragrance Ancient City? Therefore, he took advantage of the great defeat in Sky Fragrance Ancient City to force Lin Ling to his death with the crime of colluding with the enemy. Mo Qianji was not clear about the outcome of the battle in Sky Fragrance Ancient City. However, he guessed that Sky Fragrance Ancient City would definitely lose. After all, was it possible for an army of 300,000 to win against an army of 500,000? Unfortunately, he did not know that the battle had changed because of Lin Ling alone. The 10 commanders of the Snake Swamp country had all died in battle, causing the morale of the Sky Fragrance Ancient City to be greatly reduced. It was like a great army that would never lose. This Lin Ling is the best at taking advantage of both sides, causing many important figures in the inner city to support him. However, with the crime of colluding with the enemy, it is difficult for those important figures to say anything. Du Nan laughed coldly. He had been waiting for an opportunity. Lin Ling had killed his son. He originally thought that taking revenge would be easy, but he did not expect that it would be more difficult than he had imagined. Lin Ling had grown step by step at an extremely fast speed. Not only had Lin Ling's strength almost caught up to him, Lin Ling's forces were even stronger than his. He had even caused him to lose his position as the commander of the Imperial Guards. Chapter 276. Lin Ling. I want to use Lin Ling's head as a sacrifice to my son. Du Nan became even more excited when he thought of this. Beside him was the Zhang clan's old ancestor. He was also a subordinate of the third prince. Of course, the Zhang clan was too weak, so it was usually difficult for them to enter the third prince's eyes. But this time, when he heard that the third prince was going to attack the Fire Ancient clan, he immediately volunteered to come. In this way, not only would he get rid of the thorn in his side, but he would also gain the favor of the third prince. His ancient clan's Zhang clan would be able to dominate the outer city. Lords, this way will do. The Zhang clan's old ancestor led the army forward. It didn't take long for the army to arrive at the crater of the Fire Ancient clan's volcano. At this moment, the entire Fire Ancient clan was out. Obviously, they had received the news and were anxiously preparing for this calamity. Of course, the news they received was intentionally released by the Zhang clan's old ancestor. He wanted old ancestor Extreme Flame to be nervous and uneasy. Only then would he feel comfortable. Lord, may I ask what the Fire Ancient clan has done wrong? Looking at the dense army before him, old ancestor Extreme Flame spoke with a solemn expression. Extreme Flame, you still haven't come to your senses. Seeing how foolish you are, let me remind you. Your descendant of the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling, has committed the crime of colluding with the enemy. The Zhang clan's old ancestor said coldly. Then, he smiled. I didn't expect that the Zhang clan of the ancient clan would be the ones left in the outer city. Old ancestor Extreme Flame frowned, but he remained calm. Lord, do you have evidence? Shut up. What right do you have to ask for evidence? It's just a rural clan in the outer city. Does His Majesty need to show you evidence if he wants to annihilate your ancient clan? Mo Qianji looked at the Fire Ancient clan with disdain and snorted coldly. Today, the Fire Ancient clan will be completely annihilated. Not a single one of them can escape. Du Nan said coldly. His voice was like the might of the heavens, causing the hearts of many people who were secretly watching from afar to tremble violently. They all knew that from today onwards, the Fire Ancient clan would cease to exist. Old ancestor, they are unreasonable. In my opinion, if they want to fight, let's fight. There are no cowards in the Fire Ancient clan. Among the Fire Ancient clan's younger generation disciples, Lin Aofeng, Lin Qingcheng, and the others all shouted loudly. That's right, we'd rather die in battle than surrender and beg for mercy. The various elders also shouted in unison, unafraid of death. Even the former great elder, Lin Nanshan, appeared. Looking at the incoming enemies, his face was ice-cold. In the past, he had always been jealous of Lin Ling's father, Lin Chen. However, as the days passed, he realized that Lin Ling had done better than Lin Chen. Under the changing times, Lin Ling had single-handedly saved the entire ancient clan. Moreover, Lin Ling was not the kind of person who forgot his roots. No matter how he wandered in the inner city, the first place in his heart would always be the Fire Ancient clan. What else could he, great elder, Lin Nanshan, say against such a junior? Therefore, he no longer resented Lin Ling's father, Lin Ling. Instead, he saw Lin Ling as his own junior, his own family. Everyone had the same bloodline. We'd rather die in battle than surrender and beg for mercy. The entire Fire Ancient clan was filled with vigor, unafraid of death. Even some of the baby-like children shouted, "We'll live and die together with Big Brother Lin Ling." Their resolute aura and arrogance caused many forces in the distance to secretly admire them. Unfortunately, in this world, without strength, arrogance didn't represent everything. Interesting. I originally wanted to bully a few of you, but it seems like there's no hope. However, I'll fulfill your wishes. After you die, the next one will be Lin Ling. Du Nan and the other two laughed coldly. Among them, Mo Qianji waved his hand and announced, "Kill! Kill!" The imperial army marched towards the Fire Ancient clan in a grandiose manner. Their orderly footsteps and vigor caused the outer city to feel as if a storm was sweeping away the clouds. On the other hand, the members of the Fire Ancient clan were waiting solemnly for the upcoming battle to the death. Swoosh! At this moment, a sword ray came from the horizon like a dazzling sun. Wherever the sword ray passed, a large number of Imperial Army soldiers were slain and split into two. Hundreds of people died under a single sword. That sword was extremely sharp. Who is it? The sudden change of events caused Mo Qianji and the other two to have an unpleasant expression. The members of the Fire Ancient clan were also extremely astonished. As for the people who were observing from afar, they took in a cold breath. It was said that the Imperial Army was mobilized this time under the orders of the mysterious Third Prince. Right now, someone actually dared to kill the Third Prince's men. Wasn't this going against the Third Prince's orders? Who was so audacious? Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. Pa! Under everyone's gaze, a slender figure slowly walked over. He was holding a large sword at a slanted angle. His steps were steady, and his delicate face was filled with endless indifference. A deep voice came from his mouth. I am Lin Ling. Silence. The surroundings instantly went silent. No one expected that Lin Ling would dare to return. Lin Ling had committed the crime of colluding with the enemy. He should be fleeing from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. You colluded with the Snake Swamp Kingdom and actually dared to return. You are dead meat. Mo Qianji looked at Lin Ling, who was walking over from afar, and immediately threw a huge hat on him. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom is the place that raised you and gave birth to you. You colluded with the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Don't you have any conscience in your heart? Today, we will represent the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to judge you. Du Nan spoke coldly. Lin Ling, I have watched you grow up. I didn't expect you to end up like this. Sigh, it is so heartbreaking. Listen to me and wait to be captured. I will put in a few good words for you. Perhaps the Third Prince will spare your life on account of your youth and ignorance. The Zhang clan's patriarch spoke as well. The three of them had to kill Lin Ling and exterminate the ancient clans. However, they were still speaking hypocritically at this moment, as though they were representing justice. Even I feel disgusted when I see such repulsive faces. Hence, the only choice is to kill. The hypocritical words from the three of them caused Lin Ling's expression to turn even colder. Hence, he didn't bother to say anything more and couldn't be bothered to explain anything. The three of them weren't worthy, and he just needed to kill them. You. Stubborn. Mo Qianji pointed at Lin Ling and gnashed his teeth. Swish. The sword light slashed over, and a large number of royal guards died. They didn't even know that Lin Ling would suddenly make a move. Without the strength of the Heaven Spirit Realm, everyone who comes here today shall die. A cold voice echoed, causing everyone to gasp. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant and unrepentant after committing such a grave mistake. He even wanted to kill all the royal guards. Such arrogance from the Fire Ancient clan's descendant. The crowd from afar shuddered violently in their hearts. With just you? Dream on. Chapter 277. Commander of the Imperial Guard. The commander of the Imperial Guard has made his move. The faces of the crowd in the distance changed. They never thought that Du Nan would make the first move. In their hearts, the commander of the Imperial Guard in the inner city was an existence that they could never hope to reach. Commander, kill Lin Ling. The Imperial Guard also shouted and cheered for Du Nan. Hee, Commander, you're too impatient. Mo Qianji sneered. He believed that Lin Ling would die without a doubt now that Du Nan had made his move. Du Nan, You've been brooding over your son's arrogance and tyranny ever since I killed him. Today, we'll settle our old and new grudges once and for all. Looking at Du Nan, who was charging at him, Lin Ling's face became even more indifferent. He raised the sword in his hand. A pitch-black broadsword tore through the air in front of him, making explosive sounds as if it had come from the depths of the earth. Without the strength of the heavenly spirit realm, everyone who comes here today will die. What arrogance, but I don't believe it. Let me tell you, I'm at the peak of the earthly spirit realm. But let me give you a piece of advice. Even if you defeat the martial champion, it only means that you're the number one genius. In terms of cultivation time, I'm 100 times longer than you. Clang! The sword and broadsword collided, making a deafening sound. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions with the two at the center. Many people who were far away were knocked down by the shockwave. What a powerful force! The people in the distance were all shocked. Boom! Lin Ling held his sword with one hand, his face still cold. I've said it before. Without the strength of the heavenly spirit realm, everyone will die. Flames suddenly ignited all over his body, following his arm to the sword in his hand. An even more powerful aura burst out. It was a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. With two innate spirit bodies, two great perfection of the concept of fire, and the strength of the mid-earthly spirit realm, Lin Ling was no longer afraid of any earthly spirit realm cultivators. Swoosh! His sword suddenly became terrifying. It was like a laser, like an explosive flame, as it slashed through the air. Crack! The pitch-black broadsword was cut in half, but the scorching hot sword slashed out. Du Nan's arm was cut off, and his body was sent flying. After falling to the ground, his face was pale and filled with unparalleled fear. He had actually lost to Lin Ling. Back then, he had looked down on this young man, but today, this young man was looking down on him. How is that possible? The commander is the commander of the inner city's Imperial Guard. How could he not be able to withstand a single blow from Lin Ling? Looking at Du Nan on the ground, everyone was shocked. To be able to become the commander of the Imperial Guards, his strength naturally surpassed others. Otherwise, how could he convince the masses? However, he was still defeated by a youth who was not even 20 years old. This kid's growth speed is too terrifying. The Zhang family's ancestor's face was also solemn. Back then, that young man was like an ant in his eyes. If it wasn't for the extreme flame ancestor protecting him every time, he would have already killed him. But today, that young man's wings were finally full. His strength surpassed all of the Zhang clan's disciples. This made the Zhang clan's patriarch unwilling to accept this, and he was filled with intense jealousy. Good, good, good. As expected of the son of my fire ancient clan. Compared to the Zhang clan's patriarch's disappointment, the fire ancient clan's morale was greatly boosted. Right now, Lin Ling was already the symbol of the fire ancient clan. Ling, let us help you. The extreme flame ancestor shouted under the high morale. Grandfather, there's no need. I'll deal with them myself. Looking at the excited extreme flame ancestor, Lin Ling turned his head and said solemnly. He wanted to settle this grudge himself. Ling, The extreme flame ancestor wanted to persuade him again, but when he saw Lin Ling's determined gaze, he finally nodded his head and felt even more gratified in his heart. Right now, his grandson had completely become the new generation's leader of the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling possessed pride and strength. With his strength alone, he turned the tide and saved the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling, don't be too pleased with yourself. On the ground, Du Nan's expression was extremely ugly. He stood up and his aura erupted once again. Although he had lost an arm, it wasn't enough to make him lose the ability to fight. He had been a bit careless earlier. Chaos Chi. He stretched out his left hand and a large amount of spirit chi surged from the sky. This was the talent of his chaos body. It was an 8th rank spirit body and had the ability to absorb all kinds of spirit chi. Moreover, he had comprehended the great concept of chaos chi. It was absorbing everything and forcefully devouring the spirit chi of heaven and earth to temporarily increase his strength. Rumble. Donan's aura grew even stronger as his entire body emitted smoke. Vaguely, his cultivation seemed to have broken through the earth spirit realm and reached the early sky spirit realm. At this moment, the earth seemed to be shaking because of him alone. Lin Ling, this is my secret technique. I never planned on using it, but you forced me to today. Donan's voice was much lower. Once this technique was used, the side effects were obvious. His cultivation would decrease greatly. Great concept, origin returning chi. He stretched out his hand and a ball of light formed from spirit chi appeared. It continuously enlarged and bloomed with dazzling light. How terrifying, I feel that the entire outer city is shaking. Is this the full extent of the commander's strength? Everyone trembled with fear and retreated a few hundred meters, afraid that they would be implicated by the terrifying energy. The technique you're using seems to have increased your strength, but you're still in the earth spirit realm. Is this your confidence? Looking at Donan, who was like a god descending from the heavens, Lin Ling's expression was still cold and fearless. Flames gradually emerged from his body and burned him, causing him to gradually turn into nothingness. What's going on? Many people were surprised that he had been burned into nothingness. Could it be that Lin Ling was unable to fight back against Donan's strongest technique and had chosen to immolate himself? This. Confusion also appeared in Forefather Extreme Flame's eyes. However, the burning flames gave him a feeling that they could destroy the heavens and the earth. After a moment of thought, he immediately said, "Everyone, hurry and leave this place." Everyone from the Fire Ancient clan was puzzled, but they still listened to Forefather Extreme Flame and left. It was obvious that as the forefather of the Fire Ancient clan, Forefather Extreme Flame had also sensed the terror of the flames. However, this didn't mean that others had sensed it. After all, their understanding of the fire attribute wasn't as deep as Forefather Extreme Flame's. Lin Ling, are you committing suicide in advance? Or are you scared by my great concept? Donan laughed coldly with pride in his laughter. Although Lin Ling's potential and strength were both strong, he was still only in the mid-earth spirit realm. Therefore, even if he'd won by a fluke, the fact that his foundation was weaker than Donan's couldn't be changed no matter what. You're not the only one who has a great concept, and your great concept isn't complete. Chapter 278. Surging flames. The flames on Lin Ling's body seemed to be sucked in by something as they all appeared in his right hand. The wisp of flame had turned blue and white. It didn't look large, but for some reason, everyone's hearts trembled violently when they sensed the flame in detail. The flame gave them a feeling of annihilation and nothingness. It was as if it wanted to burn everything in the world into nothingness. Great circle of the great concept. Donan stared at the flame as the pride on his face disappeared without a trace. He had the strength of the peak of the earth spirit realm, an 8th rank spirit body, and had comprehended a great concept. Therefore, he was confident that no one in the earth spirit realm would be his match if he unleashed his full strength. However, Lin Ling was only 18 years old, but had reached the great circle of the great concept. I've said that those who come here today will all die if they don't have the strength of the sky spirit realm. The cold voice ignored Donan's surprise and continued to ring out calmly, causing many people's hearts to tremble. This Lin Ling dared to say such a thing, how arrogant. First generation fire art, heavenly fire prairie. As the final voice echoed, the pupils of the surrounding people narrowed. They could only see the youth with an indifferent expression slowly stretch out his right hand. There was a taboo flame in his hand, and he gently waved it. A wisp of flame was born and landed lightly on the ground. Boom! The forbidden flame exploded. This was the fusion of the great concepts of the 9 underworlds, heavenly flames and 7-blade skyfire. The entire earth shook as the outer city swayed. Flames surged into the sky, as if wanting to burn this ancient city to ashes. Origin of Origin Chi. Donan's expression changed drastically as he slapped out with his left hand. The ball of light formed from chaotic spirit Chi surged out, but it was a pity that his most prized technique seemed extremely dim at this moment. The ball of spirit Chi contained a terrifying amount of energy, but it was immediately drowned when it came into contact with the surging sea of flames, as if it had met its natural enemy. No! Donan cried out in horror. He could only see the surging sea of flames surging towards him, as if wanting to burn him into nothingness. At this moment, his heart was in a daze. He'd thought that this was an excellent opportunity to avenge his son's death and wash away his previous humiliation. However, he hadn't thought that the arrival of glory would be his doomsday. Suddenly, he felt a bit of regret that he'd been too reckless. If he'd had a choice, he would have chosen to endure. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. I can't accept this. With a roar, the surging taboo flames engulfed him. A first-generation flame technique. Ling, well done. In the distance, Ancestor Extreme Flame looked at the giant flame that soared into the sky and became excited. As the ancestor of the Fire Ancient clan, he naturally knew what that flame represented. One could say with certainty that it was the true essence of fire of the Fire Ancient clan. In the thousands of years of history of the Fire Ancient clan, there were very few people who could cultivate their own generation of fire techniques. Even Ancestor Taiyan had only comprehended one type of innate spirit body to perfection. Pa. Flames shot into the sky outside the volcano of the Fire Ancient clan, and it drew the attention of everyone outside the city. Many people were surprised. Originally, they thought that today was the end of the Fire Ancient clan. But now, it seemed that the ancient Imperial Fire clan had used powerful methods to resist the invasion of the foreign enemies. What a fierce fire! As for the Imperial Guards, a large number of them had been burned to death. So long as the flames touched even a little bit, it would be enough to ignite the entire body. Lin Ling, you have committed the crime of colluding with the enemy. Now, you even dared to kill the commander. Men, kill Lin Ling. Staring at the flames that soared into the sky, Missouri Qianji narrowed his eyes and roared. Today, they had come with arrogance. Who would have thought that before they could capture Lin Ling, the commander of the Imperial Guards would die? This was undoubtedly a slap to his face. Kill. The remaining Imperial Guards let out a low growl and their killing intent soared. If you want to die, then come. At the center of the sea of flames, a cold voice resounded. From the surging flames, a young man walked out step by step. At this moment, he was like a flame god that was born from the flames. His cold eyes looked at the Imperial Guards, and a wisp of flame danced in the depths of his eyes. Shock. For some reason, when the Imperial Guards looked into his eyes, they felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if they weren't looking at a person, but a fire. What a terrifying aura. None of the Imperial Guards dared to take a step forward. What are you doing? Go, kill him. Mo Qianji was furious. His men were actually so frightened by Lin Ling's gaze that they didn't dare to move. This was a great humiliation. Mo Qianji, can you be any more shameless? The military pledge has already been made. You ran away after losing. A person like you actually has the face to compete with General Zhang for the position of commander. Today I will fulfill the military pledge. Lin Ling's cold voice resounded. Don't you try to mislead others with your lies. I am the great general under the third prince. Mo Qianji was angry out of humiliation. Lin Ling was mocking him. I don't want to waste my breath on people like you. You can only die. Lin Ling walked out from the flames. The violent heat and aura made Mo Qianji feel a little scared. He roared at the Imperial guards in front of him, "Go, trash! What are you doing?" Unfortunately, no one dared to go forward. The Imperial guards were traumatized by Lin Ling. Retreat! Mo Qianji was so angry that his face turned pale. He shouted and could only retreat temporarily. At his command, all of the Imperial guards felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They retreated like a receding tide. To them, Lin Ling was just a young man. He was too strong. Only an even stronger expert would be able to capture him. What? The Imperial guards retreated? It's all for Lin Ling. Looking at Mo Qianji and his men who were fleeing, the crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Today was supposed to be the end of the Fire Ancient clan. Who would have thought that Lin Ling alone would kill the commander of the Imperial Guards and make all the Imperial Guards run away in shame? It seemed that in Lin Ling's eyes, the powerful Imperial Guards in the inner city were not Imperial Guards at all. The fire gradually extinguished. The crater of the Fire Ancient clan was quiet. After a while, a surprised voice sounded. Ling, good job. In the distance, the excited voice of Ancestor Extreme Flame could be heard. His grandson did not disappoint him. Ancestor, the calamity has been avoided. However, there will be stronger experts coming. Why don't we leave the Fire Ancient clan first? The various elders of the Fire Ancient clan suggested after their excitement. Ancestor Extreme Flame nodded. He knew that the third prince was attacking the Fire Ancient clan. They were already very lucky to be able to avoid the calamity once. They would definitely not be able to avoid it a second time. Ling, let's leave the Cloud Sea City. Otherwise, the third prince will be here soon. Ancestor Extreme Flame said anxiously. Lin Ling shook his head. This was the ancestral home of the Fire Ancient clan. As long as one was a descendant of the Fire Ancient clan, no one would want to leave their home. Moreover, he had already said that anyone who dared to offend the Fire Ancient clan would have to die. Chapter 279. Chapter 279. Attack the Zhang family. When the people in the distance heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling didn't seem to have any intention of letting this go. But, their numbers are greater. We're not their match at all. Ancestor Extreme Flame said worriedly. Lin Ling smiled faintly. That's not necessarily true. With that, he took out the mother-child bug and said solemnly, "Has the Flame Legion not arrived yet?" It was just a short sentence, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Hearing this, the members of the Fire Ancient clan were all puzzled. At this moment, the sound of orderly footsteps resounded. A vast and mighty army walked out with a surging aura. Every single one of them had an indifferent expression, and there was only murderous intent and bloodthirst. They were like a terrifying demon army that had crawled out from a pile of corpses. This army. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. A few of them exchanged glances with the soldiers and then fell to the ground with a plop. That murderous aura made their hearts palpitate. This was an army of blood and slaughter. Ling, be careful. The Fire Ancient clan was once again facing a great enemy. Ancestor Extreme Flame anxiously shouted. He guessed that this terrifying army was the third prince's men, and they were here to exterminate the Fire Ancient clan. Moreover, compared to the previous Imperial Guards, this army was even more terrifying. It was an army that had been on the battlefield. For a moment, there was a deathly silence. Right at this moment, a solemn voice resounded, "Commander, the Flame Corps has arrived." Under everyone's gaze, a valiant woman walked out and bowed to Lin Ling. "Commander, the Flame Legion has arrived." Soon after, a deafening roar rang out as 50,000 people shouted in unison, causing the clouds in the sky to disperse. "Commander?" Ancestor Extreme Flame glared. Calling Ling, Commander, could that army be Ling, army? Good. We only have one goal now, and that is to kill Mo Qianji. Lin Ling looked at his subordinates and nodded. "Yes, Commander." The 50,000-man army roared again. "Is it really Ling, army?" This time, the ancestor was finally certain that this army belonged to Lin Ling. His grandson actually had an army stronger than the Imperial Guard. What was going on? For a moment, the Fire Ancient clan was completely silent. Everyone was speechless. "Grandpa, it's time for the conflict between our Fire Ancient clan and the Zhang clan to be resolved. Let's end it this time." Lin Ling didn't know the shock in everyone's hearts. He looked at Ancestor Taiyan. Good, good, good. After being stunned for a moment, Ancestor Extreme Flame said, "Good," 3 times in a row. He was so excited that tears filled his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't completely reacted yet. "Army, move out." Lin Ling nodded, and then he turned around and looked towards the distance. He waved his hand, and then he led the army forward in a formidable array. Everywhere the army passed, the outer city was in an uproar, and everyone gasped. They'd thought that the Fire Ancient clan would be unable to escape calamity today. But never had they imagined that not only would the Fire Ancient clan remain unharmed, a terrifying army that was surging with murderous intent had suddenly surged out, and then it seemed to be heading towards the Zhang clan. A change was about to occur in the outer city. A bunch of trash. At this moment, Mo Qianji and the Imperial Guard were resting silently within the Zhang clan. Mo Qianji took a sip of tea, and then he couldn't help but smash the teacup on the ground. He was furious. He felt aggrieved. He felt humiliated. He was the dignified military advisor of the inner city, yet he'd led the Imperial Guard to annihilate the Fire Ancient clan. In the end, he hadn't even arrived, and he'd been terrified by Lin Ling to the point of fleeing to the Zhang clan. That was a great humiliation. General, Lin Ling suddenly launched a surprise attack and assassinated the commander of the Imperial Guard, Lord Do Nan. So, the Imperial Guard is only temporarily affected. Don't worry, the morale of the Imperial Guard will rise after a short rest. Moreover, my Zhang clan will mobilize the entire clan to assist you. The Zhang clan's ancestor spoke from the side. That's right. It's just a puny Lin Ling. If it wasn't for King Duan protecting him, we would have killed him a long time ago. General, it isn't difficult to kill Lin Ling. I only hope that you can put in a good word for the Zhang clan in front of the third prince. The experts of the Zhang clan stepped forward one after another. The Fire Ancient clan was a thorn in their side, and they'd wanted them dead for a long time. However, the Fire Ancient clan's backer was King Duan. On the other hand, while the Zhang clan's backer was the third prince, it was obvious that the third prince didn't think highly of them. So, the Zhang clan had been enduring silently. But now, the Zhang clan's chance had come. If they could kill Lin Ling and encircle the Fire Ancient clan, they would be valued by the third prince. From then on, the Zhang clan would have a meteoric rise. Good. Your morale isn't weak. Don't worry. After you kill Lin Ling, I'll put in a good word for you. Mo Qianji nodded his head lightly. Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples of the Zhang clan were overjoyed. Unfortunately, they had always thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary disciple of the Fire Ancient clan. They didn't know that Lin Ling had made a name for himself in the inner city. He was the #1 genius of the current era. Moreover, they didn't know that Lin Ling had absolute strength and influence to kill the Zhang clan. They were courting death by doing this. Oh no! At this moment, a disciple of the Zhang clan ran over anxiously. What's the hurry? Don't panic. With the Lord here, even if the sky falls, there's no need to worry. The Zhang clan's ancestor shouted coldly, hinting for the disciple to speak. Lin Ling is coming for us. The disciple of the Zhang clan was anxious and flustered. Finally, he uttered a sentence. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. They were laughing at Lin Ling for overestimating himself. Previously, the Fire Ancient clan had luckily escaped death. Now, Lin Ling still dared to send himself to their doorstep. Ancestor, it's time for our Zhang clan to make a contribution. The elders of the Zhang clan said excitedly, their battle intent surging. The Zhang clan's ancestor smiled and nodded his head. Now that the imperial guards had joined up with the Zhang clan, they naturally wouldn't be afraid of Lin Ling. He wanted to see if Lin Ling had 3 heads and 6 arms. He's here to die alone. General, allow me to lead the army and kill Lin Ling. The Zhang clan's ancestor looked at Mo Qianji and said. Mo Qianji nodded his head indifferently with a trace of coldness in his eyes. Ancestor, Lin Ling isn't alone. The disciple of the Zhang clan was still flustered. Before he could finish his sentence, the Zhang clan's ancestor waved his hand casually and said, "It seems like the entire Fire Ancient clan has mobilized. They're ready to fight to the death." The disciple swallowed his saliva with difficulty and finally said, "Ancestor, Lin Ling isn't leading the Fire Ancient clan. Instead, he's leading an army of tens of thousands. Right now, he has already surrounded the Zhang clan." Previously, he was so frightened that his mind went blank. He didn't have time to say anything. He also didn't expect the ancestor to think that Lin Ling was alone. An army of tens of thousands? How is that possible? The Zhang clan's ancestor's face changed drastically and his pupils constricted. Even Mo Qianji stopped drinking his tea. His face was filled with disbelief. "Let me see." The Zhang clan's ancestor leaped and landed on the roof. When he looked around, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Outside the vast Zhang clan, there were densely packed people. Those people were all wearing the same armor and looked indifferent. Every one of them had an extremely dense murderous aura. When the murderous aura gathered together, it formed a powerful cloud of murderous aura, causing the Zhang clan to feel like it was in the middle of a storm. Chapter 280. Bloodshed, that army? Where did it come from? The Zhang family's patriarch's voice trembled. He couldn't understand what was going on. At this moment, a cold voice resounded in the sky above the Zhang family, disciples of the Zhang family, those below 10 years old and above 80 years old without any martial arts, you have 1 incense stick's worth of time to leave. After that, the Zhang family will be bathed in blood. The voice was as majestic as the heavens. It was actually shouted by 50,000 people in unison. It shook the entire outer city. Everyone heard that sentence. Today, someone was going to bathe the Zhang family in blood? The Zhang family of the ancient clan had thousands of years of history. Every time a dynasty changed, this powerful clan would survive and gradually become stronger. The current era had changed. The previous emperor had disappeared and a new emperor had risen. Many ancient clans were submerged, but the Zhang family still stubbornly survived. However, today, a single sentence was going to bathe the Zhang family in blood. This ancient clan was going to be annihilated. I'm the Zhang family's patriarch. I don't know what crime I committed to offend Senior. The Zhang family's patriarch stood on the roof and bowed respectfully. He was uneasy and still didn't understand what was going on. Patriarch Zhang, you're forgetful. Not long ago, you were bathing my fire ancient clan in blood. How could you forget in the blink of an eye? At this moment, a deep voice resounded. You're Lin Ling. The Zhang family's patriarch's eyes narrowed. He didn't believe that this army was Lin Ling's because Lin Ling was just a young man. How could he have such a terrifying army? But now, the reality forced him to believe it even if he didn't want to. Lin Ling? The various forces in the outer city trembled violently. The Fire Ancient Clan's disciple Lin Ling's army? This Lin Ling was terrifying. Wait, Lin Ling. What happened before was just a misunderstanding. You know that I'm just a pawn in the hands of the third prince. If the master wants the slave to do something, how could the slave refuse? There's no grudge between us. The Zhang family's patriarch's expression changed as he begged for mercy. He was scared. Completely scared. Facing Lin Ling was even more terrifying than facing the patriarch Taiyan. Time's up, kill. Unfortunately, his shameless begging was only met with Lin Ling's cold reply. Lin Ling wasn't a fool, and he wasn't a saint either. If he didn't return with his army victorious today, then the Fire Ancient Clan would be the one to be annihilated. Moreover, when the era changed, the Zhang family and other ancient clans joined forces and almost wiped out the Fire Ancient Clan. Therefore, this grudge must be avenged. Moreover, even though Lin Ling was decisive when it came to killing, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. He gave the innocent members of the Zhang clan a chance, sparing the old and the young. If it was the Zhang ancestor, he wouldn't have given this chance to the Fire Ancient Clan. He would have killed them all. As for the opportunity, Lin Ling had given it to them, but whether or not the Zhang family would cherish it was not something he had to consider. Kill. An army of 50,000 with a magnificent aura pressed down on the Zhang clan like a siege truck. This army of 50,000 was formed by martial spirit realm experts. Under the guidance of the heavenly concubine, they were able to form 4 formations. They were extremely tyrannical. Not to mention a mere Zhang clan, even if they were to face an army of 100,000 from the Snake Swamp country, they wouldn't be afraid at all. Rumble. With a powerful pressure, the walls were torn down and the houses were destroyed. The Zhang clan's shouts echoed through the sky. Those elders and disciples were all killed, and the imperial guards were unable to escape this calamity. No one could stop this army of tigers and wolves. The entire outer city was in an uproar. All the forces sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling had finally displayed his anger. He had domineeringly and ostentatiously wiped out an ancient clan in front of the entire Cloud Sea city. He seemed to be telling everyone that the Fire Ancient Clan was Lin Ling's reverse scale. If anyone dared to violate it, then they could only wait for the calamity of the clan's annihilation. Commander Lin, I am General Chen, a subordinate of the Wang Hai King. Aren't you being too arrogant by massacring so many people? Kill. At this moment, an army of over 100 people appeared on the street. A middle-aged man coldly spoke. He seemed to have a good relationship with the Zhang clan. Was that why he brought out Sima Zhenshan, one of the 4 kings, as soon as he appeared? However, why would Lin Ling fear him? Today, even if the third prince was here, he would still kill him without hesitation. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to disappear. Otherwise, kill. Kill. Lin Ling stood on the street outside the Zhang clan as he coldly looked at the middle-aged man and spoke. How dare you? I'm one of the Wang Hai King's men. You dare to kill me? The middle-aged man was enraged. Kill. Kill. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He pointed with one hand and thousands of people from the Fire Ancient army charged out. They formed the demon ox charging formation, and with 2 charges, the hundreds of people were killed. A corner of the outer city was covered in blood. No matter who came, Lin Ling wouldn't give face to them. How tyrannical. Kill. The crowd in the distance trembled with fear. This Lin Ling led the army and killed all who stood in his way. Smoke billowed from the Zhang clan as the ground was covered with corpses. However, it gradually quieted down. Only the godlike soldiers walked back and forth. Their expressions were cold and merciless. They were soldiers and it was their duty to obey orders. Moreover, which soldier didn't have blood on their hands? Therefore, they didn't care about the lives that were lost. Lin Ling's expression was also indifferent. He had just arrived in this world and had almost died several times. He knew that in this world, even if you didn't want to kill, others would force you to. Therefore, he killed when he needed to, and stopped killing with killing. Sir, the Zhang clan has killed more than 8,000 people and the imperial army has more than 3,000 people. Mo Qianji has escaped to the inner city. Yes. After a long time, Tian Xiaoman came to Lin Ling and reported. Lin Ling nodded slightly. By his side, Ancestor Extreme Flame sighed. He hadn't expected that his old rival for so many years would be completely annihilated today. However, he didn't pity the Zhang clan. Instead, he laughed at the Zhang clan for asking for it. More than 200 powerless women and children have been expelled from the city and will never be able to step foot in again. Tian Xiaoman said again. Lin Ling nodded again. Only Mo Qianji is left. Yes. Ling, that Mo Qianji has escaped to the inner city. He's really lucky. Ancestor Extreme Flame sighed. He could see that Mo Qianji was a shameless villain. Can he escape? Yes. Lin Ling shook his head and glanced at the flame core in the distance. All soldiers, charge into the inner city. Even if Mo Qianji escapes to the ends of the earth, kill him. Yes. Charge into the inner city. Yes. Ancestor Extreme Flame gasped. Lin Ling's army of 50,000 could wreak havoc in the outer city. That was normal. But if they were to charge into the inner city, there were countless experts in the inner city. Yes. Yes. The Flame Corps had always obeyed orders. Even if there was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames before them, so long as Lin Ling gave the order, they would kill without hesitation. Grandfather, you haven't been to the inner city. Let's go take a look. Lin Ling turned to smile at Ancestor Extreme Flame. Good. Good. Chapter 281. Slaughtering their way into the inner city, army set out. Advance. The mighty army marched towards the inner city. Their imposing aura caused countless powers that were paying attention to the situation to gasp. Probably only those top crown princes in the city would dare to do such a thing. Yet today, Lin Ling, a young man from a small clan in the outer city, dared to do such a thing. Most importantly, that young man was only 17 or 18 years old. At this moment, Mo Qianji's face was covered in panic, and he was fleeing into the inner city. He'd never imagined that Lin Ling would actually lead an army of 50,000 to slaughter the Zhang clan. He'd intended to get even with Lin Ling, yet he'd been forced to flee in the end. I'm Mo Qianji. No one is allowed to enter the inner city. Mo Qianji spoke to the Imperial Guard when he arrived at the entrance of the inner city, and then he charged through the entrance. It wasn't long before the mighty army of 50,000 arrived from afar. The young man in the lead had an indifferent expression, and his footsteps were steady as he strode over. His imposing aura caused the Imperial Guard to gasp. However, when they thought about the background behind him, they became a little more forceful. Who are you? Such an army has entered the city. Do you have a warrant? If you don't, then fuck off immediately. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy. One of the Imperial Guard shouted coldly. Kill. Lin Ling spat out these words with a cold expression. Swoosh. 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 A few hundred charged forward, and all the Imperial Guards were annihilated. Ancestor Tai Yen opened his mouth wide, and many members of the Fire Ancient clan had followed him. At this moment, their mouths were wide open as well. This was the first time they tried to enter the city in such a domineering manner. After that, the mighty army marched into the inner city. At this moment, the inner city was like a mysterious forbidden area, and there were many clans that had inherited the inheritance. These clans usually stayed in seclusion, causing the inner city to seem extremely peaceful. But in reality, every single one of them possessed terrifying strength, and it was sufficient to sweep through the outer city. At this moment, those clans, powers, and the Cloud Ocean Empire were all watching the army in secret. Lin Ling. A figure of the new generation of Ocean of Cloud City who rose to prominence like a dazzling star. Lin Ling had defeated the top scholar in both civil and military affairs, became Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's disciple, and even dared to confront the third prince, Yun Yifan. And now, this Lin Ling was leading an army into the inner city, completely ignoring the imperial authority of the Yunhai Empire. Who gave him such courage? Was he not afraid of incurring the displeasure of the powerful forces in the inner city by acting so arrogantly? For a time, the winds and clouds surged. Everyone was curious about the changes in the situation. Lin Ling, you're too young and arrogant. What do you think the inner city is? How dare you attack the city with your army? Are you treating us, the nobles of the inner city, as trash? You're just a peasant from an outer city. At this moment, an army appeared and blocked Lin Ling's army. The leader of the army was a burly man who yelled loudly. His name was Lan Ji, and he was the commander of the Quill army in the inner city. His position was even higher than the commanders of the Imperial Guard. After all, the Imperial Guard was in charge of the order in the inner city while the Quill army protected the Imperial city. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. I only want one person, Mo Qianji. Anyone else who obstructs me will die. Lin Ling gazed indifferently at the man in the distance as he spoke. How audacious! Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to my general in such a tone? A middle-aged man by Lan Ji's side shouted loudly. They were the Quill army of the Imperial City, and they were high above. How could they take Lin Ling seriously? Then who do you think you are? Kill. Lin Ling didn't waste his breath. He guessed that Lan Ji had probably been ordered by the third prince to obstruct him. You. Lan Ji pointed at Lin Ling and was speechless. That young man was too arrogant. He'd only said a single sentence, kill if you don't submit. Kill. The mighty army of the Flame Corps surged forward with a murderous aura, and it caused all the powers in the inner city to be shocked. Lin Ling's actions had infuriated everyone. He was too arrogant. Although the Quill army had many people, they couldn't be compared to the Flame Corps. The Flame Corps was the god of slaughter on the battlefield. As the Quill army was close to the Imperial City, no one dared to cause any trouble. Therefore, they were no match for the Flame Corps in terms of aura and courage. After the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, they were forced to retreat. Lin Ling, you're too arrogant. At this moment, another voice rang out. It was a man in golden clothes. At this moment, he was like a golden eagle as he pounced towards Lin Ling from the sky. Obviously, the man in golden clothes wanted to capture the leader of the bandits. His attack was filled with murderous intent. Another lackey. Kill. Lin Ling drew his brilliance resurgent sword. On the blade, blue and white flames intersected. Then, he looked at the man in golden clothes in the sky and slashed. Swoosh! The sharp sword light slashed out. The man in golden clothes couldn't even block it and was split into two. Blood rained down from the sky. So strong. Compared to the time when he defeated the martial scholar, Lin Ling's strength has increased again. The secretly observing crowd sucked in a breath of cold air again. Lin Ling had stirred up a storm in the inner city by himself. At the same time, he had forced out the hidden forces in the inner city. However, Lin Ling was indeed extraordinarily courageous. After all, from ancient times until now, he was the only one who dared to lead an army and act tyrannically in the inner city. Kid, do you really think you can do whatever you want in the inner city? At this moment, another powerful expert arrived with an army. When that person appeared, the sky seemed to turn into an ocean. Angry waves slammed on the table and a tall and sturdy figure appeared. This person wore a blue robe and a jade crown. His eyes were filled with an imposing aura that looked down on the world. You colluded with the enemy. His Majesty, the third prince, wanted you to admit your guilt. In the end, you killed all of His Majesty's men and even dared to lead an army into the city. Today, even if the second prince, Xiaofan, is here, I will kill you. This person's voice was like the might of the heavens and carried an unquestionable dignity. When they saw that person, the hearts of the various forces trembled violently. One of the four kings, Wang Hai Wang. The powerful force hidden in the Cloud Sea City had finally appeared. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the man in the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly. This was the second time he saw Wang Hai Wang. The first time was during the Cloud Sea hunt. At that time, he was just a young man from the Fire Ancient clan. He was as insignificant as an ant and couldn't enter Wang Hai Wang's eyes. Today, he had the qualifications to face him. However, the four kings? Lin Ling sensed that the man was as vast as the ocean. He was bottomless. He was definitely an expert in the sky martial realm. At this moment, everyone stopped and looked at Wang Hai Wang with a serious expression. As for the Flame Corps, they were also looking at Lin Ling. They were just waiting for Lin Ling to say the word and they would attack. No matter if it was Wang Hai Wang or Yun Hai, they only had one commander, Lin Ling. Wang Hai Wang, you're very impressive. You want to kill me without asking anything. It seems that Wang Hai Wang, one of the four kings, is only a so-so. But if you want to kill me, I'm afraid you won't be able to. After a moment of silence, a cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. It made many people frown. This Lin Ling was so arrogant that he didn't even care about the four kings. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.